Hello and welcome everybody to the 2-year anniversary of Low Elo Legends as presented by Rising Empires. I'm Beale, and joining us for the first time today, we got Amarath. How's it going?
Hi, yeah, all good. I freshly pressed suit for the occasion. You know, it's anniversary, got a suit up for that. So yeah, couldn't manage the jacket. I think it's a bit too hot for that, but you know.
Yeah, we'll see how long this one stays on. I'm in a hot room right now. I'm starting to sweat a little bit as it is, but I'm excited to have you. It's great to have you here for the second anniversary. Been doing it, yeah, since September 2022, and yeah, I remember playing in Lel. A couple of Lels right before Rising Empires took over, and I got to participate in the first one, and have been basically involved almost every week since. It's such a great community, and you see the same names week after week. It's a great time.
Yeah, exactly. This is my first RTS, really anything seriously, and the community and all the people. That's why I've stuck around, the Griabara and everyone. It's you just want to keep playing as much as the game's awesome. Everyone who's playing it, it just just a great bunch of people. And like you say, you see the same names of people coming up, even when it's not the top players. It's really nice to see people you kind of recognize, and yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Sometimes I'll run into like I'm playing ranked on the ladder, and I'll run into somebody who's a regular of Lel, and we have that. Oh shoot, it's you! Like crazy to run into you. But we do have a tournament today for you. We got our maps on the screen right now. We're starting off in round one on Lipany. Then we're gonna go into Frisian Marshes, and then on to Safety Bay. Maybe a crowd favorite from Lel number 69. Then we got regions, and of course the semifinals on Dry Arabia, with a finals introducing a map draft for the best of three. Amrath, how many of these maps have you seen before? Because we're running 3 custom maps today.
So I know the standards, and the others I have not seen, not played. So I can see the screenshots and had a little look at how they go, and yeah,
Mhm.
they look like they're pretty interesting. I'm not a water enjoyer myself, so Safety Bay is definitely not one I've played myself, but it's interesting to see how that one plays out, I think. So
Yeah,
yeah, but Lipany
very.
is actually my favorite map, so yeah,
Oh,
I'm really happy
nice,
to see that one. Yeah.
nice. Well, let's let's jump into the first game on Lipany. It looks like all of the brackets are currently they've kicked off. All the games have started. We do have a question. Is there a prize pool? Yeah, there is a prize pool. We do give awards to first and second place finishers in each of the brackets. $10 for first, 5 for second. You know, nice little reward for doing well. Not huge, because if we were to offer bigger prize pools for Lel, then that kind of incentivizes people to try to smurf around and ruin the tournament. But you do get a nice little $10 for winning, even if you're in bottom bracket. Get first place, $10 is $10 exactly. Okay, let's take a look at our current brackets right now. Do you have any thoughts? Any games you want to cast first on Lipany? It's your favorite map, so I'll let you take the wheel. If you've got a certain
I
matchup you want to see.
No, I'm happy to go with whoever. It's there's a couple of names I recognise, but it's yeah, wherever you want to start. Start with one of the top ones if you fancy, wherever you like.
All right, let's go to the top. Let's take a look at our matchups for round one here. Do see a lot of returning players here. I think fugueee and Yonko Soars, only 2 names I don't recognize out of that whole list. Also nice to have a few of the RE admins in there today. See Draxos, OpDVlaM.
Mr. Rockies himself.
Mm-hmm. He's the true king of the Rockies, for
Mm-hmm.
sure. Putting that all together. But you know what? Bagsy and Apolloin have been playing in Lel for quite some time. So I think we'll start off with a couple of regulars there. I know they started off in the lower and mid brackets and have worked their way up. So let's cast their game first.
Perfect. Let's go.
All right. Just find
It's always
them.
interesting to see with loads of players that they can over time making their way up and slowly going from gold all the way up to the higher ranks and stuff like that. It's cool that people really stick it out because it's at the beginning it's a pretty hard grind to the learning curve is quite dramatic. So it's really cool when you see people like now in that you know top bracket.
Yeah, no, it's fun to watch players develop over time, week after week. So I'm looking for Bagsy's game right now. It doesn't look like it's currently observable, which may be an issue here. There are plenty of games that are observable, so we'll go into one of those instead. Let's see here. We've got... We'll check out Bigglestine and Rudzik. Bigglestine, a regular for sure. Rudzik, this might be the first time he's been in one of these tournaments. So let's jump into that one. Jump into a different bracket. I believe we're going to mid on this one.
So, Bigglestine's bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Down in the bottom bracket.
Perfect. Chinese and interesting.
Yes, we'll get that on the screen in just a second here while we wait to load in. And there it is. We'll bring it live. We're here kicking off RE number 91. Taking a look right now, we got Bigglestine and Rudzik. Bigglestine in the green as the Chinese at the top of the map here. And on the southern side, we got Rudzik 24 as the Malians. China and Mali. You know, I haven't seen a lot of China over the past couple of seasons. It feels like Zushi sort of took the wind out of their sails for a bit. It's starting to come back into favor. How do you feel about China and Mali here?
It's an interesting one because they're both kind of slow starters. Obviously, Chinese, they usually go for like the Song Dynasty, which takes a little bit of extra time. Malians are going for their pit mines and stuff like that. So it's usually against both of these, whoever's a fast aggressor is usually pretty good. But because they're both going to take a bit of time to set up, it really depends on who sort of takes the initiative, I think. It's because like you say, if it was Zushi, they can really get out of the gate much quicker than China. So it's this one's going to be interesting, and obviously Lipany famous for its crazy spawns that could potentially go against the Malians depending on how they play it, because obviously they rely very heavily on placement of the gold veins and stuff like that. So yeah, it's going to be a tricky one for them, I think.
Yeah, let's take a look where those gold veins are for the Malians. We do see that safe first pit mine in the back here. But looks like all the other gold veins pretty far forward and exposed for the Malians here.
Yeah, and really central as well. Those two right in the middle, basically by the sacred sites. That's really not a great position. Luckily, none of them are blocked by any random cliffs, which is always nice. But there are a couple of sneaky ones down the side. So if they can maybe hide somewhere and wall them in, that potentially could be a play, because with those cliffs along that south side, it's maybe give them the room to wall it in and contain it a little bit, because if you can stop them getting in there and pressuring, it really gets that boom going. So whereas China's going to do China things and sit around their main TC, so yeah, I don't think they're going to be too worried exactly where the placement of those resources are, at least at this stage.
Oh yeah, a lot of resources in the back of China's base there. You see a couple of deer packs, stone, gold. We do see Monster Quarry coming out now for Rudzik.
Those resources, as soon as I saw that spawn at the back with the relic and stuff, it's asking for a TC by that deer. You got deer, you got berries, gold, and stone. And there's also another gold just a bit forward of that as well. It's almost asking for it, but it's whether he goes for that and slows down that early aggression or what Bigglestine's trying to do.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if it's more of an early aggro play versus your standard Song Dynasty 2TC play. Imperial Academy on the way right now, though, for Bigglestine. So he'll be in
Pretty
feudal
decent position, I
fairly
think.
soon. Yeah,
Because obviously with that one, you want to get all your gathering points and production buildings and stuff. So I wouldn't say there's really a better place for that one. So it's China's also really tough because of the base building. I think Malians is much easier in that regard because apart from lining up your ranches, if you're going for the cow boom, it's basically just put stuff around pits. But China obviously is a little bit more important where you put stuff and getting the taxes and all of that. So it's yeah, putting those things in the right place I think is quite tricky.
yeah, for sure. Definitely a little more thought needs to go into the placement of China's base here. Rudzik hitting feudal. We'll see what his initial plans are. We do see that initial mill coming down. So those
And he's
early cows.
moved that onto the gold as well. He's got what was 6 villagers over there now just starting to mine, so going quite heavily into that pretty early on.
And it is going to be a Song Dynasty play here. Do you see Barbican coming up to protect the deer and the berries in that market in the back of the
What do
Chinese
you think
base?
of that placement?
You know, I think he could have gone a little bit more aggressive in this area that you were talking about to potentially secure that second TC over here. I think the
Like
Barbican.
between the gold and the stone potentially over there, because then you could wall off from the gold vein to the cliff. Or yeah, that's yeah. Also, he could have been maybe a little bit greedy, but actually trying to block one of those front golds for the Malians as well. If the Barbican was down there, and that would really make Rudzig's time a little bit more difficult. Not quite a toxic Barbican drop, but you know, you denying some of those gold veins could really work. But looking at the Malian's base, he's getting all that beef going in those ranches, so his food's going to start picking up nice and quickly. I think there's 4 cows so far.
Yep, see that 4th cow trotting his way over to that established ranch. So both players settling in for a boom-oriented game. Man, it would have been fun to see the Barbican on one of these forward golds. We did see an amazing Barbican rush on Continental a few weeks ago against an HRE player. That was absolutely devastating. Not a tactic I've seen that much, though, since the earlier days. Do have the first couple of units, though, coming in for both players. We got a sofa coming out of the stable for Malians. And we had a Jugnu for a second for Bigglestine. Just wanted to get that IO over there to start supervising. Really increase the production on there.
Yeah, so it's going to have to be really careful getting those Jugunu out, especially while they're streaming over. Because once they get the mass, they can take out pretty much anything. But the sofa being heavy, that's going to be difficult to deal with for those guys. Anything heavy, Jugunu don't really like. So I think that's going to be a bit tricky. And also, it doesn't look like Bigglestine's going for stone. So it doesn't look like a second TC is coming unless he's going to shift one of the Imperial officials over there and gather it up with all the wood villagers at once. I've seen that a few times, trying to make the most of those Imperial officials and getting the taxes and the supervision from that.
Yeah, we do have a little scout skirmish on the outside of the Malians base. Rudzik now showing Sofa. Bigglestine knows the Sofa exists, and you can see him starting to move his Jugnus back home, looking to defend here. We do see a barracks coming out now for Bigglestine, getting those spears to counter the incoming Sofa.
I think those 2 Jugunu running back, I think at that point they should have carried on to the base and tried to get some of the wood villagers or just cause a little bit of trouble, because against those Sofa, I don't think they're going to do a huge amount. But idling the economy could have just put a little bit of a spanner in the Malians' plan, because that's the problem playing against the Malians. If you let them do what they want to do, they're just going to keep booming and booming and booming. It's you know, it's a bit like Ottomans with military schools. As soon as they get everything set up, then they're laughing. So you've got to kind of disrupt them in some way. It's
Yeah, especially in, you know, bottom bracket here. Just a little bit of pressure applied to your opponent can throw them off pretty immensely. You start taxing your opponent's APM, and these gold, these low plat players can get shaken up pretty easily.
exactly. And if those couple of Chiganu were sort of floating around the wood line, Rudzig, who it looks like he's just about to place his second pit on the forward gold, just by the sort of central sacred site, I guess. That one, he maybe would have been a little bit more reserved and gone for a slightly further away gold vein or something like that. So it's, you know, the units are coming now, so he's going to have to be quite careful that he doesn't take some damage at that front now, because it's super exposed.
Yeah, those spears running in, not going to commit to disrupt right now. We do see Sofa coming around, trying to pick off the Zhugnu as they come out, and spears coming in though. Deal some damage there, protect the Zhugs. Good placement, good micro from Bigglestine to get those spears on top of the Sofa, and Bigglestine's going to clean up here. Now Rudzig has no army as he goes to castle with the Grand Fulani Corral, but he's got Bigglestine's army bearing down on that forward pit mine.
Wow, that's a bold move going to Castle Age when you've seen those units. It's I guess once you've committed, you don't want to cancel it and go into other units. But the Malians don't really have the benefit that other civs do. That as soon as they hit Castle Age, they can just drop a knight and get rid of all the Jugganu. They don't have those heavy units to rely on. So they're going to have a little bit more trouble even in Castle Age defending against those units, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to take a little bit for those upgrades to come in on the Sofa. Bigglestine dropping a ram down, able to pick off 4 villagers with the Zhugs, trying to get those Vills who are building the Grand Fulani Corral. It's up. We'll see what Rudzig can do with it. We do see Jav throwers being added to the mix. Second stable coming out. But those are still just feudal Sofa to defend here.
Yeah, taking out those ranches with the cows in there, if they can actually take the cows down, that really hurts, because then you can't put another ranch down as well. So there we go. Now that's blocked. That's going to be really hurting that landmark that's all about those cows. So it's that's a good play. But Bigglestine's got to be really careful running under that TC, because if he starts losing this mass when the Castle Age javelins come out, then he's going to be in real trouble, because javelins love seeing Sugar do. They have an absolute field day. So once he gets enough of those javelins out, then Bigglestine's going to be very, very careful. But 7 villager kills so far, so pretty good. And obviously Bigglestine's in Song Dynasty, so his villagers now up to 44 against 27, and with 9 of them idle in the tower and the TC as well. So that's definitely helping his eco.
Yeah, Bigglestine in a very good spot here. I mean, great timing on having the rams. So Rudzig gets to castle with a corral, but Bigglestine's there in time to really prevent that landmark from getting a lot of benefit, and Rudzig is just kind of trickling in units to defend. Those Sofa being picked off pretty quickly. Only just 2, it seems, Jav throwers to defend, and 2 is not going to be enough against the Zhugnu, even with all of their ranged armor. The multiple bolts.
Defense, he's gonna have to be so careful not to lose any of those units, because he's only got a couple of javelins, and so he's got to be really careful to keep them alive. Otherwise, there's no way, because the Jugganu are just going to keep coming. It doesn't look like Bigglestine at the moment is looking like Castle Age, so I think he's making the right play of not rushing Castle Age, which you see a lot of people doing. You see that ping up of your opponent and everyone panics and re-macros for Castle, but I think staying in feudal actually is I think going to be the right play, as long as he doesn't let Rudzig mass up, because then the tables might turn.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Bigglestine is sitting on quite a cache of resources. Can't quite tell if he's not spending because he doesn't have the production, or if he is maybe trying to do a little half and half, create some units, but eventually get to castle.
Either. So he doesn't have any eco-techs at the moment, and nearly 1,500 gold. So it looked like he was super heavy on gold. He had about 15 at one point, and then he shifted really heavily onto food. So I think he's the taxes have started to pay off, and he's decided he can just go heavy on food. But
well,
yeah,
there is the castle play, astronomical clock tower. Coming out for Bigglestine, you take a look at the difference in units here. 42 to 10. Rudzik is gonna be in trouble on this defense here. Couple of rams in the mix for Bigglestine. That army sweeping around the backside, doing a good job picking off some of those reinforcements.
I think it's a bit bold to take this engagement, especially with the spears. Javelins are great, but not against spears very well. They don't get that bonus damage against light infantry, so you probably needed some archers, I guess, against the spears if you're going to go for that. But the once you've got 20 Chuganu, it's difficult whichever units I think you make. It's
a very foreboding mass for sure.
And the castle upgrades for the veteran upgrades for spears and Chuganu are just about to come in about 30 seconds, and so then these guys are just going to get even stronger. So yeah, Rudzik needs to be really careful to make sure he keeps his units away and just masses up for one final defense, I think, because yeah, if he keeps streaming the units over into them, he's just not going to have enough to defend, I think.
Yeah, and he's aware of it. He calls GG there. So Bigglestine taking game 1 in the first round here over Rudzik in our bottom bracket here. And with a 15-minute long game length, I think we can jump into another Lipany game here.
Let's do it.
All right. Yeah.
I love this map. I know that some of the spawns are just absolutely insane, but it's one of those maps. I think it's the first one where it actually sort of taught me you really have to scout, and I know you obviously have to scout in every map, but because the map spawn is so random, you really have to figure out where the resources are, where the cliffs are. In a game I played recently, one of the sacred sites was actually completely closed in by cliffs and 2 wood lines, and so it's like suddenly you're like, okay, sacred site's not even an option in this match. So it's like you can't just go, oh, it's dry Arabia, so stuff's going to be spread out fairly evenly, and I can do what I want. You kind of have to be a bit more careful. So it's doesn't always work in my favor, but I love it.
No, I'm with you. I'm a fan of Lipany as well for those reasons. It does feel like out of all the base maps in the game, it really has more of that random generation in like, okay, you do need to know like where the cliffs are. How is this match going to play out with this setup of resources and cliffs?
Exactly. It's when you play on Golden Pit, you basically know where everything's going to be, and you can, within a certain margin of error, wherever you spawn, you know where your opponent is, and so it's kind of mechanical almost. With Lipany, you might just arrive with a cliff right in front of your base, and you have no idea where to go. So it's that's cool.
Yeah, a lot more dynamic games for sure. Taking a look now, bottom bracket looks like it's just about to finish up. We've got CapriColt and Zork still fighting. We did see Bigglestine take the W, and WilliamWolfe, aka Leviathan, getting the win over Bulgy. Chivo just hanging around with his bye this round. Let's see what's going on in the middle bracket, if we've got any games still going on Lipany. And it looks like every single game is still in progress. So I'll send you a group invite in the game, and we'll jump over to middle bracket round 1 here. And we will find us a game to cast very soon. So I'm taking a look through here. I do see Tmog85 is in game. He's been a regular here. He's facing off against TheNavneet. Also a regular face in Lel, as well as, I remember from a while back, big poster in the Griabara.
Yeah, that's one of the names I recognized when I was looking through the listings. I've seen quite a few of his ones.
Well, it looks like we will have two different civs in our middle bracket here on Lipany.
Nice. Interesting. Our favourites, I think.
Yes. Yep. We will let that load up, though, and we'll bring it into the action. And it looks like, oh, just finished loading up. So without any further ado, let's jump into it. We're taking a look right now in the green on the south side of the map. TheNavneet as the Abbasid Dynasty facing off against Tmog as the Byzantines in, of course, the purple.
Exactly. The standard colours. It's I would say you have to, but I always play yellow, so it's just to confuse people who think it might be HRE that we're playing. But the first thing I notice as a Byzantine player is the market that is literally in Tmog's base. It's unfortunately he's not done very well with the random spawn of the mercs. He's got the Chuganu war elephants. So yeah, not my favorite, but you know, having the market there does give you that 50% production boost to your merc houses, and it stacks with your cisterns as well. So if he's clever with where he puts his second cistern, he'll be able to get mercs out really quick, whichever contract he goes for. So that's definitely going to work in his favor, I think.
Yeah, and I know it's a meme, but it would be so amazing if Tmog wanted to go the route with the Cistern of the First Hill, the Hippodrome, get some gulping elephants out onto the field.
Yeah, I since the most recent change to Pro Scouts, I've been doing a bit of Pro Scouts, Hippodrome, to Frat Gulp, and it's really fun. It's yeah, and also looking at what he's doing at the moment, he is on berries, a berry opener, which usually would suggest that he's probably thinking about the Hippodrome. So it might be that he saw elephants and he decided that's where he was going to go. Triumph Gulp War Elephants is you know, that's a pretty fun one.
Yeah, I am hoping that is where he decides to take this. As we watch his scout circle around his base right here. Taking a look at the scouting
as
pattern
an
for
Abbasid
now.
main, what would you do as the Abbasid in this particular matchup? Obviously, you play them quite a bit these days, so but they're super flexible with all the wings. What would you go for?
Yeah, well, I really like the aggressive style as the Abbasid. I'd be looking at these berries now. He's dropped a mill, but you know, typically I'm seeing forward berries and I'm going military wing, just pressure those berries immediately. But that's not going to be the case. I just still really like the military wing open. That tempo that you get for those 4 units on the field just feels so good. And you can then sort of choose when you're going to drop your second TC, if you're going to drop a second TC. A little delayed second TC can always help you catch back up in eco. Fresh foodstuffs, one of the best techs in the game. But we do have economic wing coming out for TheNavneet, so it is going to be a much more eco-focused opening here. And we do have the Hippodrome.
That new change to the eco wing, I've seen a lot of people talking about how now people are going back to 3 TC Abbasid because you can get the third TC down super quickly. So it might be actually that Tmog is kind of thinking along those lines, and that's why he's going Hippodrome, because Winery is great. It's in terms of the eco, it's way stronger and it goes way later into the game. But with Hippodrome, you can just get those horses out quickly and do, you know, quite a bit of decent damage, especially if you pop Triumph at the right minute. You can really stop them in their tracks. And without military wing as well, you're not going to have those couple of units standing around to push the horses away either. So that's, you know, pretty dangerous. But it's looking like the Hippodrome, though, the positioning, I would have loved to have seen it on the actual cistern, because I don't think it's actually going to be in range. If you can see from his vision, it's not going to be in range for that production buff, so the horses are going to be that little bit slower as well. So yes, the Byzantines, the system placement is something that's really super important.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. He's going up with 2 on the Hippodrome. Now, I'm not a Byzantine main. Is there a reason why you'd plan to collect a little bit more resources before you hit feudal, and just go up with 2 on the hippodrome here?
Not usually. So usually, because he's pulled off the gold as well, which normally at the moment the kind of classic is 3 left on gold, and then you can get your wheelbarrow in as soon as you hit feudal age. But normally you'd age up with 4. Sometimes I see people doing 3 if they're against someone like English and they need to get down a Merc house and another production building. But he's already going for hippodrome, so he doesn't need a production building because he's got one. If he was going winery, it would kind of make sense he wants those resources. So he's almost got 500 wood at the moment, which is enough for 3 production buildings. So that's sort of not quite sure what he's planning with all that wood at the moment, unless yeah, he's going to just drop a ton of production and try and really just pump out units. But Hippodrome's literally about to click, and this is where it's, see, 540. That's quite a slow timing there on the Hippodrome. So actually, that tempo that he's got from having a stable's potentially not going to pay off, as the TC's already just going down, or the first one at least is going down for TheNavneet in a really nice spot actually.
Yeah, he's got the ability to wall this off pretty easily with the wood lines around it, dropping it right in the middle of the deer. Has the berries nearby, that wood line, another giant stone vein, as well as another gold mine that's not too far away. And like you were saying, with that delay in that hippodrome coming out, that's just allowing TheNavneet to completely naked 2TC. And I know with the Fertile Crescent update, it's pretty easy to go naked 2TC regardless, but there was no initial pressure from T-Mog there. Although we do see a horseman and a scout circling the Abbasid base, looking for targets, and it looks like they're going to hit the gold mine here.
And he's got Trapezoites as well, so that's giving him that extra 2 damage per hit, and you'll see the 20 gold pop up as well, so he just gets that extra from doing that. But you can see that he's got his Hippodrome rally just in front of that gold vein, so actually it doesn't look like he knows that the TC's down, or if he does, he isn't going down there to pressure it. And with fresh foodstuffs and he's on deer, that's just going to give him infinite food if he's not careful. So yeah, but he's also gone for his Merc contract, so he's gone for the longbows. And where is it? So yeah, so he's got it on the cistern at the front. I think the straight aqueduct is always nice. Just loving the base building, the Sim City of it all. But it's definitely, it's one of those things, making sure you put things in the optimal position. Like if that Merc house was by the market as well, you'd probably cut another 10-15 seconds off those longbows, which in this kind of matchup where you need to put pressure on, it's would be really helpful.
Absolutely. T-Mog still continuing to circle around the Abbasid base. He is going to find that second TC that he's been looking for. But TheNavneet's got a pretty good defense on that gold mine right now. And it
one
looks
of those horses
like
just getting pulled in as well, so he's just lost T-Mog's just lost one of his horses to those spears by the gold vein as well. So
yeah, and as that's going on, T-Mog able to get another pick on a TheNavneet villager on that second TC. Those horsemen are just going to hang out. There's not enough room in the second TC for all the villagers to run and hide. So the horsemen gonna start collecting their gold bounties. But T-Mog not able to commit to just one villager here. Now finally getting a second one. A lot of injured villagers, but with 2 down, T-Mog is going to run away here. Little idle time on that second TC.
that was probably a little bit too greedy, I think, with the... obviously, he's got the Triumph, which when he uses that will actually heal up that guy a little bit, but... I think in this case you definitely want to be keeping them alive, but and as we say that, the Triumph's popped and he's back on that TC again, trying to cause some more damage. So I think almost another one down. There we go, and he's now there's 2 running back to the main base, so those guys are yeah, gonna get caught out in the open, I think.
Yeah, and T-Mog doing a good job to pick off villagers, not letting that eco count run away. Able to get those longbows in at this point, able to deal with the spears that the Abbasid are putting out. And he's going to clean those up.
Blacksmith. He's getting T-Mog's getting Steeled Arrow as well, so that's going to be really helpful. That's just going to give him that extra bit of a punch to get rid of those spears. And so now NavNeet's going to have to be really careful to make sure he keeps those spears alive, otherwise the horse mass is going to start going crazy. There we go, and he's even by his second TC, he's trying to drop another barracks as well to get some more units out to defend. But oh no, the longbows.
Yeah, good switch into horsemen to really pressure those longbows. Spear cleans up another of the Byzantine horsemen. All the longbows are going to go down. NavNeet's going to hold. He's lost 8 Vils, though, and that's looking at just shy of 200 gold in bounty for the Byzantines there.
Yeah, it's I think in this matchup as well, the Hippodrome is good for that early pressure, but I think the longer the game goes on, it's because Abbasid's got access to camels, so obviously they can debuff all the cavalry as well. Their spears are amazing. It's you've got to be so careful how you play it and making sure your ranged survives, because if you can't get rid of those spears and the camels that eventually come out, then your horses aren't going to be able to do as much damage as you like. But it looks like T-Mog's going to keep trying.
Yeah, able to pick off 3 more Vils on the way through. NavNeet not calling them home. There it is, but another surround on the Vils. And yeah, NavNeet keeping some Vils exposed. Those two able to make it back, but a few more Vil picks for T-Mog. Up to 13 at this point. I've seen T-Mog mining stone. So I'm assuming he's looking for a second TC of his own. He's done a great job to keep the eco count even.
And he's not worried about going out on external resources either. So he's out on the deer on the sort of the east side, and he's also on the berries, which, as you predicted, TC being dropped on those berries by the relic on the north corner. So it's he's going to be able to sort of maintain that villager count now. So the passive stone from the Byzantines also really helps getting those TCs down if you do decide to go for it. But NavNeet's putting all of his eco techs in now, so that's going to make a big difference when you look at the overall resources, I think. So T-Mog's going to have to make sure he starts dropping some cisterns and making sure he's playing to those Byzantine strengths, because once you get that level 5 cistern, your eco, you've basically got a mini Archon on your whole base, so it gets pretty crazy.
Yeah, we do see that third cistern coming out, continuing with those straight line aqueducts. Looking very clean in the Byzantine base here. Both players sitting on a big stack of gold here. Do you see Nav, all of his eco techs just coming in now. No blacksmith techs yet. We'll see if he opts for a blacksmith at some point soon. He needs to figure out what to do with all that gold in the feudal age here.
And NavNeet's going and walling up all the way across the side of his base now to stop all of those raids circling around. So I think also probably doing the other side of his base, so it's he's forcing the fight right out by that gold vein, and the tower would be good, because the Byzantine numbers are really starting to stack up quite a bit.
Yeah, Nav just lost a few horsemen, sending him to the Byzantine base, maybe trying to get some counter raid damage in there, but T-Mog was prepared. He's got the Limitani as well in his army comp now. Was able to shred quite a few of those horsemen, prevent any damage really from being done, and has chased Nav all the way back to his base.
And looking at T-Mog, what he's doing at home, but he's so heavily on the deer, it makes me think he might be trying to push his way up to castle now, because he's he's not going for the berries to try and get more mercenaries out. His oil is sort of about 100 per minute, so that's going to take a few more minutes before he gets any more longbows coming. So it does make me think he might be a little bit worried about the Abbasid castle age, and he's trying to get himself up there as quickly as he can. And it looks like he's also pulled off gold himself, so he's just about got enough for castle age after getting siege engineering just popped in. So he might be trying to bank that up while keeping the production on both TCs.
Yeah. Good call with the siege engineering, able to actually take a fight into the Abbasid base. Although army count is just about to equalize, TheNavneet able to rebuild here, and he's going up to castle right now with the military wing.
It's and that I think is the thing that's really scary as Byzantine, knowing that there's potentially composite bows. You've got boot camp. It's a really tough one, and Abbasid also get that bonus of building siege in the field. So he's got enough infantry that he can literally just walk up to Timog's base, drop a mangonel, and just ruin his day. So and especially with him being so heavy into infantry as well, he's going to have to be really careful of that siege, which Abbasid can get into so much more easily. And if he had the contract with the Keshiks, then you get Ghulams, which also get that ability as well as mercenaries. So that's always a nice little trick. He could have done as the Byzantines, but with longbows, it's just going to be longbow Landsknecht. And he's actually got enough to age up now. He's just got over the food count, and he's also dropped some groves in his base as well. So that's going to be up. And you asked for it, Beale. Landmark coming up, Cistern of the First Hill. So we're going to be seeing some gulp. He might. Oh no, he's just queued some longbows. I was hoping that we'd see that oil stacking up and then maybe see a war elephant coming. But I think when you've got the hippodrome going for cataphracts, is generally a pretty good idea. But against 21 spears, I would be a little bit nervous myself. So I think Timog's going to have to be really careful to think about how he's going to deal with that Abbasid infantry, because at the moment he's heavy in horse limitanei, so it could go against him with the extra range those guys get.
Certainly could. Nav hitting castle here, trying to repel those horsemen that are making a play to break down that wall. TheNavneet doing a good job keeping those vills out, keeping the repairs going on the wall. Timog looking for another angle in, but TheNavneet's coming around with all of his spears. But as he moves his spears out of position, Timog's coming into the main base with a pretty decent army himself.
Oh, and the horses are being pulled, and they've got really caught on those limitanei. That's really bad. And then if the archers do too much damage, he can just chuck the shield wall on, and then he's going to be having a really good time. But that pull round on the longbows is also pretty good there from TheNavneet. But like we say, you see the camel there, and so all the horses starting to look a little bit sick now with that debuff, and that's one of the things you really don't want to be happening.
Enough limitanei to really just take care of those camels. You can see them getting caught out on the north side there. TheNavneet's big spear army now able to join the fight. So TheNavneet held on. I think adding those Ghulam in really helped him out. That timing, being able to get them on the field where the Byzantines really didn't have much to counter those Ghulams, as they weren't quite in castle age yet. So Nav holds.
And the Byzantines have basically nothing. If they don't go for Keshiks, they don't have anything that can really deal with armoured units in feudal, and because he's still sort of got that feudal army, the only thing he's got really is horses, but against all those Abbasid spears, they just didn't stick around for too long, and now his army is sort of out of position and separated, so that's going to be quite a big pickup for TheNavneet there, I think.
Yeah, that little pocket of army just a little too far forward. Easy picks for TheNavneet there. Gonna chase him back into the Byzantine base. Cataphracts coming out to try to do something here. But there are so many Abbasid spears. Cataphracts can't do much. They're getting shredded on that front line. And Ghulam's also in the mix to just pick off any of the Byzantine Limitani. And Timog now in a real tricky spot with only 6 military on the field.
And none of those units are using the cistern, the gulp that's sort of stacking up. You can see he's got 6 now. On the landmark, it does have that auto button, which Askeladd has mentioned in the chat. It's you definitely want to be sticking that auto on unless you've got that sort of insane micro where you can select every unit and use it individually. Because then once they go below the threshold, then they are able to get that auto heal up, and it does keep your units alive that much longer.
Yeah, but at this point, T-Mog with just no army, see those cataphracts in the queue, but they're just not going to be able to do much of anything against the Abbasid army here. Do you see those camel archers? So even if those cataphracts hit the field, they'll be debuffed. T-Mog knows what's up at this point. He taps out, and game 1 in the middle bracket, going to TheNavneet.
Yeah, it's so interesting in a game like that where it can just switch because for the damage that T-Mog was doing to the base, but just losing that big mass of his army in that one big fight just massively swung it the other way. It's sort of when you see the military graph just after they hit castle, as soon as his units went down, it was just completely turned the other way.
Yeah, getting to castle when TheNavneet did was huge to add those Gulam to the mix. On that fight outside of his base. And yeah, I've got the military count on the screen right now. You can see TheNavneet dipping quite a bit after he hits castle, but able to hold on and stabilize. And T-Mog's army just kind of falls off a cliff as the game goes on.
Exactly, but looking at the villager graph, actually, I think T-Mog did a really great job of keeping up because the damage he was doing basically stopped TheNavneet's line just shooting through the roof, and then actually he basically sort of kept just a few villagers below him and for the entirety of that game, which actually, against that sort of early TC drop, considering the difference when the TCs were dropped, I think that actually worked really well for him because if he'd have just stayed on one TC, I think he would have been out ecoed massively by that point. So it's definitely a good idea to drop that one.
Yeah, T-Mog looking very, very strong through early and mid feudal for sure. I think he was at the point where there's like 12 Vil picks by like the 10-minute mark. But just the army comp coming out from the Abbasids, enough to just shred T-Mog's army and prevent him from defending on the counter push. That's the story of the game right there.
Exactly. And it's but an interesting play going Hippodrome against Abbasid. It's yeah, I've tried it a couple of times and it's not my favorite choice as everything that they have that counters horses yeah, is really strong. So it's I think it was a good one, but making sure the buildings are in the right place and like with T-Mog, his blacksmith was with all of his production, so that also puts that extra APM requirement on him to be switching the systems to get the buff and stuff like that. So it's yeah, making sure you're making the most of all of those bonuses for Byzantines, I think, is much trickier than Abbasid because Abbasid you click it and it's all good to go, and then and then you print your units and you're loving life. Whereas switching all of the toggles and the abilities and stuff, it's can be super powerful, but it's you've got to really keep track of what you're doing with everything.
Yeah, definitely a lot more involved than Abbasid Eco of just spam cheap villagers.
Yeah, exactly. Or just boot camp super health gulams, and then you're pretty good for a while. So it's yeah, but I think expecting the infantry as he was already heavy into spears, it's something I always find quite challenging. But watching it like that, you could see the heavy infantry. So having those archery ranges ready to make crossbows or to make archers and have a ranged mass to combat them, it's sort of predicting what they're going to do. That's the really tricky bit. It's yeah, and obviously we have the luck that we can see the whole map and how it's playing out as it's going. But when you see a thing that says 20 spears, I'm thinking maybe some archers would be pretty good right now.
For sure. Yeah, it is. It's much easier to play this game with God vision compared to actually being in the fog of war and not being 100% on what your opponent's army composition looks like. Just another Another reason why scouting is so important here. Well, we are going to move on to round 2. We're going to Frisian Marshes next. And we've got a bunch of upper bracket games currently underway. Taking a look, we got Yonko Soars, which I don't believe I've ever casted him before, against AntiRaider. A big regular here in Lel. Let me just make sure I can find their game. There it is. Let's jump into round 2 here. Upper bracket Frisian Marshes in just 1 second. Oop. And I think I lost you trying to jump into this.
Yeah, it says it's on a different modded map, and I downloaded every Frisian Marshes that was on the list.
They're currently on EGC Frisian Marshes, so...
Okay, which...
Double check that one.
Yeah, that's the one I've got.
I wonder if they're playing with the Low Elo Legends rule set.
Okay, Askeladd there to save the day. It's could be because I downloaded the other one as well, so trying to be safe actually probably not worked in this case.
Oh, and Moketronics is asking about Red Darksider and Bagsy, and yes, they are currently in-game.
There we go. So I've only got the EGC one now. We should be good to go.
All right, and I just want to double check. Do you have rule set Low Elo Legends, the tuning pack?
No.
That may also be the conflict.
Trying to find it. Sorry, 1 second.
No worries. It should just be called Low Elo Legends.
Oh yeah, there we go. Perfect. So it's going. Yep, there we go. All good to go. So.
All right.
It's always such a streamlined experience viewing games. There we go.
Hey, we made it. I didn't hear you disconnect this time, so we are loading up here.
So, yeah. Makes me feel like when I'm trying to see the bounty when I'm viewing a game and switching between all of the different views. It's it's a good job we all love the game so much.
All right, well, let's jump into this. Loading up here, we've got Yonko Soars in the green as Delhi, and across the map from him in the teal, we got AntiRaider as the Mongols. So yeah, for those of you who don't know Frisian Marshes, it is a custom map that's been around for a long time, maybe I think as long as Lel has been a thing under the Rising Empire's umbrella. Both players, you can see, spawn on the same edge of the map here, just at different ends. In the middle of them, there's a big patch of stealth forest, although there's a big gap in this patch. Typically, this is a little bit more filled in, but there is potential for units to miss each other as they go towards each other's base if they're not scouted out. And then, if you draw a line from each player's base down, keep it going east and to the south, you can see a chain of small little ponds with shoreline fish going all the way down the map. And we got markets in both the corners here.
And it's because I haven't played this one, but it also looks like the sheep are super heavily spawned on that sort of top section above where all the ponds are. So it looks like AntiRaider's doing pretty well. He's already on 13 sheep against Yonko's 2. So and there's another like huge group of 4 sheep there, which if AntiRaider does it right, he's probably going to get a 50-50 split there actually. But so definitely looks like scouting on this one's important to make sure you don't get all of those sheep stolen by the Khan.
Yeah, for sure. That is another feature of this map. There are extra sheep spawned on here, similar to Prairie. And it does feel rough as a player on this map to only really get, let's see, 5 sheep currently, Yonkosaurs. AntiRaider just doing a very good job of that Khan to deny Yonko's scout from picking up sheep. We do see that AntiRaider is currently at 17 following the Khan.
And there's basically 4 also by his Uvu as well, so he's on like 21 sheep plus the sheep he's already got at home. So yeah, he's not particularly worried about food at the moment, I think. But we can also see he's also made some military, so we got some spears going over to I think just interrupt and Mongol doing Mongol things by the berries and the gold, which actually is a super good position for him to drop that, to try and prevent Yonko from doing what Delhi wants to do.
Yeah, great spot for the tower. We do see that villager just about catching up at this point. Yonko going up with Tower of Victory, but he's going to be bullied off of those berries, and will soon be bullied off the gold as well. See those villagers heading home at this point, and with Yonko not able to secure as many sheep as he'd like to, he could be in for some trouble here.
Yeah, and his second gold as well is spawned literally right next to that stealth forest as well, so he's going to have to be super careful. If that gold gets denied here, and then AntiRaider decides to just preemptively put a tower between those berries and that gold there, so he can't get those resources either, he's going to have real trouble getting any gold or any food without moving out onto the more exposed ponds as well. So I think spawn-wise, it looks like AntiRaider's definitely come out on top, especially being Mongols, where he can just shift his buildings to wherever the resources are if he needs to, whereas Delhi doesn't have that luxury.
Yeah, they certainly don't. And that tower is going to complete. So he's going to be shut off from those 2 resources for a little bit. Do you see AntiRaider able to burn down the mining camp? Going to collect a little bit of bounty there as well. We'll see where this villager goes. We'll see if AntiRaider's thinking about another tower on that gold up there, or if he's just going to take that villager and head home with a job well done with that tower.
I think Tower of the Victory for Yonko, I think, is definitely the right play, at least for this stage of the game with those spears and stuff, being able to get some units out, because really he wants to be taking out that tower and taking out the spears that are inside it. But he's got to be really careful, because depending on what AntiRaider decides to go into, the difference can be quite important. If he goes for archers against spears and AntiRaider just goes into Keshiks, it's... Against the Mongols, it's a really tricky one, because once they hit feudal, you kind of just have to see what they're making, because, yeah, if it's Mangadai Keshiks or anything else, it's something to worry about.
Yeah, a lot of options for the Mongols in feudal. One of those options is also dropping the silver tree, so a very classic, tower rush. Deny those resources, take up your opponent's time with dealing with the towers, and then going trade behind that. And this is a pretty good map to go for trade on. See, those markets are right in the corner. He's going to have a trade route that stretches right across the map.
And he basically doesn't even have to really move the silver tree if he doesn't want to, because it's almost at the edge of the map anyway. So he could literally basically just leave it where it is and just start printing those traders and getting that eco going. And while Yonko, if he focuses on that tower outside his base, then obviously the trade's going to start paying off and start bringing in that eco as well. So it's a difficult decision now where Yonko decides to pressure.
For sure, and with just 1 production building, just that range, he's not going to have the units to really deal with these both. He's dropping a barracks now for spears, but that initial scholar still staying home in that mosque for the time being. Gonna get those techs in just a little bit faster instead of pumping those units out.
Yeah, and because AntiRaider pulled him off that goal before he was able to get the additional 130, he hasn't been able to get that second scholar, which would have got all those all of those researches in that much quicker. And because now he's making units, he's going to be on one barracks on slow research speed. So he's not going to be getting all of those +1s as quickly as he could have done. Because often with the Delhi, you see them gathering that 130 for Tower of Victory and then pulling away anyway. But luckily for AntiRaider, he managed to do that like 35 gold shy. So he's going to be a bit stuck with that gold for a while now.
Yeah, going to be stuck with one scholar. Taking a look now at the Mongols' production here. We do see that stable starting to produce Keshik. And he's dropping, looks like, double range here. Potential for maybe Mangidai or just regular archers, depending on what Delhi puts out onto the field. Delhi with a second barracks on the way, going to anticipate those Keshik coming out. But with this slow-moving infantry, it will allow AntiRaider to take advantage of that trade.
Wow. Yonko's just dropped another couple of production buildings. He's now got 3 barracks, a range, and a stables. So I think that's a lot of wood to invest when with the amount of food that you're gathering up. Potentially another blacksmith would have been, I think, maybe my play in this one to try and get those extra techs in so that you can be hitting AntiRaider's units a little bit harder, because you need to be getting in his base or pressuring the trade, because those guys are already paying off and they're getting 74 gold per run. So that's pretty decent. The more they keep pumping out.
Yeah, great map for trade. We do see Mongols quite a bit on this map for just how well that silver tree can really pay off. But Yonko is taking a few units. Gonna start putting the pressure on the Mongols now. They do have an outpost on that gold. It's about to get arrow slits within the next 10 seconds or so. Meanwhile, a couple of Keshik looking to pressure the Delhi base. We'll see if they get any picks on the villagers on sheep. Yonko reacts, able to get those villagers in the TC. Will take out one Keshik. And here's the pressure now on the Mongolian outpost, but those infantry units just can't do anything to it. They're going to be forced to retreat back.
And he hasn't queued up siege engineering, so at the moment he's not going to be able to even build rams. So potentially, and all these researches now are like a minute and a half, so it's going to be really slow for him to get any of those. So maybe I'd have thought about trying to sneak some villagers onto some gold somewhere, even if it was like right in the center of the map, maybe where AntiRaider doesn't expect it, just to try and get some scholars for those techs, because he definitely wants to be getting those. And I think with the position of those 2 sacred sites in the middle, doing the Delhi play of trying to get those sacred sites, I'm not sure that's going to be able to pay off like it would on some other maps where it's not so easy to get them off it. So because there's not really any way you could wall up those sacred sites in an easy way really against the Mongols.
Yeah, very, very exposed locations here. Looks like Yonko is going to finally be able to take out that tower that's been just terrorizing that gold mine and those berries. Able to take it out, able to get those spears on the run, able to grab 3 of them. Will continue to chase, but AntiRaider's trade still in full swing here.
Yeah, 5 already out, or 6 out, and 2 more in queue. So that's his gold is going to really start picking up now. And it looks like Yonko followed those spears. AntiRaider dragged them down past the relic down to the edge of the map. So it looks like Yonko followed with all of his troops. So he's quite a way out of position. So it's definitely giving AntiRaider time to mass up and consider his options.
Yeah, and right now the option he's considering is mass archers, the couple of Keshik. See that there's 18 on the field for archers, 4 Keshik on the field. Yonko looking to pick up that first sacred site. See the walls coming down. Capture will come out soon. AntiRaider sending the Khan over to his death. Will scout it out and then die.
And And also with the sacred sites, you also get the ping on the map. So actually, scouting that out actually didn't give him any more information than he would have had. So and for the Mongols, that Khan is just so much more valuable than a normal scout with the abilities and stuff it gets. So yeah, losing that actually is a great little pickup for Yonko. Anything you can do at this stage to be hurting AntiRaider is good, but potentially this could be quite a clever play because he's actually going to force AntiRaider to fight where he wants to be rather than going for trade and then being in the Mongol base where AntiRaider can set up towers and stuff like that. So potentially this might force the fight in his favor if he doesn't get caught out of position.
And we will see what happens. We do see AntiRaider taking his mass down to the second sacred site, looking to pressure that. But as this is going on, two Ghazi Raiders into AntiRaider's trade line. They've picked up one trader already. There's a second. Couple of Keshiks in now to prevent any more economic damage. But good little play from Yonko. Just break off a couple of units, start harassing that trade, try to prevent the Mongols from spiraling out of control with that gold income.
Yeah, it's a difficult one in this matchup. The Mongols do really force you to kind of be everywhere all at once, in the same way they are. Because it's yeah, whenever I talk to anyone about how to handle them, it's yeah, defend your base, wall up towers, and kill their units, and have horses raiding their exposed resources all at the same time. So you can't really just sit with your standard game plan and hope the Mongols are going to let you have it. You've really got to try and pressure them as much as they're doing to you, which is, you know, very taxing for those of us that don't have 600 APM or
yeah. Yeah, it's such a good opening that the Mongols have to drop that tower, start with the aggression on you, and just sit back and let their trades start to pile in as you deal with their tower.
And yeah, it looks like we can see AntiRaider now preparing a little assault on the sacred site. So it's maybe investing quite heavily in that. He's obviously, you can see a ram now that's maybe going to be doing some clown car stuff with his archers. But with only one sacred site ticking, it's apart from the passive gold that he's getting, I don't know whether he needs to feel that much in trouble at this stage. It's I'd be more worried about making sure that my trade keeps going. And we can see he's also dropping some towers along, dotted in between those little wood lines and stuff. So that's going to be able to help keep those traders trading.
Yeah, AntiRaider doing a good job breaking off 3 of his own Keshik to just stay in the trade line and keep it defended as much as possible with those outposts coming out for vision to just know where the harassment's going to be. Gonna lose another trader here. Looks like right before he was able to complete that trade route. Half a tile or so away. But we do have a big engagement now at one of the sacred sites.
Oh, yeah, that's a shame. Though the archers, they circled around and they were just outside Yonko's vision as he walked over to the sacred site, and they just got caught behind that wall. And yeah, it looks like the composition for Yonko is maybe a little too heavy into spears and not enough into the Ghazi or into archers even, because once you're up against 37 archers, they basically shred everything. The damage they can do is crazy. So yeah, it looks like those units are going to have to retreat to make sure he doesn't lose that deli mass.
Yeah, those units will retreat. You do see AntiRaider looking to pressure that second sacred site, able to take out the Scholar just a second before he could capture it. So that will remain uncaptured, and Yonko reinforcing his Ghazi Raiders on the trade line there, able to do more harassment. Just saw him take out another Keshik. There are pings going off all across the map at this point.
Yeah, there's 5 Ghazi now that are going in the line. The scouts trying to take out one of the blueprints for a tower, which is obviously going to cost resources as well. So those 5 Ghazis are definitely going to put a stop to that. But also, Yonko's done a really nice job at switching his composition. He's gone really heavy into Ghazi and archers now, which I think is definitely the right play against that Mongol archer blob that's coming his way.
And that archer blob is gonna push in at this point. They right-click moved, so they were taking some damage from other archers on their way in. Spears, though, able to get in front, do some damage to the Ghazi Raiders, but there are so many of them that they're able to circle around, hit the archers on the backside. Yonko able to hold here, able to push the Mongols back, and AntiRaider also moved off of that sacred site just a little too soon. Wasn't able to decap it, got it almost all the way down, and then pushed out. So Yonko will continue to hold that sacred site, and now he's just picking off Mongolian archers as they try to retreat to safety.
Yeah, the Tower of Victory really coming in clutch there for Yonko with that extra attack speed. So the archers that he does have are really packing much more of a punch, and all of his military techs have come in now. So this is where, if you give Delhi long enough and all of their techs do come in, their eco really starts to pay off. If sort of if we compare the two, his food and his wood and gold income is all more than AntiRaider at this stage. So it's definitely looking pretty good for him with all of those techs finally in.
Yeah, and a big thing here I want to point out is just the discrepancy in eco units. I mean, Yonko's got 11 eco unit kills, but I believe those have just all been traders. So I think AntiRaider missing villager production quite a bit over the course of this game for there to be a 60 vil discrepancy.
Yeah, and when you also compare the difference in the eco techs as well, because obviously Delhi will also have their survival techniques, so they're out on the deer getting all of that extra food as well. So it's missing those villagers. If he'd had the trade, that would have maybe compensated for that. But yeah, obviously Yonko's doing a great job at keeping that trade at bay. Even to now, it looks like there are no traders on the field, so that's really not what you want to be seeing when you've gone for Silver Tree.
Yeah, and another push into that sacred site. See towers coming up, look like AntiRaider trying to defend it, but there are just so many units from Yonko there around that sacred site. They'll be able to clean up any defenses AntiRaider threw down.
Yeah, and I think AntiRaider's maybe being a bit greedy with some of these tower placements, and it's if they get denied like this and taken out, it's not a huge amount of resources, but when you've only got 74 wood in the bank, you really don't want to be losing any of that wood for outposts really. And it looks like Yonko is gonna try and solidify his position with Compound of the Defender that's been dropped in his base in a nice little cozy spot around all his production.
Yeah, like you said, Compound of the Defender coming out, and that's one of those things. We'll see what happens when that Castle Age notification comes in. AntiRaider down so much in eco and military, and soon to be down in tech as well. We'll see if it's the Castle Age into GG here. And AntiRaider's going to lose some more villagers. You can see a couple of them trying to take a boar, but there's no defense there. Ghazi Raider's able to jump in on that and just clean that up. AntiRaider in a lot of trouble.
The vision from the sacred site actually catches those villagers on the boar as well. So just because his scholar was there capping it, as soon as he capped it, he just got full vision on those villagers as they took the boar down. So he was quite easily able to go and grab that one as well.
Yeah, very, very rough for AntiRaider here. You see him trying to push off from that northern sacred site. The reinforcements from Yonko are just going to shut this down. You can see the little pincer coming in from the north, from the south. AntiRaider trying to sneak those archers away, but he continues to just lose military. And there's the GG. AntiRaider knows he's just in a completely losing situation here. And he taps out.
Yeah. The Yonko putting a stop to that trade, I think, was really the big difference in that, because it stopped that Mongol snowball from happening that we've all come across after the towers dropped on our gold. And it's usually once that trade starts kicking off, they get to Castle Age before you, and then the units start pumping and you're in a really tight spot. But it's being able to keep those down and then just continuing to get the sacred sites and just pressure, I think, definitely worked in his favor on that one.
Yeah, AntiRaider opening up with just a really, really strong tower drop in in a pretty amazing position. Yonko holding on, I think, in part just due to how many additional sheep are on this map. He was able to continue to just gather food under his TC. Didn't need those berries until he had a big enough army to push that tower down and recapture that territory. I'm taking a look at the villager count right now, and it is really rough for AntiRaider. It looks like potentially like a 6-7 minute stretch where he just did not produce villagers.
Yeah, and even when you look at the economy one, which will include traders, it's there's you can see where the raids on those traders just started to really hit, and it literally just goes off the other way. It's yeah, but I think that was the big difference I noticed in this one, that both of them had cavalry, but Yonko was able to really effectively use a small group of his to do that huge eco damage, whereas a couple of the Keshiks were going in to try and get Yonko's eco and trying to get them off resources and stuff, but he wasn't able to do that while he was doing the other stuff and putting the towers down, and so it's so Yonko's eco is basically unaffected, and he was out on the deer, really hoovering up all that food and able to just print a huge amount of units. Because I think by the end he probably had like 10 to 15 production buildings, so he was, ready to just keep printing basically.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you can see AntiRaider with a military lead throughout most of the game, but just takes a bad fight right around the 17-18 minute mark. Losing basically everything and just not able to remass because the economy wasn't there, because honestly he just forgot to build villagers for such a long time. And I think
Yeah.
it'd be fun if both of these players were able to make it to the semifinals and have a rematch, because I would love to see a rematch where AntiRaider keeps villager production up the entire time. I think this game would have gone on longer and would have been quite a bit more interesting in the middle if AntiRaider was able to just keep up military production as well.
Yeah, if the villagers were even and both players were raiding the eco at the same time, forcing those units to come back, with Yonko being able to basically just push his army in one big mass wherever he wanted, really. And then by the time that big fight happened, the the eco damage to the traders had already started taking off at a sort of, around the sort of 13-14 minute mark. So as soon as that big fight happened at like 17 minutes, he just had nothing left to get any more units out. So it's, yeah, that eco, it's amazing how much if you can't keep your eco going while you're doing all the other damage, it's, it can literally just throw the game at the end, or it's a tough one.
Yep. If you don't have the economy, you lose one big fight, and that'll seal the deal for you. Well,
Exactly.
we just saw round 2 for the upper bracket. We've been through all the brackets at this point. So I think we're gonna take just a quick 3-minute break. We'll get some water, maybe a quick bite to eat, but we'll be back in 3 minutes. Moving on to round 3. Oh, we're going to Safety Bay. I'm so excited for that. The biggest map for innuendos, I think, that we've ever seen. Just a nice shape of that the middle lake. Really
Yeah,
lends
I dread to
itself.
think what Sir Neville's would be calling that if he were here to give it one of his classic map names. So yeah, probably a little bit too early for that kind of naming, but yeah, the innuendos are coming, I think.
All right. Well, we'll be back in 3, so stay tuned. Hey, welcome back, everybody, to Low Elo Legends number 91, our 2-year anniversary. I'm Beale here with Amarath. We just saw the first 2 rounds of Swiss. We got 2 more rounds to go. We're going to Safety Bay next. We've seen a game from each of the brackets. So, Amarath, do you have any thoughts about which games potentially to cast next?
Well, I think Safety Bay is not a map I've played on, but I'd say maybe seeing how some of the top bracket guys handle that. I guess we've got is it fugueee and Hussein, or looks like they're in one, and they will be able to show us how they make the best of this hybrid map. And looks like Draxos and that are also just getting started. So maybe we head over to those guys.
All right, yeah. I'm taking a look right now. It does say that Hussein is not quite in game just yet. They're still in the process of setting it up. I think round 2 must have just finished up for the top bracket. But while our players start setting up their round 3 games, let's take a look at the standings so far across all of these brackets, starting with the top bracket here. So yeah, fugueee, that's going to be really hard over the course of the day. And Hossein, both with 2-0 records after 2 rounds. You see Mika Doman with his bye making him 2-0 as well. So those are our current leaders in the top bracket. In the middle bracket here, right now, we've got Meneas, Rising Empire's admin, going 2-0 so far. TheNavneet, who we casted earlier, as well, going undefeated. So those two should match up on Safety Bay. And on bottom bracket, our current standings have Bigglestine and Chivo with 2-0 records. Now, Chivo did receive a bye for one of those games. So let's see if Hossein has his game set up at this point to see the battle between our undefeated players here in the top bracket. And I'm scrolling through right now. He's still on browsing custom. So potentially...
What else have we got? We got, if we're going top guys, we've got, looks like Draxos and OpDVlaM. I don't know how to pronounce that name either. Or there's Moketronics and Bagsy. Looks like those guys should be in.
They're still all three of those sets.
Everyone
they're still matching. I can see them on my friends list. We got Mika Doman, who's online, Draxos in the lobby, Hossein also in the lobby. Well, I think we might pivot and jump into a mid-bracket game here, just because I'd like to keep this rolling, but we should have enough time to jump into an upper bracket game, just based on when they're starting. So I've got Sir Penguin here, and we can jump into his
against
match.
T-Mog.
Oh, against T-Mog. I didn't know who he was against. Shoot. Don't want to get him twice in a row. Hey, that Draxos OpDVlaM game has just kicked off. I see it now, so we can jump into that. I'll send you a group invite right now.
Right.
And let's
get into it. As long as I've got every tuning map downloaded, then we should be fine.
Well, it's nice. Safety Bay certainly just has one version, not featured in any other tournaments besides Low Elo Legends, because it is kind of gimmicky with its layout, as we'll all soon see. We've got OpDVlaM and Draxos going at it, two Rising Empires admins, so this will be a fun one, a little admin showdown for you. And we're just waiting for the observer delay to finish up. We got 20 seconds left before we go to Safety Bay.
So before we see the map, for people like me who haven't played it, how would you describe it in I guess 8 seconds?
Boulder Bay, if it was in the shape of something I probably can't say on this stream right now, but very similar to Boulder Bay, you just have that stretch of water similar to Holy Island.
Boulder Bay on a good day, maybe something like that.
Well, hey, we've got a game now. Opening up, taking a look at Draxos in the orange as Order of the Dragon. And across that bay there, we got OpDVlaM as the Japanese. I'm going to hit pause for just a sec. We're going to let that buffer a little bit. I know I'm getting a slight bit of lag here, so let it buffer for a couple of seconds. But as it buffers, we'll talk about the shape of this bay in the middle. It's got a nice fat midsection, little tip up here, little trade post at the tip, and you can see the base of it. Very similar to Holy Island. Even has that little island with a sacred site on it. If you enjoy how this map looks, someone's uploaded the cast that Howdies and I did for LEL number 69, which was a bunch of fun. But I'm going to unpause now, and we're going to get right into this game. Japanese, Order of the Dragon, 2 civs, known for water. And man, there is a lot of water on this map.
Yeah, because there's a lot of those deep sea fish as well. So it's not like one of the ones where you've got to be careful how many ships you get out overall, because you can really go crazy. And both guys going for their docks on the center, I guess, probably as close as they can get to each other, ready for when they start doing that feudal age contest to see who can keep all the fish for themselves.
Yeah, and I think the reason why it was named Safety Bay is unlike, a map such as Baltic with the giant lake in the middle with all those deep water fish. You can go two sides in Baltic. On this map, there's only really one way around, and I think you got this deep sea fish over here on the base, the water base outside of both players' home bases. If you lose the middle, you might be able to pivot a little bit out onto the edge. Uh, Drop a dock here, try to remass some navy, try to reclaim the middle. We'll see how it all shakes out.
And I guess with the Japanese being here as well, it's I imagine we might be seeing the other landmark, the one that you don't normally get to see in most games if you if you don't play a lot of hybrids. Because as good as the Cross Storehouse is, it's yeah, Shinobis on water do really pack a punch. So they've got that little extra option, which is quite nice for them. Whereas Order of the Dragon, I think it's probably just going to be standard for them, just booming up their eco as much as possible.
Yeah, for sure. Well, just one of those things, thinking about Shinobi on this map, they do have quite a bit of travel time if they're looking to disrupt a dock here. Just the way the mountain ranges are positioned as well. You really got to swing around to be able to get into your opponent's dock there. We'll see if that's what he goes for. Or maybe plays it a little safer with the Kura Storehouse. You still, you drop that Kura Storehouse a little closer to your TC. Start getting that passive wood income. That also helps out quite a bit on water. It's that additional income to make sure that you can build those naval ships for when that clash in the center eventually happens.
Yeah, because that's something I guess to take into account. If you actually block the majority of the farms, then you're going to be getting way better food eco from that. And I saw it a while ago. I think it was Faye actually dropped some tiny little wall segments so that she could actually choose where the farm's placed. But you could,
Ha!
actually, it looks like OpDVlaM's base. He could chuck it actually between the TC and the forge, and he'd block almost half of those farms if he really wanted to get that extra wood. Because once you're on water, I don't think you're going to need two or three extra farms, whereas the wood would be super helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really neat piece of tech by Faye to have those palisade walls that you can destroy if you do want the eventual farms there. Is neat. We do see Japanese dropping a second dock at this point. Let's take a look at what Draxos has scouted out so far. And we do see his scout hitting the back of OpDVlaM's TC, taking a little bit of arrow fire, but will scout out OpDVlaM's landmark here. Taking a look at the Koka Township. So we are going to have those Shinobi.
And maybe he might be considering potentially going for a transport ship. I know that probably sounds a bit crazy, but getting, two or three Shinobis in that ship and dropping it in a cheeky little spot by the mountain, and then popping into his base to get some of those dragon villagers, I think that could be quite devastating. But the main thing, I guess, is going to be fighting over that water, because if one person gets all those deep sea fish, that's going to be, yeah, not the best for the other person.
Yeah, very tricky to recover. It's certainly one of those hybrid maps with so much deep water fish that losing that source of food and conceding it to your opponent, it's very tricky to come back. But like you were saying, there are ways for Shinobi to come in over the water. This little stretch of water on this side of the map here, not a lot of vision on it. Not a lot of players are going to be fighting over that. They're going to be focused in the center. So a transport ship sneaking in through the bottom here may not be that bad of a play.
Yeah, because around the little where it goes into the small little access at the bottom of the the tip, let's call it. That's actually walkable around that edge. So actually, if you dropped a couple of shinobi by that gold vein on Draxos's backside there, you could blink into the woodline and do a huge amount of damage. But yeah, Draxos also went for a slow age up just with 2 villagers. They do build more quickly, but that is giving the Japanese time to get those warships out, which potentially could slow down that fishing eco a bit for him.
Yeah, already able to get that first archer ship over, putting the pressure on the fishing ships for Order of the Dragon. Do you see that that arrow ship able to take out a villager that was repairing a fishing ship? Gonna pick up a kill on that fishing ship very soon. Order of the Dragon about to have a springled ship on the map.
And
but
the junks getting the
OpDVlaM,
villagers on the gold as well. That's really not good because it's hitting 3 at a time there. That's if Draxos doesn't notice those, that's going to be a big. That's 2 villagers on the gold down. He's just about got those 3 low health away, but that's yeah, he's finally got his military ships out now. So he's got a galley and a hulk. So now the water fight really begins.
yeah, and great timing with the shinobi, because during all of that, OpDVlaM was able to get a shinobi out on one of those docks to disable it. And that's really going to slow down what Draxos can do. Demo ship, though, coming in, gonna connect. OpDVlaM's gonna have to retreat here. So Draxos does secure his fishing for the time being. But did take quite a bit of damage from the archer ship. Able to pick off 2 of those dragon bills. And those villagers are expensive and important. So that's a big pickup.
Yeah, and it looks like, looking at OpDVlaM's side, he's got his shinobi queued up, and he's actually got them rallied literally right next to Draxos's his dock. So basically, as soon as they pop out, they're just going to run all the way around the map to try and get straight over to that dock. So I think he's going to have to be really careful of those shinobi just literally running into Draxos's base and saying hello before they they manage to do anything.
Well, we do have an engagement on the water. Using that little stealth reef, hide some of the ships. OpDVlaM just careens right through, eats a demo ship with a couple of archer ships, so not a big amount of damage there. Able to pick off some of Draxos's navy. Not committing, though, to the entire fight just yet. Gonna back off. The few ships killed.
Yeah, I think it's playing that really well. Just going in, doing a bit of damage, getting those demo ships to make contact, and then pulling away before he takes any damage on his. So the warship mass on his side is definitely starting to get stronger and stronger. And the eco numbers also now 41 to OpDVlaM versus 30 for Draxos. That's starting to not look so good for Draxos at the moment. If that eco number doesn't start picking up, so maybe another dock. But we can see one of the little ninja guys just arriving in Draxos's base now, as his ships come in at the same time.
Oh, and he wasn't able to sabotage the dock. You can see him just take out the torch. So that dock is still going to continue production. The shinobi gets taken down, but OpDVlaM, just with a mass of naval units, able to get in there on the fishing ships that are desperately trying to repair that hulk. But so many fishing ships are going down for Draxos here. OpDVlaM going to retreat, but doing a lot of damage. 9 eco kills so
distraction, far. That shinobi distraction, maybe that was the 10-head play while Draxos's military ships are fighting the shinobi. The ships were coming in and destroying everything else. So maybe that was what he planned all along. As actually, there's the other shinobi is hiding up by the market at the top as well.
Oh my goodness! Draxos with only 3 springled ships going into OpDVlaM's base. OpDVlaM was able to connect with a demo, take out basically Draxos's navy with that immediately into a GG.
That was a bold push with for Draxos there. It's yeah, seeing those units that were in his base, I think pushing him with just a couple of those at that point was Yeah, bold moves from him.
Yeah, completely wiped out with no answer to that demo, and that demo was able to just get right into those sprinkled ships, delete them, and at that point, Draxos knew he was just too far behind. He was about to lose water, already lost a few villagers, and the Japanese were just going to run away with it.
Yeah, and also for Order of the Dragon, it's remembering that he lost, was it four or five villagers, but obviously they're worth a lot more. They take longer to produce, they're more expensive. So as well as losing the fishing eco, he lost a huge part of his eco, huger than even bigger than any other civ they'd be playing. So it's getting those couple of picks off early just hurts Order of the Dragon so much harder than anyone else as well. So yeah, they're definitely a really good pickup on that gold vein and the villager by the dock.
For sure, just very well played from OpDVlaM. Didn't commit to a fight that, like, he wasn't certain that he could win. Just able to go in with his ships, do some damage, prevent Draxos from massing up, retreat, just keep your navy advantage going throughout the game. And then when Draxos tried to counterattack, one demo ship was all it took to seal his fate.
That's, I think, the big thing you notice of, guys playing at this level. You can see the difference of the targeted engagements, pulling in and pulling out, and it's something I can say from my own gameplay doesn't always happen. Overcommitting when you've got the advantage, it's going great, you kill loads of eco, and then you just don't pull your units out because you're just trying to literally do every single bit of damage, and then you've got nothing left, and it's back to square one again. I think he did such a great job of just being really careful to keep those ships alive, and he never lost that mass, which just then at the end was obviously too much for Draxos to take out.
Yeah, I'm with you. I've certainly thrown my share of matches by just committing to that aggression a little too long and losing way more value in army than I've done in eco damage. But on that train of thought, we could jump into a bottom bracket game on
Let's do it.
Safety Bay here. We still have CapriColt and WilliamWolfe, aka Leviathan, going at it. So we'll see if that game is still in progress or if they've just wrapped up. Let me send you that invite real quick.
It's a super interesting map. Like I say, I've not played it, and I don't really do much of the water. But seeing the play on that, it's like you were saying, the distance between the two players really does force the water to be the main combat. You can't really or do both at the same time. It's a lot more tricky. And neither player went into cavalry that would be able to get round to the other base and disrupt. So it's yeah, it's definitely a different play style. It's really interesting to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I was unsure how much damage the shinobi would actually do with all that walking distance, but no, they're still very viable on that map. OpDVlaM doing a great job with his shinobi to disrupt that dock during the initial push so that Draxos couldn't initially mass up and then just kept his advantage throughout the rest of the game. But we do have another game for you. We've loaded it up, so let's get into it. We're going now to the bottom bracket. We got CapriColt, we got Leviathan back on Safety Bay, and we've got a Delhi mirror on water. Something that probably would have been unheard of a few patches ago before
Exactly.
Delhi got
Who's
the...
who? It's all about the deli water now. It's but it's yeah, it's interesting that change that was made so that if you place a dock down, you automatically get the transcript upgrade and you get your scholar in it. Definitely opens up more flexibility, and we can already see both of these guys not going for exactly the same build. So it's going to be interesting to see how their particular choice of scholar location is going to affect how the game moves on.
Yeah, very interesting to see CapriColt drop the mosque instead for his scholar. And seemingly just ignoring water altogether. You can see all those villagers on food and gold. Not going to make a play for the fish in the center. And especially at, lower levels here, it can pay off to just completely ignore water and use that timing to your advantage and catch your opponent before he's able to build up a military, able to really, spend those resources that the fishing ships are bringing in.
Exactly. And it's one of those things as well with Delhi, because they can put the scholar into their production buildings. If he goes for a super fast feudal age, drops the stables and starts printing Ghazi, those Ghazi are probably going to arrive maybe even before Leviathan starts thinking about his feudal age with getting those ships out and stuff. So it's the timing of when Leviathan hits feudal and CapriColt can actually do some damage. I think that's going to be the clincher of how the game moves on. Because if those Ghazi start arriving and doing eco damage before they're really set up, it still gives CapriColt the ability to drop a late dock for those military ships as well. So he's not completely restricted from going water now because he didn't do it at the beginning. So it's that potentially could work in his favor if he can do enough damage.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm taking a look now, looking for where WilliamWolfe's scout is, and just found it. So he's come around. He's seen that CapriColt has not dropped a dock at all yet. You see that scout is desperately looking like he's got to have a dock somewhere. It's a water map. Where can that dock be? He's not going to find anything. And you can see
he's missed the patch right at the tip by the market. And if he doesn't find this dock now, I bet he's going to go up to the market because he thinks that CapriColt's done some crazy proxy dock shenanigans by the market or something like that. But it's now his scout's going to be occupied for the next couple of minutes trying to figure out exactly where that dock is. But if he spots the feudal age, the landmark that's gone up, then he might realize actually that there isn't one. So this scout might actually be able to tell him in a few seconds.
Yep, just got in range there to scout out the Tower of Victory, and that should tell Leviathan that there is no dock on the field for CapriColt. And now that scout with all that sheep probably going to try to find his way home at this point.
Yeah. And at the moment it's one of those things that the eco's pretty even, so obviously fishing takes that extra time to pay off. You need to get all of those ships out and then they need to start delivering. So at the moment they're fairly even, but the longer this goes on, obviously the longer that fish is going to pay off. And Leviathan's already got six fishing ships dropping off, so that he's just going to keep pumping. But CapriColt hits feudal.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to come down to the timing of the attack. If CapriColt is able to do damage now, the fishing ships won't have paid off quite yet. And if he's able to actually get down there and burn the dock, it's so damaging to the other opponent who's invested all of that and delayed their feudal by so much. I'm taking a look around CapriColt's base, and I just don't see any production buildings yet, so I'm curious.
Oh no!
If
at the south of his base, CapriColt's dropping a dock. He's gone for it. He's gone for a dock now. No production. That's a strange move, going for the dock now. It's I was expecting the stables and thinking maybe the wood macro there was a little bit slow, expecting that to come, and then now the dock's going down sort of in a bit of a hidden position. So unless he's planning on doing something extra special with that, it's a strange one, I think, delaying it.
Yeah, I mean, I could see if this dock was put in the center, I could see that late dock just to get yourself up to feudal first, so you can be the first on the field with naval units. But that's not what CapriColt's doing either. He is going fishing.
And he's dropped both of his scholars into the dock for that, for I guess the extra research. But I think he thinks that having double scholars in there doubles the production speed on the fishing ships. I'm not sure that's how the garrison works in a dock. I think it's more about the research speed. So actually, that might be slowing down all of the other research for the rest of his research network as well. So yeah, that could actually be hurting him quite badly with all those techs.
It does look like it pays off a little bit. I think it does stack. I'm taking a look at the build times for both players on their fishing boats. CapriColt
Oh, it
able
does.
to
It cuts
churn
a
one
couple of
out.
seconds off. Yeah.
Yeah, in
4
seconds versus 25 seconds.
Yeah, it's I'd say at 4 seconds different at this stage when there's already 11 fishing ships out for Leviathan. It's a little bit slow, I think, for getting those out, but yeah, they're both in the feudal age now, so the fight for water, I think, is really going. But neither, not like the last game, there are actually no military ships coming, but Leviathan doesn't think he's on water. So he's
Right.
not going to try and deny water because why would he? There's no dock as far as he knows. So actually, scouting now, Leviathan doesn't know what CapriColt's doing.
Exactly, and that's why I was thinking, yeah, this dock that CapriColt's dropping now in the center. When your opponent scouted sees you don't have a dock, they think, okay, I'm safe to not build any navy. You can certainly punish them with that delayed dock and feudal age, but it's going to be too late because Leviathan is making both an archer and a springled ship right now.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like CapriColt has the resources just yet to get those going. So if those military ships come out before CapriColt's ready, then he's going to be in trouble. And he does have a stable now, so he's got a couple of Ghazi on the field, but they looks like they're trying to find some damage at the base, but they haven't found any just yet. Sort of floating around the top of Leviathan's base at this stage, but. And a scout trying to burn down a house
Yeah.
on the south side.
Some weird stuff going on.
If all else fails, just get a scout attacking a house, get that alert ping going off, and just try and just cause some confusion with your opponent. I think that's always the way to go. It's amazing how much just those little red pings and the flashing and the noise, it can actually just distract you when you're trying to do your thing.
Certainly, and I've run into the situation where that ping is so constant that when you do get attacked somewhere in your eco, like your brain may have tuned it out, just because you're so used to that going off over and over. But we do have a skirmish now in the middle of the water, a little springled on springled action here. CapriColt making the wise choice, bringing it back close to his dock, so that he can get that passive healing to eventually win this fight if Leviathan does not pull back with his springled ship.
And he's got CapriColt's got two docks on the bottom side, so he's now just hoping that if he can get those docks printing all of those fishing ships, that he's going to be able to catch up with that food eco. But if we can see what Leviathan's got in the bank, that's definitely looking like a huge amount of food that he's storing up now, because his fishing ships don't cost any, or cost very minimal compared to the amount that he's pulling in from his fishing ships. So yeah, that's a huge amount of food sitting there ready to be used by Leviathan.
Yeah, and he's got to start spending that soon, because CapriColt now on to 3 docks, able to match that fishing ship count at this point.
And yeah, Leviathan's also stacking up a huge amount of wood. He's got 31 villagers on wood at the moment, which obviously in a water map you need wood, but I think there's a limit where maybe getting some gold at this stage and thinking about a cheeky quick castle age could potentially be an interesting way of putting a stop to CapriColt's shenanigans.
For sure. I mean, yeah, with all that food in the bank, just pulling those units over off of wood for just a little bit, getting them onto gold, getting up to 600. Going for castle may be a good idea. CapriColt not getting any value with those Ghazi. You can see Leviathan with those spears in place, ready to just destroy any Ghazi that come in there. That battle is still taking place outside of CapriColt's dock. He's getting so much value from just the passive regeneration. But a demo ship connects, and that ends that skirmish.
Yeah, and for him as well, he's also got the 2 docks at the bottom, so if he decides to add in more military ships from the bottom, actually Leviathan may not see them coming and they could be caught out. But also the rally has sent a fishing ship right over to CapriColt's base as well, so it's not really what you want to be doing, sending one of your fishing ships over to to your enemy base for an archer to start shooting. But the Dow looks like he's that CapriColt's got out isn't going to last much longer.
Yeah, that's going to be taken out, and with the springled ship there, able to take out the archers that have been pressuring that fishing ship. Fishing ship seems like may have been brought in to heal at some point to counteract the healing from the dock, but it is being targeted and will go down. You see CapriColt now dropping an outpost, trying to defend this dock. I mean, with the fact that it seems like the entire naval battles over the course of this game have taken place underneath this dock, I think about naval arrow slits.
I was literally just about to say the same. Just 125 stone, and that would really put a stop to this. Also, because Leviathan doesn't know there are any docks out yet, so the all of those fishing ships, like a huge amount at the bottom. CapriColt actually dropping another one as well, so he's got 4 docks along that bottom side. So, and it looks like Leviathan has spent all that food, so he's not looking at a castle age just yet. He's got a load of archers and some Ghazis and spears as well, so it's potentially looking at pushing out across the map, but it's going to take a while for him to get there. And that wall, I think, is that's a very nervous wall placement, I'd say. Considering where the mountain placement is, he could have been way greedier with there being no other units on the field, and potentially even almost as far as the market in the centre and securing that whole half of his boot with all those resources for later. But yeah, he's definitely trying to secure that, whereas CapriColt basically put it exactly where I thought, straight down the middle, securing that one half. And you can use your archers, so you don't even need to send villagers as the deli, which is brilliant. And the sending your scholars to get those sacred sites to distract from the water fight, I definitely think is a great move there from CapriColt.
Yeah, did a good job to pull units. Was able to actually take that sacred site, even if just for a minute. But will force Leviathan to keep some units on that point, as CapriColt is able to wall off the middle. CapriColt also finally stabilizes outside of his dock. Do you see a couple naval units now chilling out there? Got one demo, got one springled ship, another springled ship in the works. CapriColt, though, at this point, 23 fishing ships versus just 11 from Leviathan. I think Leviathan has stopped his fishing ship production. He's only on 2 docks here.
He's got a third one on the bottom as well, but it looks like CapriColt's found it as well. He's literally just taken his military ships over there, and he's found that 3rd dock. So it's 3 docks against 5 at the moment for CapriColt. So his eco is really starting to go crazy with those 20-plus fishing ships.
Yeah, and Leviathan moving around to try to defend his dock on the south side, able to cut off some of CapriColt's reinforcements. And Leviathan with a giant navy here, if he continues to push, I mean, he can wipe out all of this fishing from CapriColt.
CapriColt needs to be really careful. If I were him, I'd literally be pulling those fishing ships as far up into the corner as possible, so they're less likely to get seen. I think, yeah, it's keeping them alive, I think, is definitely important at this stage. But the deli ships can shoot, so using them as a military in, you know, as a replacement for your military when you don't have one, I guess doing damage is better than no damage. So it's
yeah, as faint as that damage may be. I mean, CapriColt did get a good demo connect at one point there, but man, he is just losing so many fishing ships. He's down to 8. Meanwhile, as this is going on, he's going up to Castle with a House of Learning. So we'll see if there's a shift to land sometime soon.
And that fishing ship swing now, 8 left for CapriColt, and more of those probably going to be going down with Leviathan's troops going around. A demo ship just sailing straight past them, clearly on a rally point, and not just sailed straight past all of those low health ships. Could have got a really great connector on that corner, but didn't quite catch it at the right time. And there's a couple of ships burning down Leviathan's south dock, so that one may be going down shortly.
Yeah, there is a villager on repair. If CapriColt notices that, I can get a free villager pick here. Also doing a good job, though, of pressuring Leviathan's fishing eco at home. You can see that dock near the center, fishing ships around it are just taking damage, not doing anything back, not retreating, just kind of content to die.
Yeah, Leviathan, I think he's until literally just a second ago, he's forgotten about all of those ships that he had at the bottom. So now he's shifting all of those round to take the fight. I'm gonna catch these CapriColt units out. But yeah, the damage he's done on that fishing eco, it's both guys are taking out a huge amount. But we can see all of those castle techs coming in for CapriColt. This is where now it's going to be really dangerous. I think that if he gets all those House of Learning techs, then he's going to have some great little buffs going on.
Yep, but now is the time for Leviathan to strike. He's decapping the other sacred sites, so CapriColt is down to 0 and is just spamming rams outside of CapriColt's base. You can see those walls coming in, looking to defend that stone. CapriColt trying to mass up some units at home. We do see the men-at-arms coming into the mix here, which Leviathan doesn't have a big answer for. The Ghazis do some extra damage, and with enough of them, they'll certainly be effective. But hey, look at that. We got a tower elephant.
Which is always good to see. The elephants amazingly tanky if you can use them right. So he's definitely going for quality over quantity at this stage. But I think if Ramageddon hits him, then he's going to be in real trouble, because I don't think he quite has the melee units to take out that many rams with all of Leviathan's troops defending. So if he doesn't scout that out and those rams roll into his base, I don't know if he has an answer for it just yet. But if he can drop some scholars into his production buildings and get more of those Castle Age units out, then he might be all right. But at this stage, he might be giving Leviathan the time to pick up his own Castle Age.
Yeah, Leviathan, though, just shifted over to gold. No units on gold. Gonna commit to this feudal push here. Now, it's kind of a shame. I would have liked to have seen Leviathan not waste all of those Ghazi raiders earlier and to keep them in this mass here, because he really doesn't have them for support. But he is taking them, and looks like he may be harassing some vills. Nope, pulling him back into the elephant.
That tower elephant going down very, very swiftly, but he doesn't have an answer for the men-at-arms, and with that honed blades that's going to be coming in about 4 minutes, they'll be doing a huge amount of damage. It's always amazing how unless you've got an absolute ton of scholars in the production, those Castle Age ones from House of Learning are just so slow. And I think maybe that's something that CapriColt has sort of underestimated, that they're going to take so long to come in. Actually, is he going to get any benefit from that? Whereas Compounder the Defender, he could be building stone walls with his infantry, and that would really basically stop all of this in its tracks.
Yeah, well, he was able to hold, able to secure a relic as well. You saw the Woololo go off, but by the time it did, all of Leviathan's units were dead, and Leviathan desperately needs to re-macro at this point. Take a look at his current food. He needs to get onto gold, needs to get up to castle as soon as possible. He's got 15 villagers under his TC on sheep. Those guys need to be straight on that gold vein, and they need to be getting him up to Castle Age as quickly as possible, because if those castle men-at-arms roll up, he doesn't have an answer for it, and he doesn't want to be spending all of his resources on Ghazi just to try and soft counter them. It's really not going to work well in his favor, because you can see CapriColt is still printing out fishing ships from the bottom. He's getting the naval arrow slits in some of them as well, so he's trying to make sure he can protect his food eco at the bottom from those 4 docks, whereas Leviathan is still only on he's on 4 himself, but 3 on the front, so the positioning of those docks, I think, is going to be quite key. If a big water battle comes out, I think it's going to be a much harder defend for Leviathan being in that base rather than down the side for CapriColt. Yeah, and we may see a big water battle very soon. Leviathan looks like he's maneuvering his navy over to the bottom here. But as you said, naval arrow slits are in on the docks, so those ships are going to take a bunch of damage. Looks like the archer ships are just focused on the dock right now. Not a lot of springled ships in the mix either. I think there's only 2. So those units are going to get slowly picked off. You see a demo ship come forward, not able to connect though. But meanwhile, as this battle's happening, we got a land battle near the tip of the lake here with some funky wall placements. CapriColt, though, able to push back those men-at-arms. So powerful without any real counter to them.
Yeah, and with the crazy walling, if he can take down that gate, then he'll be able to basically just run straight over and start getting it. And Leviathan is out on resources for some reason. He's on the deer at the top by that sacred site, and there's a scholar on it, so that is going to be like a big alarm saying, "Come and get me over there." So he is going to probably find those 8 villagers at the top. And as much as you've got the fishing ships, you really don't want to be losing your villager eco as well, because then you just won't be able to keep those ships pumping. Yeah, it looks like Leviathan's pulled back for now, so the fishing eco for CapriColt is able to just boom away.
Yeah, Leviathan lost quite a bit of naval units in that entire skirmish. The naval arrow slits doing a lot of damage to his units, able to really prevent Leviathan from doing that much damage. Almost there with House of Learning at this point. Desperately needs it. You can see blueprints for walls coming down. Both players looking to just push the wall from the middle over more onto Leviathan's side at this point.
Yeah, which this could be a massive play. Obviously, he's got to remember that around by the side of the mountain there is a little pass there. So if he gets that wall up and Leviathan just deletes that tiny little palisade segment, his troops will be able to just run straight through. So you've got to be really careful on maps like this that you don't miss a tiny little section like that. Otherwise, yeah, you might be seeing a load of elephants appearing in your base for no reason. Yeah, it looks like some of CapriColt's guys have decided to go for the second wall segment at the bottom, going through their own gate, which I think is pretty funny up by the top side. There we go. They just don't want to see those green walls anywhere. They need to get them gone. It's their real estate now.
Sending a message for sure. CapriColt also running into the issue that he did wall his side. He just did not drop gates, so he's got to build up some gates to actually make it through to Leviathan's side at this point.
And Home Blades has actually just come in for CapriColt as well. It's literally just ticked over after we talked about it a few minutes ago. So that is going to give his men-at-arms that extra attack damage. So he's going to be able to pack an extra punch compared to Leviathan's units at this stage, even though they're both on House of Learning.
Yeah, and just the also, timing in the age ups means that CapriColt is going to have all of those Castle Age techs, and you can see them all in the research queue for Leviathan. But how many scholars does he currently have? It can't be that many, because
he doesn't have any. Leviathan doesn't have any garrisoned scholars. There's none. There's none in his mosque at all, and even in his production buildings. So he's using them. He's going out to get sacred sites and relics. None of them are garrisoned, so those techs are going to take an age. There's I think 3 minutes on hearty rations, so at this stage I don't know whether he's even going to get even a few of these techs unless he can keep it going for a while. But also, because CapriColt was able to get up earlier, he's also secured himself a load of the relics, which is definitely helping his gold income. So he's got 3 in the bag, and one of them is making its way home as well. So that's going to really help him out.
Yeah, and you know, that 5th relic in a very good position for CapriColt to pick up. You see him walling off the sacred site as well. So he could likely be up to 5 relics at this point. And man, it just hurts so much to see these huge timers on all the Castle Age techs from Leviathan. You can even see it's giving me that tooltip as I'm observing Leviathan that says, "Hey, put some scholars in your mosques."
And I think this is where you often see when you go for the House of Learning. I've seen a lot of people really going for the other feudal landmark, which I always give the wrong name, but the
Compound of the Defender.
The one that produces all the scholars.
Dome of the Faith, right?
Yeah, because you can print, as you're aging up, you can print an absolute ton of scholars, so then the Castle Age techs are actually manageable. But if you've got to wait 15 minutes for all of those, you'll probably be in late Imperial by the time you get hearty rations, which at that stage,
Mhm.
it's whether it's going to pack a punch, I'm not, not so sure.
Exactly. Yeah, a little late there, and CapriColt able to move his army close to Leviathan's base. Leviathan sees it, knows that his techs are just not going to be in time. He's got really nothing that he can do against the encroaching army, and he will tap out there, giving the
Yeah,
win to CapriColt.
that minute arm spam, it gives me English post-traumatic trauma. That you're seeing that military graph just shoot through the roof for Capricorn when he was just printing those. I think he had almost 60-minute arms at the end of that. It's that's such a huge mass, and yeah, Leviathan just didn't have the units to do anything about it.
Yep. You do see that timing push from Leviathan. I'm taking a look at the military count graph. I just wonder how that would have, how that whole engagement would have been different if Leviathan, instead of sending like 6 Ghazi Raiders ahead to die, if he just kept them with the Rams. Because that engagement looked really tricky for CapriColt. Only had a few men at arms at that stage, and Leviathan, at his peak of army prowess, had enough Ghazi Raiders to potentially deal with those men at arms. I think the game could have gone differently.
Yeah, and where he took the fight as well, he basically took the fight with those Ghazis exactly where he wanted the Rams and that to go. If those Ghazi were at the bottom by the docks maybe, and he'd used them to pull all of the army down, so the Rams could have come in and knocked out all of those mosques and stuff like that. You can kind of see the play, but just losing them exactly where you're about to run your Rams into, it's basically letting Capricorn know where the fight's going to take place and all of his armies in the perfect position. So
Mm-hmm.
it's pulling pulling your enemy's troops to exactly where you want to engage them is I think really key in that sort of fight, and you can see the drop off once the elephant and those men at arms were in the fight.
Yeah, and that reminds me of the earlier game that we saw on Lipany between TheNavneet and T-Mog, where T-Mog had a few horsemen trying to torch down a wall. TheNavneet responded by moving all of his spears out of position to deal with those horsemen. And as soon as TheNavneet moved those spears, T-Mog moved in with the rest of his army right into Nav's base. Didn't exactly work out in the end, but it was a good way to break off a huge chunk of the Abbasid military from the main engagement.
And I can't believe actually in that game that going for that late feudal dock with like no crazy Ghazi play or anything like that, like how that paid off. But I think Capricorn, once he did go to water, he just kept committing. He kept dropping more docks. He kept producing more fishing ships. Whereas Leviathan sat on 3 docks and wasn't able to keep producing and keep up those numbers. And I think that made such a huge difference to the eco overall because with those 4 docks at the bottom just printing ships, it didn't matter the damage that was happening to that front dock because his eco was just sitting somewhere else, getting fish and living its best life. So that
Mm-hmm.
definitely paid off for Capricolt there.
It did, yeah. A little surprised, but once CapriColt was established with his docks, he was able to just crank out those fishing ships. Was able to overtake an eco count there. Well, looks like we're into round 4 for most of the brackets here. I think we're due for a middle bracket cast next. So let's scoot over to that. Let's see what games are still in progress here. We got quite a few. We've got Sir Penguin and Mountain Ale. I can't remember if we saw a Sir Penguin game. I know we were going to try to jump into one.
No, middle we've seen TheNavneet and we've seen T-Mog, so the other 2 games. So yeah, that one I think we haven't seen any of those guys.
All right, well, let's jump into that one. So round 4 is going to take place on Regions. Another custom map. We're full of custom maps today. And Regions, a pretty wide open map with a lot of the gold in the middle and patches of deer off to one flank and a big patch of berries off onto the other flank. Oop, looks like Sir Penguin is in lobby right now. I don't know if they've kicked off or if they're just done. Looks like the game expired at that point. Well, let's take a look at the standings. We've got TheNavneet, who's 3-0, going against FrancisBean, who could potentially, with a win here, qualify himself for the middle bracket finals. We also have DJP and T-Mog dueling it out a little closer to the bottom, right at the bottom of the standings for middle bracket. I wouldn't mind seeing another NavNeet game if that is still available to cast. Let's take a look.
We were talking a bit about the maps before we got started, and I think this one looks really fun. It's again, I've not played this one, but it looks to me it's a bit like Golden Pit without the stealth forests and basically just hitting the corners. So it's I think definitely the Civ matchup is going to be interesting for that one, of who's going for berries, who's going for deer. If you're dropping some landmarks in the gold in the center, I think it's yeah, I'm excited for this one. It's going to be cool.
Yeah, real fun map for sure. And we do have a game. So I've found them. They're currently in progress. We've got a Civ that we haven't seen today, and from what I hear, I don't think you connected. So no. They're playing on a different regions map, it looks like.
Which one are they playing? The RBW or the standard?
Just the standard. Just standard regions.
Right. Classic. Let's do this. It's I made sure I sat down before and I downloaded everything, and yeah.
Well, you downloaded the right one. They're playing on a different one.
There we go. Right, so it should be fine. I've deleted the other one as well, so there's no conflict, just in case.
All right. Well, I've sent the invite over.
There we go.
Great. Let's jump into this one. Already at round 4 on the day. Yeah, I'm excited to see. Like I was saying as we were connecting, one of these civs have not seen today. Used to be a low elo staple, especially back in the day when they were a little stronger. But the game is up now. So I'm taking a look right now at FrancisBean's base, and he is in the red. He is French. I've got a soft spot for the French. I love aggressive play styles, and they're definitely in low elo tournaments can be a real strong civ with just the amount of pressure they can put out. And then across from him, in the green, we saw him earlier today playing the same civ. We got NavNeet as the Abbasids.
Yeah, the French are, I would say, one of the civs I struggle with. It's quite a big list, but anything that can do that, like early night aggression, night archers and stuff like that, it's going to be tricky. And I think this map in particular, I think we can kind of tell what's going to be coming from him, which does work in NavNeet's favor. That's, I guess, the problem with French is you kind of know what they're going to do, especially on a map with no trade posts. So, we're not sitting there wondering which landmark he's going to go for. If he goes for the trade one, I think he's going to be very disappointed in himself. So it's I think that does really help NavNeet, because he just knows there are going to be knights coming. So, make some spears. But that doesn't mean it's easy to defend against, because they are really strong. So it comes down to the micro on both guys, whether they can defend the eco and do damage as well.
Yeah, so strong, so maneuverable. You blink and you lose a villager if you're not paying attention. French just really puts so much pressure. And like I was saying, especially in lower levels, where you just don't have the APM, you don't have the mental map of the game sorted out from practice. It's tricky. It's tricky. But let's take a look at the map itself, because we were talking about that a little bit before we jumped in. We do have this nice little line of big old gold veins right in the middle, and on both sides, kind of forming a cross. We got 2 large stone outcroppings as well. You can see that there's no gold to the back of either player's base, so they will have to move forward, inch towards the middle to keep their gold income up. And then off on each side, we'll take a look at the left side first. We've got a bunch of deer over here, got a boar as well. And then on the right side of the map, we see a bunch of berry patches. And if Abbasid is somehow able to, against the French, get some form of map control, this is food paradise for them.
Yeah, as Byzantine main, the three berry patches together where a winery would sit in the middle, that just makes me so happy. It's, if I got a spawn like this on Lipany, I'd be a very happy boy. Obviously, a very greedy spot as well, but looking at those deer packs, the little mini ones, I'd love to see FrancisBean taking advantage of that pro scouts, because French do get the discounted ecotechs as well. So they would actually be able to take advantage of cheaper pro scouts. They've got School of Cavalry that can make scouts even quicker. So it's I'd love to see it, but I think in this case, as soon as he sees the eco wing that TheNavneet's going for, the knights are going to be going out to do damage.
Yeah, TheNavneet going with the eco wing again. We saw it in the last game that he played against a delayed feudal from a Byzantine player. He was able to safely get that second TC up. Did struggle against those horsemen early on, lost quite a few villagers, gave up quite a bit of gold in bounty, but eventually was able to stabilize. We'll see how he handles it against knights instead of horsemen. And one of the things I observed watching TheNavneet earlier in the day, he wasn't super quick on the villager garrisons. He let a lot of villagers die that I think someone with a little bit more APM could have saved. And we'll see how that'll play out for him in the face of French knights.
Exactly. Against Byzantine horses, you do have a few seconds extra to react, because even with that upgrade, it does take a few hits to take them out. But the French knights, you literally 2 seconds too late and you've already lost one villager, and there's another one that's about to get taken out as it garrisons. So it's really tough. But it's going to be interesting, I think, where he does decide to put this TC. Because looks like there's a really nice spot by his gold. I imagine he's not going to be going for a super greedy 3 TC, but yeah, he definitely wants to keep that part safe. But yeah, still fairly exposed. Although it's on the backside, it's going to be easy pickings for knights to run around there. And if the deer don't get pushed in, that could be a really nice spot where he's actually denying the resources that TC's trying to protect.
Absolutely, yeah, and FrancisBean doing a good job keeping his scout on the Abbasid side of the field, knowing that he went eco wing, scouting out that second TC immediately, knows where he wants to send his knights, and we do see that first one crossing the field right now. Gonna come in a little close to that first town center, take a couple arrow shots, but it's a knight. That armor's just gonna shrug the damage off.
Yeah, it's. I think that if you're going to charge in and the TC's already hit you, he could have gone and given those wood villagers a little poke and said hello. But he definitely wants to try and hit that TC first to try and get up. And it's just about to go up. No charge. That must have been used earlier and didn't quite get the pick up there as the villagers did garrison. So pretty quick on that one this time.
Yeah, good timing for TheNavneet to get that TC up without a second to spare. Force that knight away. We'll see how TheNavneet plans on capitalizing with this second town center. I don't see.
Yeah, and it looks like he's also trying to pull the deer in with his scout as well. So using his scout there to get the deer in, which does mean that FrancisBean is going to be able to sort of go out and kind of do what he wants, because TheNavneet won't see what's happening. So he's going to be able to feel a bit more free to go out on the deer or any of those more exposed resources or the front gold later.
Absolutely. Yeah. We do see TheNavneet has finished one barracks. They're still Dark Age spears. You do get some more bonus damage against mounted units from getting the Dark Age upgrade, but he's looking to just get spears on the field to force back the knights right now, and that's exactly what he's doing. Keeping that second TC safe. FrancisBean, though, does have archers in production. Couple on the field already that are going to make their way across the map. But, TheNavneet's already on top of that, just about to finish up a stable.
Yeah, and it's, I guess, FrancisBean being quite defensive here. You can tell he's a bit nervous of sending the archers over without any backup. So they're just massing up at the base. But, yeah, they're not doing a huge amount, whereas maybe even a second stables to get more of those early knights out could have actually done a bit more damage back at the base, and there's only 2 knights I can see. So unless FrancisBean, he has up by the berries, he's pulled away his low health knight and trying to get that away ready for when he gets chivalry. So I think that's actually quite a good play from him to make sure he keeps them alive, because you definitely don't want to be losing those expensive units.
Yep, very heads-up play by the French. Also a good job to pick off, it seemed like 4 or 5 of TheNavneet's spears. Just the fact that they were Dark Age meant those 2 knights could just easily pick apart the spears, just separate them one by one, and take them out. TheNavneet now does have the Feudal Age upgrade, so those spears are a little hardier, will do a little extra bonus damage against the knights, but it really hurts losing 3-4 spears already to the French knights.
Yeah, and FrancisBean does have siege engineering. I saw that pop in, so it looks like he's going to be trying to take out that TC before it can really kick off for him. Because also the French do get that bonus of villager production, so the 2 TC play is actually going to be slower to give him a really big advantage compared to other civs, because the French do get that slight extra bonus. So if he can take out that TC now, that's actually quite a lot of investment. Even though it's cheaper, you know, he could have gone for military wing and had boot camp units to fight those knights. So it's not just about the value of the TC, but also what he could have done with one of the other wings instead. So just going to be seeing whether he can get the resources to get those rams down, because they are still quite expensive at this stage of the game.
Yeah, they sure are. Just passing the 200 wood threshold at this point. Doing a good job with the archers, picking off a spear potentially. But TheNavneet has horsemen to counter, but they're going to be driven back from the knights. So we got a little micro dance there. Spears coming forward, both sides. Not going to commit to any sort of push here, either direction. And man, I do like, I know I like military wing for just as my preferred playstyle, but especially against the French, to be able to get boot camp, to be able to get, you know, 2 spears immediately to start your defense without having to invest in them, because you are clearly going to drop a barracks as well. So you can get those 2 spears, upgrade them to feudal, get that boot camp going in so they have more HP, and then, you know, you hold, and then you can start thinking about a second town center if it comes down to it.
Exactly, and it's you know, what is it, 35% cheaper now, but it's what is actually more value. Is it 35% off 1 TC, or having those 4 free military units, getting access to boot camp and still basically dropping the TC at roughly the same time, but then your military and feudal, which you're going to have to play because you're against the French, is actually going to be that little bit stronger. Obviously this does give him the option for those feudal age farms because they are cheaper, so he doesn't have to go out on exposed resources, which against French is pretty good. Yeah, he's trying to wall up now to keep those knights out of his base.
Yeah, FrancisBean doing a good job of splitting up his knight packs, forcing a fight in many locations, although he is going to lose a ram here. That's a costly investment, and his other ram not really defended by anything but archers. Didn't get scouted out by the horsemen, or maybe the horsemen just chose, like, you know what, I probably won't pressure there right yet. Right now, TheNavneet needs to deal with the knights in his base.
And that's a bold run for those knights. So he lost 1 under the TC in the House of Wisdom, and there's now 3 sort of low health. He does have chivalry, so they will heal up, but I think that was potentially a little bit aggressive when you've got 11 Abbasid spears chasing you through the base. But that ram is a big loss, and if he's not careful, that other one's going to go down very quickly to those horsemen.
Yeah, horsemen and spears coming out to put pressure on that ram. FrancisBean not defending it, gonna give up that ram.
Oh,
there's
no,
the final
archers. Oh, he split off the micro there is really nice from TheNavneet. He split off his spears on the knights and on the archers, and now they're all just retreating. But it's yeah, he is circling around to try and defend them, but that position also with that stone vein, it's like perfect for TheNavneet to keep those knights off him. But yeah, maybe a couple of sacrificial archers drop down to get all of the horses to target them, giving the others to run away in time. Would have potentially saved a few more of those, but the archer mass is definitely not looking as strong as it once did.
Yeah, a lot of picks from the horsemen there, and TheNavneet with just a giant army ball now, wanting to take this fight. Those spears shredding some of those knights. Knight count is just down to 4 for FrancisBean. Francis only able to pick up 2 Vil kills over the course of this game so far. Even with the faster Vil production, TheNavneet still squeaking ahead with the 2 TCs. But Eco's still close.
And FrancisBean isn't switching into any infantry. He's not got any spears to take out those horses. And yeah, the spears there are going to stop any knights he does produce. And although French is super strong with their knights, I think there's a certain point where you maybe have to go off-piece and make some other units, because he doesn't have the archers to stop these spears, and he doesn't have the knights to take on the horses either. So this defense is going to be a bit tricky for him, but doable if he does it right.
Spears doing a good job, able to stick one of those knights. You can see the horsemen now targeting those French Vils. Nav picks up a Vil kill there. But the fight is taking place under that TC. Those spears will be cleaned up just because that TC is fully garrisoned. They're trying to pick off some archers. TheNavneet throwing away some units, but he's at 21 military. FrancisBean only has 5 units on the map. And, oh man, this feels so bad for the French, having to do that farm transition just because there's so much pressure from the Abbasid player here.
Yeah, and TheNavneet's dropping tons of production. He's got 2 of each, the Tricomp, and he's just printing units. You can see them flooding across like a little green train all the way down the middle. And he's decided if FrancisBean likes rams, then he can do some of his own, and he doesn't even have to pay for siege engineering to do it. So yeah, it's but I think this is where you see a lot of the times people making loads of rams, and they just are really expensive. So unless you can defend them, you've got to be really careful. But TheNavneet does have spears, so he could put some spears in there. The knights come over and pops them out and takes out a few spears as well. So if this production, I don't like that barracks position either. I've just noticed how exposed that is. I definitely wouldn't be putting all my production in the front against this Abbasid mass. That's a dangerous position to be in.
For sure, and those Vils being pulled forward to repair the barracks are going to be picked off by the Abbasid army. So now we're at the point where the French have lost more Vils than the Abbasid. Never a good thing here. That barracks is going to go down. Do you see archers and knights? FrancisBean trying to keep the defense going in his base. Those spears really helping him out here. Able to deal with the Abbasid horsemen, but there's horsemen on the other side. It's just a mess of Abbasid units in the French base. Gonna start picking off all of the French military here. FrancisBean
on that. Yeah, it's targeting the wrong units. The knights weren't focusing on the horsemen, so they've just gone and run amok in that wood line. And now all of the archers and the spears are there, just burning everything down and dropping even more rams. So it's yeah, the horsemen have been taken out now, and the knights just about there. But they're also now still in combat, so they're not going to be healing up either. So that's something definitely to be careful of. If he's targeting those units, he needs to make sure that he can get them healing up to be as strong as possible for the next defense.
And he's going to need some more production here. Just the School of Cav and the archery range not going to cut it at this point. He's got the wood to drop a couple more buildings. TheNavneet is just taking his time right now with those couple of rams. Gonna push into the School of Cav. Decides it has too much HP and will target the range instead.
Yeah, and that food that he's got as well. He's gone into the farm transition, but TheNavneet has as well, and he's obviously got 35% cheaper. So he's dropping tons of farms around his TCs and in the corner. He's not risking going out, but his base is exposed if. I guess FrancisBean doesn't have the knights to spare at this stage, and they're also getting debuffed by the camels as well. So just one camel makes such a massive difference to those knights and the damage they can do. But now the spear number's looking quite low for TheNavneet, so this is where he could defend this and start pushing back.
Yeah, and I mean, these towers have been fully garrisoned the entire time, so any weak infantry unit that gets close is gonna just get chewed up by the arrows. But on the other hand, that means FrancisBean, I think he had 25 Vils idle for the past maybe 3 minutes, which is such a blow to the economy. Take a look at the resources per minute. It is dire. It is
And
very,
NavNeet's
very
doing
grim.
Abbasid things where you just chuck everything on wood and then you just keep dropping production and keep dropping more farms. And he's literally just pulled 11 villagers onto stone, so we might be seeing another TC drop down from NavNeet as well, just to rub salt into the wound there for FrancisBean, because at this stage he's not going to be able to do anything to deny that going up, and it's just going to push that villager count even further away. But it also looks like FrancisBean's gone into more cavalry, and considering how heavily NavNeet's into spears, I think I'm not sure I'd be going so heavy into the knights and horses. Obviously, he's got the food and got to spend it, but yeah, just archers at this stage to take out that infantry, I think would definitely be a good thing to be looking at.
Yeah, always tricky against that tri-comp when it really does come down to who's the better micro player when you get those engagements. And I think what we've seen throughout this match, NavNeet certainly has the advantage in the micro department.
Yeah, and also the ratio of those units as well, because if you see NavNeet's doing a good job. He's getting the same archer and spear counts, and so he's able to keep both of those alive. He's not going too heavy into one or the other, because too many archers and not enough spears, the knights just run over everything. Too many spears, and then you can't take everything else out. It's a really fine balancing act if you've got all three, but clearly his eco's not hurting from it, because he's just popped in his wing, which will be coming up in a minute or so.
Yeah, as well as a third town center. We were talking about how all these berries could be a real benefit for the Abbasid if they were able to gather map control, and they've got tenuous map control at this point. We do see that giant cavalry mass from FrancisBean come in, start doing some damage to the Abbasid, but the army that's here is just going to repel them. So those knights need to get out of there.
But it's done exactly what we were talking about earlier, just pulling those knights in there. NavNeet's dragged his whole army down to the south of the base, and it's just allowing FrancisBean that breathing room to drop down the Guildhall as well. So he's now also going to be hitting Castle Age roughly around the same time, because obviously Abbasid can't speed theirs up. So it's going to be interesting once those Castle Age techs come in, how that's going to change the fights.
Yeah, for sure. FrancisBean needing to retreat back with those knights, gonna pull him all the way back to his base. See, back at his base, there's only just a handful of archers. Okay, there's the rest of his military. Starting to remass near his town center. But I think NavNeet wants to keep pushing. He'll
It looks like
potentially
FrancisBean
roll
might
over the
be
base.
going for a big men-at-arms play. He's just dropped 4 barracks in the back, so potentially that's what he's going for, but he's just queued up his veteran knight upgrade, so I think at this stage I'd probably be avoiding the upgrades and going for units, because he's only got 7 knights. As amazing as the Royal Knights are, I think you've got to be really careful spending those gold things as soon as you hit castle, because that could be some extra knights or units on the field against the 54 from NavNeet. Numbers are really going to be important, I think.
Absolutely. At least the upgrade for Royal Knights, getting them to castle, is fairly cheap. We're about to see a tower off, though, on the berries. Both players realizing that they've moved their ecos out onto the berries on the right side of the map here. So we'll see who responds first, and it's going to be FrancisBean taking his mounted units over, going to start putting pressure on NavNeet in his third TC.
Exactly. It's almost at this stage, if he loses that TC, I'm not sure he's even that bothered about it. He's actually got enough resources in the bank to drop another one if he wanted to. But
yeah, not going to be a huge loss. Like you're saying, if he loses every single villager here, he's still going to have the villager advantage. And you can see that giant Abbasid death ball in the middle of the map moving over to contest those knights right now. And FrancisBean won't be able to do much at this point to put a stop to this death ball. We were talking about men-at-arms earlier, but still nothing for Francis.
He's
He
got no
is.
gold. He's just shifted over onto that gold at the front of his base, but he's got nothing. He's got tons of food, so at this stage, I'd just be making horses. Anything. It's one of those things that I've been told before. At some stages, you've just got to make anything you can possibly do. But he's dropping a TC in his wood line, and as much as he wants to bridge that eco gap with that mass that's walking across the map, I think it's that TC's not going to be paying off before they arrive and start doing even more eco damage.
Yeah, pretty late on that TC. Not going to be able to get that benefit from it. FrancisBean needs to drop a market at this point. He needs to just turn that food into gold, into units.
And the knights and the cavalry there, those 8 knights and 5 horses are actually moving out of his base just as TheNavneet pushes in. So his main forces now, they're quickly whipping around trying to get home, while those Abbasid units are there. And they do have boot camp as well, so they are going to be even harder to take out as well.
Yeah, deadly push from the Abbasids into the base. And if the French had a mangonel or two, maybe that would help them out. But I don't think FrancisBean's going to be able to do much of anything to slow down the Abbasid here. And as soon as these units start building rams, I think that's going to be GG. If we even get to that point. Because FrancisBean is just losing his entire military.
Yeah, and Gulam are in queue, and Gulam and Lancers are in queue, and they're going to be flooding over. There is a ram being built somewhere. I heard it pop down, so yeah, this is really going to be trouble. And it looks like the cavalry decided to go out and try and hit TheNavneet's army, a bit of a base dive, but he was literally building a defensive keep right in the front of his base, which popped up just as the knights arrived. So all of those guys are now just getting hit by towers and keeps, so not the damage he was looking for.
Yeah, a couple of Gulams to just tank the knights. And as the camel archers were reinforcing towards the front, they were able to debuff the knights that were in the fight. TheNavneet just continues to barrel down onto the French base, forcing so many villagers idle, keeping them idle for quite a long time.
And on that front gold vein of FrancisBean's, there's one lone horseman that's picking off all the low health villagers, and they just haven't even been garrisoned. So he's losing more villagers on that gold as well as the main fight's taking on. So really nice little work there from TheNavneet to be hitting the other ecos while FrancisBean is scrambling to try and keep his base alive.
Yeah, and the military numbers continue to dwindle for Francis. Finally pulls the garrison on those vills on the gold, but it's just too late, and him being pulled off of gold, I don't think he has any other source of gold income. Not going to be able to produce the units he needs to repel this push, and we should see a GG pretty shortly, I would imagine.
At this stage, TheNavneet can literally just throw every unit at his base and not even worry about them being taken out, because his eco is... FrancisBean's eco overall is probably just over 1,000, maybe 1,200 a minute, and TheNavneet's is pretty close to 4 at this stage. So yeah, he has the eco and he has the production that he can just literally throw units at his base endlessly. He's got 7 barracks printing Gulams at this stage, so there it is.
And he sees the writing on the wall. There's the GG. Knows he can't slow the push down, can't do anything, can't make units without the gold. And he calls it. TheNavneet taking the win again.
Yeah, that's, to be honest, that's something I really respect FrancisBean there, actually really trying to do that defense, because the game had swung against him for quite a while, but he was really trying to defend, seeing what damage he could do, and not just surrendering and giving up. And I think it's really nice to see him doing his best to figure out how he could defend, keep his eco going. He got to Castle Age. It's, you know, not just deciding, oh, that's over, and giving up even when the things didn't look like they were in his favor. So I think that's really nice to see him trying to, you could see the strategic plan of him trying to figure out how he was going to defend and come back into it. And it didn't quite pay off, but it's nice to see.
And speaking of defending and coming back into it, we've seen TheNavneet do that twice under very heavy pressure from the onset. It's just a shame. FrancisBean just couldn't find any villagers with those early knights. Not able to slow down anything from the Abbasid. A couple raids here and there, but nothing to stop that economy from getting online. Nav did a good job of just holding until his economy was just out of control and able to push it back to the French as soon as TheNavneet was crossing the map for the first time with a giant mass of units. FrancisBean just could never get back into the game.
Yeah, and those early rams that got taken out very quickly by the Abbasid horses, if those would actually been a TC instead at that early stage, and maybe a TC that had secured up some resources for him, that potentially could have helped bridge that eco gap and meant that he could be printing more knights and printing more units. But losing that 400 wood at that early stage really slows down anything that you're trying to do with production or any other sort of thing, because 400 resources at that stage is huge. So it's definitely something to be really careful of when you've got siege like rams, that if you can't keep them alive, then it's probably best not to have them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 400 wood is a lot of resources around the 6-minute mark of the game. It can be used in so many other things. Additional archers, for instance. But anyway,
Exactly. And yeah.
no, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, like you say, he could have, when he had the range down, he could have dropped to second stables and he could have just been making more of those knights or double range for more archers. It's just having that flexibility of that wood used somewhere that would actually produce a result rather than just being taken out by horses. It's the same as basically throwing all of your archers in the middle of their base and letting them get killed by TC fire. It's, the same resources, really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, huge loss for sure. But I think we're just about wrapping up with Swiss here, so let's check in on the standings. It looks like middle bracket has finished up at this point. TheNavneet going 4-0, undefeated through the Swiss stage. We saw 2 of those games. He's going to be moving on to the semifinals, along with Tyagus, who we didn't see yet. Maybe we'll cast semifinal game of his. Maneus, one of our Rising Empires admins, squeaking in there on the tiebreaker. Same thing with FrancisBean. Took a loss in that last game that we saw, but had a hard road through the middle bracket, and so the tiebreaker is going to work in his favor. He's going to qualify and move on. Take a look at the bottom bracket now. And they are just about to finish up. We got Chivo and CapriColt still in game at this point. But Bigglestine also going undefeated, going 3-0, got a bye to make him 4-0. But a lot of 2-2s throughout the bottom bracket here. CapriColt and Chivo, both 2-1. So the winner of that for sure will be qualified for the semis. Loser may also qualify as well, just depending on who they faced. If Chivo loses, potentially wouldn't qualify just because of the bye that he received. We will have to see there. And then in the top bracket, we've got just one more game in the 4th round here. Fugueee and Red Darksider. Unfortunately, it looks like neither of those players will qualify. Maybe coming in, the winner might squeak through on a 2-2 tiebreaker. But if that doesn't happen, we'll have Hossein, OpDVlaM, Mika Doman, and Yonko Soares moving on to the semifinals. Well,
it's really interesting matches. Lots of back and forth today, and nothing particularly straightforward. It's being a match where you think it's going to go one way and it's gone the other. It's really fun to see how they pulled this off, especially the one on Safety Bay. Just madness.
Yeah, especially to be able to cast the same match of 2 different brackets and see how the upper bracket players play on Safety Bay versus how the bottom bracket players did. Complete difference there, where upper bracket was a clean game, battle over water. One player loses water, that's the game. Bottom bracket, one player doesn't build a dock in the Dark Age, then throws down 3 in feudal, builds up his eco that way. game extends for quite a bit till he eventually wins on that. Yeah, always fun to see the differences in skill levels and how players approach these maps, especially maps that aren't in the standard map pool.
Exactly. It's amazing to see the difference the map makes. You know, sort of everyone talks about the maps they like and they don't like, but it really does. Even just that regions one we just watched, where they're positioned and how you move around the map is so important, and you can see the different levels of players of how they think of that strategically, or whether they literally just storm straight at the opponent's base. And it's kind of interesting, you know, like where both of them were on the berries and they didn't really notice until they put a tower up and they got vision on each other, but actually they were just storming their units straight down the middle at each other and just sort of literally head on clash. And it's you know, it's interesting to see whether you can take the map into account when you're doing stuff like that as well.
Absolutely, for sure. That's why we love to throw in at least one custom map in each of the low elo tournaments we run. We had 3 custom maps today, which was a blast. Frisian Marshes, always a favorite. Safety Bay, the meme water map, and Regions, which is, yeah, a really interesting resource location dependent map.
Exactly.
Well,
It's
yeah, we're wrapping up the Swiss stage here. Thanks, Amarath, for coming on with me.
Thanks for having me. It's been great. Been super fun my first time, but you know, if you guys will have me back, I'll be around again. So you know, super good to cast some games and you know see some action.
Yeah, I'd love to bring you back. It was a bunch of fun casting with you. Good throughout the entire Swiss phase there. If you don't know who Amarath is, his YouTube is right under his name. He's been doing a lot of his own casting, all different skill levels, from Conk 4 and above, all the way down to some gold level, platinum level, diamond level. If you're a member of the Griabara server, he's been pulling replays from a lot of members there to cast. So if you enjoyed his casting, check that out. He's also doing his Road to Conqueror series, so casting
Yeah,
his
if you
own
want to see
games
some
as well.
questionable platinum level players, the Byzantines, then you know you'll enjoy those games as well. But yeah, just you know, just interesting to do the casting ones, and I really love doing the sort of review and analysis as well at the end of them as well. It's I think it's super fun to learn from it as well while I'm watching. So that's kind of how I go about it. But yeah, it's just fun.
Yeah, so definitely check that out. We are going to go to break before we start casting the semifinals and finals. When we come back, we'll have Liquid with me doing co-casting for the second half, but we'll also have a little interview with the one and only Moketronics for our 2-year anniversary. He's been basically the head admin for the past 2 years. Gonna be stepping down after this tournament. But we'll talk to him when we return. Maybe take a look back at some previous low elo legends tournaments, seeing some results there, and where people have placed over the years. So thanks for coming on, Amarath. We'll catch you sometime
I hope
soon.
everyone's enjoyed the games, and yeah, I'll be tuning in now to watch the rest. So yeah, let's do it.
Great. All right, we will be back in 5 or so minutes. So stay tuned. Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm here with Moketronics, our Low Elo Legends head admin for the past 2 years. Gonna be stepping down after today, but basically one of the big reasons why Low Elo Legends, held on for these last 2 years happened almost every week that we were able to get enough signups or weren't on, vacation or anything. Moketronics put in a lot of work with Lel over the past 2 years. How did you originally get involved? Because I remember it was Chewbacca and 10-4 Tim, and that was a little bit before my time. But where did you get involved in this?
Suppose it really goes back to like I think first Lel or two. That like a buddy that started, my buddy Quarfelberg got me playing Age of Empires when it came out. He's like, look, cool, new RTS, like let's do this. We used to play StarCraft together and stuff. And so we was like on Reddit, saw the post, and was like, hey, like low elo tournament, like let's jump in, let's play it. That sounds fun. And being relatively intelligent guys who like actually take the time to read shit. Actually read the manual and then was answering people's questions in the Discord. Basically, people were like, I don't know what's going on, and I was like, well, this says this in the manual. And eventually some people were like, hey, are you running this? It's like, no, I've just read the manual.
Yep. I've had a similar thing when I started back in I think late August 2022 attending these things. I read the guide, I read the manual, I knew how things worked after 2 weeks, and then, I also just started answering questions that people had until it's kind of assumed that I was part of the staff until I eventually became part of the staff.
Eventually became it. Well, that's pretty much was like Chewbacca realized that he's like, I need help running this. Chewbacca was trying to do the streams and run the event at the same time, which we all know is insane. Like from doing this, like you can't realistically pay attention to Discord, pay attention to Start GG, and pay attention to casting games. So like basically like Chewbacca was for the most part just kind of like in the event run at the very beginning and hoping it worked out. It caused a lot of craziness. So good on him for managing to juggle his balls. But then he very quickly was like reached out to a bunch of us and was like, hey, do you guys want to come in and be admins, like help mod the community while we run this? And that was real. It was really pretty organic. And I think we were a couple dozen events in when Chewbacca basically said, he's like, this is like, I'm kind of done. This has been fun, but does somebody want to take it over? Otherwise, I'm shutting the whole thing down. And I was the one who was like, I guess if nobody else is going to be in charge, I will.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big responsibility to take on, because it is herding cats, not just players, but staff members and casters as well, every Saturday to make sure that the event runs smoothly. There's a lot of work that goes into organizing these things, and I think a lot of people, when they see tournaments or maybe want to try to run their own tournaments, don't really know, even with like a low elo tournament, just how much goes in to the tournament behind the scenes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, a lot of it was really learning the platforms. Start GG is not a simple platform to use. It has a lot of places you can fuck up by there's multiple places you got to put dates in. There's different settings for different events. Are you using Swiss or double elimination or single elimination? If the number of players changes, you got to change the timing of things. I mean, literally to this day, you'll have people on the admin staff hopping in to try and run a LEL, and it's as everybody can attest, it's I know all of the settings at this point because I've done it so many times, and it's pretty normal that somebody who hasn't done it for a bit hops in and is just forgets one setting, and suddenly it's check-ins aren't on, or check-ins open early, or the event doesn't start, or people are in the wrong place, or just so many things. And then you get to fundraising and making sure we have enough people on the team and trying to make sure that people are in charge of the casters and keeping all of the assets in one place. And we kept growing from there. We building a website. You got obviously getting Cow involved, people before that Caleb and stuff like that, spending time on the graphics packages, making sure that Twitch was set up, making sure that the website was set up, Adiko getting the whole hub set up on the Rising Empires, on Start GG, and of course all of the Discord work. Running a Discord alone pile of work, especially when you got 3,000-4,000 people.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the things you're most known for, like, not just as the Lel admin, but your posts on Reddit, the bait posts, Moketronics being kind of the indicator that you're getting a Lel announcement with a very inflammatory title.
Very inflammatory title.
Do you have any
Yeah.
favorites over the years?
I guess first tiny little bit of history on that. I mean, the reason it came about was like people just didn't upvote the normal announcements. You'd be like, "Hey, another Rising Empires this weekend," and you get like 20 upvotes. I'd be like, "This is stupid." And so I like 1 week, I'm like, "Ugh, I'm so pissed off." Like, I'll make a stupid post. I think it was just like last Rising Empires or like Rising Empires is closing down or something like that, and it got a ton of upvotes. It was like, okay, well, clearly people like these bait posts. And from there, yeah, it just kind of grew. Funnily enough, the Moketronics thing is because I registered Moketronics on Reddit back when Reddit was like really young, and I was like, I'm never going to use this stupid platform, so I don't care if I set my email back up. I just lost the account. So Moketronics is like the backup I made at some point later. Anyway, yeah, as far as favorites over the years, there's definitely some that stick out in my mind that I really had fun with. The one that was the one from the network, which I mean your own namesake. Yeah, like basically like I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. That's definitely a great one. The one that's just complete gibberish. That's based on the like.
Askeladd just posted that in the chat. Yeah.
Why do pro players all the time? And even have like Drongo posting at the top as a mod, basically being like, "It's a good thing that I know what this meme is. Otherwise, you'd be banned."
That was such a good one. That was fun. Like you had a lot of like posters playing along, like in the replies as well. Which
I know, yeah, exactly.
Complete gibberish.
It's like, oh, I've got a severe case of ligma.
Yeah.
Just dying. I guess, yeah, otherwise, I mean, some of the other like classics of just like you'll never be a pro player if you don't have 100 APM or like with just like a stupid list of or being like the fake patch notes, things like that. Those are kind of, I think, more the bread and butter. They're not exactly favorites, but like they were like good staples you could come back to. I guess the other one too is like the timing of when the console was coming out, and they announced that after the console came out and they announced that there's going to be crossplay. And I did the, crossplay is going to break this game because of the controller advantage.
Yep, I remember that one. I remember.
So
what the hell is this guy talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of like the really good ones. It's like it's either pure insanity, like that it's just so out there that people are just like, what the hell is going on? Or really good timing. There has to be something topically in the community, and you have to hit just the right timing, like getting it up just the right time before like the actual patch notes drop or something like that. That's kind of like the, and some of the other little tips and tricks in there about like do you put the link in first? Do you have to have an image in there? Which has changed over the last couple of years on Reddit. Of like, how do you make sure that you don't accidentally give away the bait by having like the RE logo show in the Reddit post on like the mobile interface?
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. That's certainly like you can see even people who don't participate in LEL or who rarely do. They're always typically happy to see those posts on the subreddit, and it is funny to just see like time and time again just like, I can't believe I fell for this. This is like the 6th time in a row. I can't believe it got me again. Those are certainly going to be real big shoes to fill to continue that tradition.
Yeah, no, exactly. I hope you guys keep up with that because it's a lot of fun. I certainly had a ton of fun with it. Somebody even commented me like, "Why don't you just get AI to generate this?" I'm like, "That's not the fun. It's fun writing this. Like, I don't want to have AI do this. That'd be stupid."
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe get AI to write one once and just have that be like a gibberish sort of announcement where it just turns into just ChatGPT nonsense all the way down the post.
Long and it just gets like, yeah, exactly. You could probably have some fun with it by giving it a prompt that makes it kind of out itself, maybe.
Well, over the past couple of years, I know you've participated in some of these, but do you have any like during the events itself, any standout moments that you really remember? Some of your favorite times, like actually within the events, not necessarily as you playing, but something that's happened over in LEL over the years?
Yeah, I mean, certainly ones both playing and running the events. I guess like one of the ones that really stands out was one of the early ones where we had it was like I think just after Chewbacca left, and we had a few pretty crazy events because there was just like surge in interest of people being like, oh my god, it's not going to go away. Like I'm going to come back and play. And I think we had like 1 week where we had 5 brackets.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, which admittedly, like they were 5 small brackets. We went overboard, like, but nonetheless, we managed to run 5 brackets. It was just kind of nuts. And like, talking about herding cats. There was the one like one-off 2v2 event before we did the entire league.
For that league,
which was like insane because it was like 60 teams or something crazy. Like it was a huge day.
Yeah, team events.
And then just coming off of that, you feel like you're like, wow, that was crazy. Like we put this on. There was all these people playing. As a player, certainly some fun things looking back. Like I'm pretty sure 10-4 Tim cast a game which I played as HRE on Frisian Marshes, where I went the entire game. I played against. Oh, his name's escaping me. He was in a lot of Lels. Kaiser or something, or
Kaiser Jordan?
No. I don't know. I don't know why I can't remember his name now. Anyway, or like Nick Kaiser or something. Anyway, it was on Frisian Marshes, and I went an entire game where I was like doing pretty well, and I never garrisoned a prelate.
Yeah.
Whole fucking game.
I can imagine Tim casting that one. I can hear his rage in my ears right now. Yeah.
As I went through this, and then on top, not only did I do the whole thing, but I accidentally queued a single trader, and he's like, doesn't garrison the prelate, and has one trader just making his way back and forth on
the true spirit of Lel, right there.
Just like anyway. That was the anyway. The other one too was the high point of the Fast Castle Burgrave for HRE back like season 5 or something. I Fast Castle Burgrave an entire level, just one whole thing. That's always my favorite winning one of like not fucking up and just being like they just let me pick it every time, and I just built Burgrave and I spanned men at arms and I won every game.
It's fantastic.
That was overpowered. That season was ridiculous. Yeah, I guess those are kind of some of the high points. But I mean, a lot of it too is like having fun, jumping into the being able to like chat with people during the event. When people like, one of the best feelings is when you get to the end of the event and you actually have people legitimately popping into Discord, popping into like chat on Twitch, just being like, thanks so much, admins. I had such a great time, even if I lost. Like, thanks so much for putting this on. I mean, that ultimately was the reason I kept coming back and doing it, was because I could see people who really appreciated that these events were being put on, had a great time, loved it, loved the community, wanted to participate more, wanted to help out all of you admins who jumped in over the last 2 years and have had various runs and for different periods of time of helping out across admitting, casting, doing other shit like in the background. There's obviously people don't know that there's other admins on the list here who like aren't out there hosting they're out there hosting events, but they're doing stuff like technical support of like how we organize events and how we manage the platforms and things like that. Like there's a lot of work that goes on behind this.
Yeah. Shout out to Macatractor, who I don't think he's admin an event ever, but he's done a lot of tech work on the back end to help these be successful.
And Saltese, who's always he's been here to help out, but he's really helped out both monetarily as well as in terms of his time. Is just not necessarily here doing day of hosting or casting or something like that. The stuff that's really visible to the community. Yeah,
for sure. Definitely another guy who does that. It's gonna be weird to not have you as head of Lel going forward. It's certainly gonna be different. I mean, I played my first Lel back in late August 2022. I had seen maybe one of your Reddit posts and was like, oh wow, I'm not currently playing AoE 4, but I've always wanted to play in like a low elo tournament, so I'm gonna practice for 4 days and compete, and had the time of my life. Got one of my games casted by you and Tim, and thought that was one of the neatest things I've ever seen. And just had a great time with the entire community. That kept me going. Wanted like get me involved with helping to put these on, because it really is a special little community we have here. People who keep just showing up week after week to play these Saturday tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm gonna miss it. It's not like I'm gonna be completely gone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm still trying to play like a little bit of AoE for when. But looking forward to not having it hang over my head every week to be like, okay, admins, who's fucking casting, who's hosting, has somebody made the event yet? And I kind of realized that week by week going on is just that, like, more often earlier on, you go back 6 months, a year, or whatever, it's like I was generally just getting the shit done and getting it done early, and I just realized that timing was pushing out. And we know it's like if we don't post the event until like Wednesday, Thursday night, we're probably gonna have a crappy tournament.
Yep. Yeah. You've put in a lot of work over the past 2 years, and basically like the fail safe of if something doesn't get done, then it falls on your shoulders for this event to actually take place. And we all thank you for the time that you've put into this to make this successful and such a great community.
Thank you guys. Obviously, I wouldn't be doing it without the support of all the admins and casters who are part of this event, who've responded to my surveys or messaged or have been here since like the beginning. Shout out, of course, to Askelad and Mark and Draxos and Cow and there's also lots of people, OpDVlaM, Miri, etc. like that have all put in shit tons of time. But we're probably getting well into the semis. I think you guys have got to jump in and do some actual casting, and I'm gonna go and clean the house before I have family out.
All right. Sounds good. Good to have you on again. We'll hopefully stick around the Discord, chime in every now and then. Like to keep you around.
I'm not going to be 100% gone, but it'll be nice not to have it be my responsibility that this shit gets done.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right. Well, we'll catch you around. We'll get Liquid on, and we'll get into these semifinals when we come back. Thanks again, Moketronics. This event past 2 years has been something I look forward to every Saturday, and I'm certainly not the only person who appreciates all the work you and everybody else in Rising Empires has done.
All right, I'm also repping the can't see it t-shirt.
Oh, nice. Man, that was a great event. But we don't have time to get into that. We've got to bounce back to the semis. So We'll take a quick break. I'll get Liquid in on the cast, and we'll see where we currently are in the tournament. Thanks, Moke.
Take it easy, guys.
We'll see ya. welcome back, everybody. Here with Liquid now. We'll take you through the rest of the tournament today. How's it going, Liquid?
Going great. That's a tough act to follow, by the way. Moketronics, kind of little history there, some behind the scenes of what goes on at Rising Empires. You know, happy to see him moving on. Bigger and better things for him. But also, those are some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. But we will continue on with Lel, scheduled every weekend going forward. Let's see where we're currently at in the standings, because I have not checked start.gg and it feels like 10 minutes. So taking a look at top bracket, Hossein already taken the win over Mikadoman, 1-1. We got fugueee and OpDVlaM going at it. We've also, middle bracket, where we at? We got Tyagus defeating Maneus. We got TheNavneet and FrancisBean in a rematch. And bottom bracket, who do we got? We got Bigglestine defeating Leviathan, Chivo and CapriColt still going at it. If we've got enough time, if they're still in it, I think we should jump to the top bracket and catch OpDVlaM's match.
I am all for that. I scrim against him. I still haven't been able to figure him out. So being able to kind of get a bird's eye view of how he plays is definitely something I'm interested in. Let's get into it.
All right, let's do it. And we are loading up right now. We're also seeing fugueee. I'm going to mispronounce that every single time we get into game. That is just doesn't seem natural for me to pronounce. He's taken on OpDVlaM. We saw OpDVlaM defeat Draxos earlier today on Safety Bay, and we'll see how he does in the semifinals here on Dry Arabia. Let's get into it. Loading up, we can see OpDVlaM going Ayyubids this time in the purple. On the east side of the map, and in the yellow, we got fugueee. We've got the French player playing French.
I think we just fugueee for fugueee. You know, sometimes players just like to make a caster's job hard, but I'm going to lean into fugueee. I think that's as close as I'm going to get today.
Fugueee. All right, I can pronounce that easily. We'll go with that. At least it's not like just a bunch of Chinese characters, because we can at least sound something out here.
Absolutely. So kind of taking a look around the map, looking at these spawns right here, I gotta say, fugueee has to be loving what he has. He's playing his French, he's got a back gold spawn, that's like a dream come true. Meanwhile, OpDVlaM, he has a forward gold spawn versus French, and you need gold if you want to attempt to maybe fast castle. Not really a fun time. I will say he's got his 2 wood lines, so he can probably maybe throw up a quick wall right there and, you know, make the knights go all the way around. But still, forward gold is never enjoyable.
Yes, certainly not with those French knights barreling down. Certainly not as a civ. He tends to be pretty gold heavy with their castle timing as the Ayyubids. But, I mean, Ayyubids, I feel like they're pretty close to what you could call a hard counter to the French, despite having all that gold up front.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tough matchup for French, but one I think French could win. The keys in this matchup, I think, are going to boil down to sort of the approach fugueee is going to take. Because he's got the back gold, he probably might be able to fast castle alongside OpDVlaM and then lean heavy into his crossbows or arbaletier. I believe I'm pronouncing that right. And that really strong backline, if he makes that the core of his comp, I think he'd do pretty good. He will have to watch out, though. Ayyubids, like Abbasid, they can build mangoes in the field, so definitely something he's going to have to watch out for, but there are options for French in this matchup.
Yeah, and certainly Age of Empires is balanced enough that there's no immediate civ losses that you can take, but some matchups a little rougher than others. But, you know, French does have that back gold. Ayyubids gold is way out in front. That could certainly swing it into the French favor. Just, yeah, depends on how this is all going to shake out castle age timings, with unit comps, with all of that. Because, you know, the Ayyubids, they've got those camel lancers, which just shut down Royal Knights.
Yeah, absolutely. They also have Desert Raiders that perform very well against Royal Knights, so you got to watch out for those guys too. In Desert Raiders, not only do they have a melee attack that does bonus damage versus Cav, they also have a ranged attack. So as you're attempting to run away with your injured knights, they can still kind of hunt you down and pick you off. So you have to take that into account when you're trying to raid and how much damage you take before you pull your knight out and let him heal.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very pesky units, those Desert Raiders. We do see the Growth Wing being selected by OpDVlaM. He has chewed through 2 of his berry packs, so not the most efficient Growth Wing here, because you do get that extra little 50 food on all the berry bushes that still exist when you age up. But we'll see how he gets use out of these 3 villagers as well when he hits the feudal age.
Yeah, and he's going for an early tower. You can see all those villagers over on wood right now. I think as soon as he ages up, he'll probably put his stables down, start producing some desert raiders just to defend, but it really kind of looks like he's gearing up for a fast castle here.
Yeah, keeping that gold safe, trying to just limit the damage that the French will do early on. You do see that first Royal Knight is on the field at this point. Let's start making his way over to the Ayyubid base. French scout, not far behind. Gonna just drop off those sheep. Kind of far away. OpDVlaM's gonna pick up those sheep. So
Highway robbery.
fugueee, trying to like cheat his sheep back to his base. They were super exposed, and OpDVlaM's right there with his scout. So 3 sheep swing into his favor. First Royal Knight, though, looking to threaten something now. Looking for that opportunity.
Yeah, he's wheeling around the wood line. This is a favorite target of French knights. Gonna go get his charge in, and he may have found his first victim right here.
Ooh, the
Charge
pathing
is gonna
around.
get off.
Yeah. Pathing around the lumber mill keeps that Vil alive. So the charge damage is taken, but no follow-up. Scout hits for like maybe 1 damage. But that Vil stays alive. Second Knight coming in now. See the pressure starting to mount outside of the gold mine. We'll see what the reaction is. And OpDVlaM is on top of it. Cancels the charge. Gets the Vils in safely. And it's going to dance back and forth for a bit. Yep, no damage. OpDVlaM letting fugueee know that he's there and he's watching.
Yeah, so I wonder if fugueee is going to go get into some archers or maybe throw down a couple barracks and get some spears because, you know, eventually the camel lancers are going to come, and see if maybe he could build a ram to take this tower down, or if he's just going to gather his resources, say, I'm going to try to idle you out for as long as possible, but I'm going to Castle Age.
Yeah, we'll see. And I'm not sure if it's going to be archers. Just taking a look at all the wood that was invested into fuguee's wall on the back line there. Trying to prevent Desert Raiders from sneaking in, doing some counter raids. Starting to wall off relics as well. So that's where all of fuguee's wood is going into. Defensive structures.
OpDVlaM is going to get a little annoying with his 2 Desert Raiders, you know, poke at those knights with their ranged attack, but fugueee is starting to add in horsemen, which horsemen trade fairly equally into the Desert Raiders. So it's a good call to start adding those in. The only issue with horsemen is if OpDVlaM gets to Castle Age, horsemen aren't always the greatest there. Once those camel lancers start coming in, horsemen fall very quickly to those. But looking at OpDVlaM's base, he's adding in a second tower. He's going heavy towards the gold right now.
Yeah, look at all those bills on gold right now. He's just a blink away from Castle Age. Just a few more drop-offs, and he'll be there to start aging up.
Yeah, and he's got 15 villagers on the gold, so I think he's trying to grab some extra gold just in case he gets pushed off. But fugueee doesn't doesn't really seem to be massing the military to try to punish this greed by OpDVlaM. He's sort of just poking around the edges. He seems content to kind of wall up these relics. And, macro-wise, kind of looks like he's going for a castle. But he's going to be behind OpDVlaM with that.
Yeah, he certainly is, as the advancement wing has been selected for OpDVlaM, so he'll be in castle in just a minute 10 seconds from now. See fugueee trying to force down a response on that palisade wall, and that response is there. Desert Raiders engaging a little too close for comfort, taking damage, and then it looked like he blinked and died. I didn't see that final hit on the Desert Raider, but that could have been just a visual glitch on my end.
Yeah, and those three villagers, they were told to repair the palisade wall, but they like to live dangerously. They went to the other side of the wall to try to repair it. So OpDVlaM needed to move out and kind of defend there, despite the fact that he's a little behind on the military count, but well played by him. Looks like he's just going to get to Castle Age relatively unpunished, but at the same time, fugueee is going to be able to get to Castle Age, so I wouldn't be surprised if we have Guildhall. I think is the preferred choice in these types of situations coming down, and oh, look at that. We do have a Guildhall coming down.
And we do have a charge on villagers as well. fugueee able to draw first blood here. Taking out 2 vills that were on the berries for OpDVlaM. Now going for a villager building a stable here. Looking to torch it down. And OpDVlaM deletes, but the stable did take damage. So not getting the full refund on those resources.
We have a double stable, though, coming down right under the TC. That means Camel Lancers. And looks like fugueee is dropping down those archery ranges, so he's going to get into some Arbaletiers. Definitely the right counter in this situation. Those French crossbows, man, they are pesky, tough to kill. I feel like they have just so much melee armor, so much ranged armor when they drop their pavises. You kind of need a mango to get rid of those guys.
Yeah, for sure. They are not your ordinary crossbowmen by any stretch of the imagination. We're about to have a little engagement in the middle here. OpDVlaM with a couple of Camel Lancers. Enough to spook fugueee back to his base, knowing that he can't take this fight. fuguee's hitting castle, and just like that, starts adding Arbaletrier into the queue. Continues to wall his base. We've got 3 relics walled off so far. But fugueee, with some units way out on the pocket deer, completely undefended, able to pull them home just in time. Not going to lose any there. And also going into stone. So there's a potential for a second TC play. Doesn't have enough
he's
stone. Or for keeps, yeah, for the French bonus.
He wants some discounted units here, discounted knights, discounted Arbaletrier. That's kind of what he's going for. Plus, he wants the security of the keep, right? That's it's tough to fight into a keep.
Yeah, definitely looking for that. The French discount with the influence of production buildings surrounding the keep make the keep a pretty wise choice for French players. Plus, it's a little bit of a discount as well. But we do have a little raid coming in on those stone vills. OpDVlaM able to pick 2 vills. Gonna grab 2 more. Eco counts remain pretty similar at this point between both players. We'll see if fugueee can take out any units on their retreat.
Yeah, horsemen getting in there, getting a couple pokes, not doing a lot, but these French crossbows are doing a lot of damage to those Camel Lancers. Horsemen should be able to pick off a couple units on the retreat. OpDVlaM doesn't quite have what he needs to sort of take this fight just yet, so he's just got to retreat, but good raid. I think he picked up a total of 6 villagers there, so now you have an outpost going up on the stone, so definitely a lot of value right there.
Yep, good little poke. Gonna keep the French honest, not gonna let their additional villager production speed really get out of hand. Keeping everything pretty even at this point. Fugueee looking to wall himself in, play a very defensive French here. I mean, it feels bad as the French walling yourself in, but you're against the Ayyubids. It's a much trickier matchup than your normal French. And this Camel Lancer from OpDVlaM coming in may find out some Vills on the berries. Meanwhile, there's another bunch of units pressuring Fuguee's Vills as well. 2 more Vill picks. And those Arbs are in trouble.
They're going to exact a toll, though. But yes, they are going to all go down here. Nowhere for them to really run. But the Horsemen are coming out. Might be able to save a couple. At the same time, you do have a little raid on the back of Fuguee's base here. And that's what OpDVlaM is really good at. He's excels at hitting you from 2 different points at the same time. And, you know, Fugueee, all he wants to do is get his macro keep up, right? He just wants to save a little bit of money, but OpDVlaM doesn't want to let him. Definitely wants to make him work for it. Picking off some of those Arbitraries and grabbing an additional 3 Vills in the process on the backside there. So well played from OpDVlaM.
Yeah, keeping that pressure up. That keep has been delayed quite a bit at this point. And it's still going to take a while for that to come in.
But what I don't see is I don't see OpDVlaM's answer for these Arbitraries. He was able to clean up a couple up on the north side there. But at the same time, he's still just leaning into these Camel Lancers, right? And the Arbitraries, once they get to a big enough size, are going to be very problematic for Camel Lancers to deal with.
Yep, those are heavily armored units. Take the bonus damage from the Arbs, and it's a perfect unit against the Ayyubids, especially if they're not making anything else currently. OpDVlaM has started burning down the walls to take the relics. He's secured 1 with another in tow. Looking now to burn down wall in the back, but Fuguee's got some horsemen now onto OpDVlaM's berry gatherers. Able to take out a couple of Vills here, force the rest back home. Good little counter raid there. Villagers being called over from Fugueee to try to repair that gate, but they want to run through the gate instead, putting themselves into harm's way. Fugueee gonna lose some Vills here. The Arb support arrives just in time before more Vills can go down.
All told, I think that was well played by Fugueee. He was able to not lose the wall, not lose a ton of villagers, and sort of deflect OpDVlaM. But behind this, he actually dropped a second town center. So I think initially maybe he was going for the macro keep, but then he took some damage and kind of realized he needed a second TC. He's going to quickly outscale OpDVlaM if OpDVlaM doesn't catch that second TC and punish it.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see that stone more invested into outpost upgrades. And, you know, he figured at that point, might as well, I need something. And second TC for French is super beneficial with their increased villager creation rates. Also, I saw Fugueee was able to scout out. In fact, OpDVlaM has Vills on gold on the east side of the map there. We'll see if he comes back in and attempts a little raid here. These Vills are undefended. Need to be pulled home. But there is a Camel
Lancer in pursuit. So they should be perfectly fine. OpDVlaM is continuing his relic domination right now. He just dropped off his 3rd. He's burning down the wall so he can open the door to relic number 4. Fugueee maybe can get that 5th one. He hasn't fully walled it in, but it is on his side of the map. But I don't think it'll be too long before OpDVlaM turns his attention over to that last relic. And a 5 relic game is pretty tough to overcome, even with the second town center.
Yeah, it's just a lot of gold per minute. And with just the continued raids that OpDVlaM's putting out, keeping some Vills idle. But speaking of raids, Fugueee able to get some knights onto some berry Vills, able to pick up a couple before the Camel Lancers come in to defend. Gonna keep those villagers a little busy, not gathering for a bit. Picks up another villager.
OpDVlaM, though, is going back to the wood line on the backside, try to burn the gate out. He knows fuguee's forces are not at home to really defend all that easily. Only got about 11 crossbows, and OpDVlaM has 18 of these camel lancers. Horsemen and more arbaletiers are sort of rallying over, but Vlam is probably going to get a lot of value here.
Yeah, and
Quickly
that's the
take
thing
charges.
with the crossbows. Like, it takes a while for them to shoot a bolt. They're not like archers. They gotta reload. So the camel lancers have more than enough time to get their mass onto those arbs. Pick off quite a few of them before retreating to mass up again in the backfield. And OpDVlaM, just camel lancers only. 32 on the field. Continuing his little pokes around fuguee's eco as well.
Yeah, and fuguee has no map control because all these lancers are all over the place and was forced to start his farm transition. Second town center plus early farm transition equals not a lot of military, and unfortunately, OpDVlaM is taking advantage of that right now as he just mops up the last of these arbaletiers and a poor spearman who's probably going to pop out of this barracks at the wrong time just to get murdered. But they have full reign of fuguee's base. So fuguee needs to kind of turtle up a little bit, start getting some sort of a military force, and maybe push OpDVlaM back.
He's got to start massing under his keep, but unfortunately fuguee not garrisoning those villagers around the second town center, losing a lot there. Basically all the vills on the farms just completely annihilated by those camel lancers. Now they're setting their sights on the gold vills. There's going to be a massacre at the gold mine as well. Just more and more vill kills. The numbers just keep adding up. Villagers being pulled back to safety, but OpDVlaM with 36 vill kills so far. 41 to 55 on the eco unit count. You see fuguee just trying to get that critical mass of arbs going. But OpDVlaM just continuing with the Camel Lancer production. 5 more in the queue, 26 on the field. Nothing but camels.
Yeah, and fuguee right now doesn't have the food income to keep his TCs kind of churning. He's kind of generating 125 per minute, which is not enough to keep both TCs going, let alone make some military here. So definitely a tough spot. OpDVlaM, I think, senses that he's got a good window here to go in for the kill. Looks like he's sort of rallying most of his forces together. Maybe they're going to escort this relic back. But he understands the damage he just did, and he's probably going to start looking for the kill very soon.
Yeah, a little overextension with the arbs. I mean, they sniped out the dervish, but there are just so many lancers here that the arbs aren't going to mean anything. They'll get cleaned up. fuguee, just without the economy to produce anything, is falling further and further behind as OpDVlaM just keeps his foot on the Camel Lancer gas right now. Also, adding a Manjanique onto the field, going to be even more devastating to those few arbs that do exist. fuguee desperately trying to wall up some production here, but those Camel Lancers, I mean, they could swing in there right now, and even if those walls are complete, they're just palisades. They'll be through that in no time.
Yeah, and I think we might be able to just kind of see that in action here as OpDVlaM goes to kind of burn it down, but then he sort of realizes, there's another way in. I can just kind of go around this wall. He didn't fully wall it in. And fuguee trying to get as much military to the front of his base here, but this is just a horde of Camel Lancers. This is 25. He's got another 9 rallying over, plus the Manjanique. He's not going to take his foot off the gas at this point in time.
Yep, doesn't need to either. Just the difference in economies. I mean, yeah, sure, you've got, 10 arbs on the field? They're not going to do anything but die to the Camel Lancers. Good job bringing them back to the keep, but a Mangonel shot dead center, picking off more of those arbs They're trying to poke from the outside, looking for weakened units. The Camel Lancer's just an absolute menace in the French base right now. Another, devastating mangonel. And now the Camel Lancers can clean up. Fuguee's got no military at this point. OpDVlaM with the dominant eco inside the base. I don't think there's any point back into this game. We are playing an elimination game here, so Fuguee would be done for the day with a loss. He's going to hold out, see if he can get one more mass of arbs, maybe swing the game somehow with a lucky couple of shots. I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah, he's backed into a corner here. He doesn't have a lot of options, and looks like he's going to call the game there. Ooh, that was a tough one. Fuguee, right on the money from the first 15 minutes, played it exactly how I think that matchup normally is played. Unfortunately, OpDVlaM with the raiding and multiple points, collecting of the relics, and just sort of taking advantage of Fuguee stepping into that early farm transition, dropping down that second TC, which makes the French very food heavy, not to mention they still, were pumping out a couple knights, and all of a sudden you have this just giant window for OpDVlaM to kind of go in, raid, cause chaos, and just sort of wreak havoc.
Yeah. OpDVlaM doing a great job throughout the game, just keeping the pressure on the French. French want to apply the pressure. They really don't like being pressured themselves. And, man, those Camel Lancers, just a devastating unit against a civ who really prides itself on the Royal Knights. Just not able to get much of anything going. Just so much pressure from OpDVlaM that Fuguee just fell behind in eco and just could not remass that military once it was taken out.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of one of the reasons why Ayyubids is so oppressive against French. Is French, you want to make knights, you want to have map control, you want to raid, but you don't really want knights when Camel Lancers start hitting the field. They don't do very well. And so Ayyubids and Abbasid sort of force this infantry comp, which can feel a little awkward for a lot of French players, where you go spear crossbow and a couple springs on the backside to defend against the mangonels. But yeah, French definitely struggle in this matchup for sure.
Well, congrats to OpDVlaM making it through to the finals. Let's take a look and see what the standings are currently. Switch back over. I wouldn't be surprised if we know who all of our finalists are at this point. So let's jump into those brackets. We're taking a look at the top bracket right now. We got Hossein and OpDVlaM. Little admin show match in the top bracket there. Next,
that's going to be a good
mid.
series.
I know. I kind of wish we didn't just cast an OpDVlaM game. We got TheNavneet and Tyagus. 1-0 currently in Tyagus' favor. Maybe we jump into that. Haven't casted Tyagus yet this stream. And bottom bracket, we've got a pretty classic matchup for our community here. We've got the Bigglestine CapriColt. Two people who have made their names in the bottom bracket, who have played in mid before. Have been shuffled around a little bit over the past couple of weeks, but they are facing off in the bottom. I think the call would be to go to the TheNavneet game.
Sure, send a group invite over so I can join you in that. Definitely want to watch more of TheNavneet. I watched him go 2 TC against French, and opening Eco Wing, and I was like, that's probably should have gone military wing in that situation, but he played it perfectly actually, and he had some really good timings with that game. Timings I didn't even think were possible. So definitely want to see some more of his games and kind of see how he plays.
Yeah, for sure. Nav so far today really proving that he can handle that early pressure while he goes for a fast second town center. Won't crumble. And is able to, take that eco bonus and just really drive it back against those aggressive civs that have pressured him earlier on today. But we're going into His match right now in the mid bracket, it looks like Tyagus is already up a game. So Nav's gonna win 2 in a row to win today. Game's loading up right now, and we're taking a look in the green on the east side of the map. We got TheNavneet as Abbasids once again, and we got Order the Dragon Tyagus. First time casting him today. He is in the red, and we are on regions. No, we're not. I thought we were on regions. We are not. We're on Dry Arabia.
Yeah, I was gonna say this kind of looks like Dry Arabia to me.
I just saw a big gold in the middle, and my brain went, "Oh, gold in the middle. That's regions." But no, yes, we are Dry Arabia. This is.
Yeah, very interesting spawn here. All the deer sort of seem to be just gravitating towards the south there. So I think both civs are very food hungry, especially Order of the Dragon. So I think this is gonna boil down. We're gonna see a lot of combat over those deer packs, a lot of fights trying to control that area. I have a question for you. Order the Dragon. They have some tools in their tool bag, feudal men-at-arms. Abbasid, I know they have the camel archers as their answer to that. Do you think we could see something like that? Maybe a mine work into some feudal play with those Giga Chad men-at-arms? Or
I think
do you think...
I think that might be the way to go. I mean, you do have the camel archers, and they did receive a buff recently, but just cost-wise, they never feel good when you've got to use them against feudal men-at-arms. They are just such an expensive unit, and they will get the job done, but you've got to micro them, and you've got to pay for them. So it never feels good against feudal men-at-arms as Abbasid. Also taking a look at the Order of the Dragon's base, just look at the chain of safe golds right behind. Just 3 in a row stretching behind the Order of the Dragon base. He's not going to have a want for gold.
Who needs regnants when you have that much safe gold, right?
It's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts to see. I mean, there's no wood lines back there, so it's going to be tricky to like really wall it off. But that is 3 gold mines in the back.
All right, so we do have a Aachen Chapel, and we have a Culture Wing. So this matchup is kind of taken some turns that I didn't really think I was going to see. Most of the time with Order, you get a mine work. But the Aachen Chapel maybe tells me we might be seeing some kind of a fast castle out of both sides.
Yeah, and we were talking about, you know, how rough it feels to fight against feudal men-at-arms as Abbasid, so why not just skip feudal entirely and try to get up to castle where you can field those crossbows and you feel fine with the choices that you have.
Yeah, so I wonder if maybe TheNavneet is going to get caught in this. I'm going to fast castle and Tyagus can maybe catch him sleep at the wheel, because he's moving all his sheep over to this Aachen Chapel radius, so he gets the bonus gather rate, but he's only got 2 villagers on gold, so he might not be thinking fast castle, and TheNavneet is absolutely thinking fast castle, opening Culture Wing.
Yeah, it could certainly be foregoing mine work, dropping the Aachen Chapel to do something like similar to HRE, where you use the eco benefit that Aachen gives you to be able to field a pretty big military and feudal. It remains to be seen. We do have feudal out now for Order of the Dragon. Abbasid not too far behind. Gonna be interesting to see TheNavneet play a different style. We've seen his 2TC play earlier today. We saw that a couple of times. Let's see how he does with the fast castle variety.
So Tyagus is opening stable, so we're going to see some pseudo knights. Those horsemen really are kind of beefy. I think they have 15 base damage, a lot of HP. They tank very well. So we're going to get a couple of those horsemen out, probably try to slow TheNavneet down, get map control, keep TheNavneet in his base, and not allow him to get relics. Tyagus has a scout over TheNavneet's base, so he knows what's going on. He sees the Culture Wing, he knows there's a fast castle coming, so he could either lean into this feudal aggression, or he could go fast castle himself. His gold I always forget how powerful those gilded villagers really are. Look at how much gold he has. He's almost halfway to Castle Age here, 5 minutes into the game, and he's just got 2 villagers on gold.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Also, first Gilded Horseman on the field now. Order of the Dragon was housed for a brief second. Yeah, we'll see if he does play towards Castle or if that gold's going to go into upgrades. Not sure yet, because those Gilded Horsemen, they are powerful. They're just very, very food heavy. 200 a pop on those. TheNavneet coming around will scout out the stable, so he knows what's going to come in, and we do see the response, the barracks in his base, getting ready to have some spears for the eventual push, as well as an outpost coming down on the gold mine. Vill's being moved away from the berries back to the sheep, so Nav's getting ready to hunker down and play a little defensive here.
Yeah, he's got the tower going up, but I don't think he's gonna get it up in time for the horseman. But first spear is gonna pop out, be able to sort of fend that gilded horseman off in the early going. So the tower's eventually gonna get up, but Tyagus is adding in archery range, so those spears are only gonna help for so long. Once those Oh, I'm sorry. He added in a barracks. I thought that was an archery range. He is going into the early gilded men-at-arms.
All right, and so that is where that gold is going to go for the time being. I mean, besides the wheelbarrow coming in, gonna get those real beefy men-at-arms. It's such a food-heavy comp, 200 apiece for each of those units. We'll see how many he's able to really produce here. We do see one farm going down. The sheep are going to run out fairly soon, but there's some safe berries still near the Order of the Dragon's base.
Yeah, in a couple walls, he can wall up 2 deer packs and the safe berries, so I think, at least for the short term, he'll be perfectly fine on food. But Gilded Men-at-Arms, first Gilded Chad, kind of making his way over. These spearmen aren't going to stand a chance. 3 spearmen versus 1 early Gilded Men-at-Arms. Not going to end well for those spearmen.
Not at all. They're able to repel those horsemen, but there's the men-at-arms right behind. And right through the stealth forest, and Nav is now aware that they exist. Hasn't moved his spears back yet, so they're going to continue to fight. There's the reaction. Spears being pulled back now. Not losing one. Almost lost one. Oh, there it goes. The men-at-arm caught up, stabbed him right in the back. But now
always hurts. You're kind of running away and just sword to the back of your head. Good night.
Feels bad. Gilded Horseman now into the woodline for TheNavneet, pulling back to the TC, able to take 1 Vil there. Getting a little close to the town center though, gonna take some damage. Those horsemen certainly injured, but the Gilded Men-at-Arms can just come in and now bully the gold mine. TheNavneet not even close to Castle at this point, even with the little discount that the Culture Wing gives him.
Yeah, it's he's really kind of behind on the gold here, and Tyagus is doing a good job of sort of idling it out. But he'll have it coming in very shortly. This Gilded Men-at-Arms, though, gonna come back, try to pick off a villager, but finds a spear in a fully garrisoned tower, and probably gonna go down as a result. That is one expensive Giga Chad right there.
Yeah, we do see that Camel Archer that we talked about dealing some damage to the men-at-arm. Looks like Nav's sending him away from the base, so maybe looking to get some villager damage out of that Camel Archer. Not going to play super defensive with it, and I think that's fine. You need to do something to disrupt Order of the Dragon at this point. And, you know, talking about Castle Age, I mean, Order of the Dragon's right there as well. Just needs a little bit more food.
Yeah, so TheNavneet scouted out that Tyagus is on the South Deer Pack, and that's exactly where the Camel Archer is going. Unfortunately, he seems a little focused on that. Those Gilded Horsemen were able to get into that wood line, pick another villager, and cause some damage. Let's see if maybe he can take a Gilded Villager. Looks like he might be able to get one. Kind of pulled a little slow if he's... Oh no! Oh wait, he's going to catch up. He's going to try to kill that one.
There it goes. All right, Nav taking a Vil. Super expensive Vil. Good pick for him, but Tyagus is going up with the Regnants. TheNavneet still just can't go up to castle quite yet. Just needs a little bit more gold. That Gilded Men-at-Arm is just harassing him so much, really forcing a response from the Vils.
Yeah, and the good news is, though, that Camel Archer Raid did bring Tygus' horsemen back, so he's not harassing TheNavneet's ego with it, but he was able to get up to Castle Age Tygus, and this Gilded Men-at-Arms just, causing further idle time. Camel Archer is not going to outrun those horsemen, so he's going to go down. And TheNavneet's got a minute and 25 left on his military wing, so he's got to try to hold out here and wait for that military wing to come in, and he should be okay, but he doesn't have much food left. You can see all those idle workers under his TC, kind of desperately moving out to his starting berries, but he needs food. He's starting a farm transition a little early as a result of it, and that's just Tygus getting map control.
Yeah, and thank goodness he still has a few berries left, because all the other food options for TheNavneet are pretty far away, but he's able to catch off that attempted raid from Tyagus around the south side, able to take out an injured Gilded Horseman, able to force the other ones back. We do see a switch into Gilded Crossbow and Gilded Lanzknechts for Order the Dragon here.
Gilded crossbows, those things are hard to kill. Tygus also moving his prelates out onto the map. He's going to start scooping some relics here. So despite having all that safe gold in the back, he still wants the relics. First one's in, second one's going to be in relatively soon, and TheNavneet needs this military wing to come in so he can get map control back, get back onto the field and get those 2 deer packs, maybe the berry in the back, and most importantly, deny relics, because right now if Tygus gets all 5 relics, that's an uphill battle for TheNavneet.
Yeah, it feels so bad letting Order the Dragon get all 5, and what also feels bad is moving out to berries when you don't have the map controlled. You can see those Vils onto berries. Tyagus sensing that might be the play. He's got the Gilded Horseman near, doesn't have vision on it though, so hasn't moved in. Maybe waiting for some more troops, but these Vils are in trouble if Tyagus wants to move over in that direction. If he thinks Nav has moved to those berries. We'll see how much the stealth force saves him. Preventing that
also,
vision.
Tygus lost his scout, so he might not realize that TheNavneet is on those, but there is one Gilded Lanzknecht that made his way up there. He is about to cause a bloodletting on all those villagers up there.
HP getting deleted. Meanwhile, looked like TheNavneet was able to force some idle time out in the back of the Order of the Dragon base, forcing those units off of gold, those free camel riders engaging into some units. He's going to lose those, but Tyagus now pushing in to TheNavneet's base, able to pick off units as they're created, as they're rallying and not attacking, which feels so bad to build those military units, not get any value. Now Tyagus right into that wood line, not taking any prisoners, just letting that Vil count just climb and climb and climb. 10 dead Vils at this point.
Yeah, TheNavneet was a little slow on the pullback there. Those Gilded Horsemen, which are still feudal age by the way, created a lot of chalk outlines, and you have a Lanzknecht on the berry pack just whacking away up there. Ooh, look at that AoE damage. Those Vils, they can't go back out to that berry pack. They'll die if they go back out there, so they gotta find food someplace else. You do have crossbows going up to deal with this Gilded Lanzknecht, but over-moving...
Doesn't feel good to move into melee range against them. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh, if TheNavneet had seen that just a little bit sooner and attacked from range. Man, that feels bad. Just running up next door to the Lanzknecht before pulling the trigger on the crossbow.
I thought for certain that Lance Connect was dead when I saw the crossbows going up there, and then they just kind of were like group hug, and Lance Connect is like, why not? And just murdered them all.
Oh, vicious. Very vicious here.
Yeah, this is kind of tough. And you look at the eco count right now. You got Tyagus with 40, NavNeet with 40, but these ecos are not the same. Those gilded villagers way outperform the generic villagers, I guess, that NavNeet is producing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the proof is right in the resources per minute. It's like Tyagus is almost maybe 1.5 times, I'd say, the resources per minute. Do have Nav securing at least one of the relics, so it's not a complete wash 5-0. We'll see if he's able to get that second one. He does have a couple of camel archers defending it. We'll see if that Imam is able to get away from those troops, and it will. But this engagement looks pretty deadly for NavNeet, who has to retreat to his base and group up before even thinking he has a chance against this gilded army.
Yeah, NavNeet just needs to pull back right there. Can't take that fight. He doesn't have enough military, and Tygus' military advantage is just growing and growing, and now he's brought that prelate forward. So checking now, he's got inspired warriors coming in, so not only will he be able to heal his military as they get injured, but they'll also get a buff, +1 armor, plus 15% damage. Add that in with gilded crossbowmen, and you know, they can wreak havoc. Looks like Tygus is moving over to the berry pack. He's gonna find some very wounded villagers. Easy pickings here.
Oh, and they just melt. And I mean, there was a little counter raid, or a little secondary raid at the top of NavNeet's base, which he stopped, but it doesn't feel like that matters, because he just lost so many vills on that berry pack. And now the rotation comes through, NavNeet running to the other side of his base to deal with these units coming in.
Yeah, that was a bloodletting right there. NavNeet heavily behind on the eco department. Gonna take this fight, it looks like. Might have enough to actually break through this front line and get to the softer back line of those crossbows. Unfortunately, though, those crossbows can kite for days.
A good job for Nav, though, to pick off that prelate first. And NavNeet's going to clean up that army. But there is just another Gilded Lanchconnect causing so many headaches for the Abbasid villagers. Chasing him back to the berries. Nav is going to lose way more vills as soon as that Lanchconnect gets in there. There's one.
Oh! Just look at him. He jumps in the air and just cracks that sword down on that villager's head. Poor villager. And just starts cleaving the other villagers. And this AoE damage is just brutal.
More vills go down. 23 dead for NavNeet. Yeah, that Lanchconnect coming over. Reminded me of Final Fantasy VII a little bit. Sephiroth coming down with his sword. Gotta put that villager out of its misery.
Yeah, that's a little bit of overkill right there. But now Tygus moving out. He's got a second force, Gilded Crossbowmen, Horsemen, and Gilded Men-at-Arms. He's just kind of making a smattering of everything the Order of the Dragon have available to them. NavNeet, though, putting some pressure on these walls, trying to get map control back so he can have access to the deer and the food that he just so desperately needs. His food per minute down under 300. Not going to sustain a Castle Age army with that.
Tyagus doing such a good job throughout this game to just keep NavNeet in a state of food insecurity. So many picks with just a single Lanchconnect over and over. And now NavNeet not able to push into the Order of the Dragon's base. A villager is going to be able to repair that gate in time. And NavNeet's going to lose his entire little force here on the retreat. I think you just turn around and fight at this point, and that's what NavNeet does. At least get some value out of those units.
Yep. So, Tyagus knows exactly what NavNeet needs. He's keeping just, you know, Gilded Men-at-Arms, Lanchconnect going to these berry packs. Making sure that if NavNeet can get food, it's going to be very uncomfortable for him to do so. NavNeet forced to put a market down, and looks like he's starting to trade now. Just sort of, going into the tool bag and trying to pull anything out to hopefully stem this bloody tide coming from Tyagus.
Yeah, you got to do something to replace all of those dead villagers. NavNeet's looking to trade to try to get his eco back on track, but Tyagus just playing this so well, never overcommitting to anything, playing it safe, only taking engagements really when he can win or just do a lot of eco damage. Not going to let NavNeet come back in the game, but also not going to throw away any sort of advantage that he has. And you take a look, man, those three relics, all those gilded vills on gold. Tyagus's gold income is just out of control at this point.
Yeah, he needs to either drop down a market, trade it out for another resource, and Caster's Curse, look at that. He just pulls them all. He goes, I have too much gold. These guys can go somewhere else. And they're coming to make farms. And he's starting his farm transition. And once this transition is completely done and he's got a stable food eco, the relics will sustain him for gold for a little while. He's capturing sacred sites. He'll be able to go in for the kill. Not that NavNeet's really in a position to stop him right now.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. It looks like Tyagus right-clicking, gonna lose some units that weren't attacking on the approach. But there are Gilded Lance Connects in the mix, doing a lot of damage. That Mangonel in the back, getting some damage onto NavNeet's ranged units, but luckily he had a Springled out, as we see a Gilded Horseman just shimmy around for a bit before dying. Springled is now taken out, but I think this ball of ranged units for the Abbasid are gonna hold on here. We should probably kite a little bit more. It doesn't matter at this point. We see those men-at-arms in retreat.
Yeah, but Tyagus also had a horseman going around to that North Berries. It's paid off for him in the past. Definitely picked up another villager there with the horseman. So damage was done to NavNeet. But NavNeet keeps winning these fights. I keep watching this game going, all it takes is losing one fight. And he's finding ways to win. Tyagus brought up a mango. He countered with the Springold. Just playing very well right now, despite the massive disadvantage he has from just being so far behind in eco.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things that would really benefit Tyagus. It's all those resources in the bank. That's what's keeping NavNeet in the game. Tyagus just can't spend. You can see not a lot of units in production at all for Tyagus. Letting Nav remass. He's gonna scout out a Mangonel and a keep with his face. Not gonna be good for those archers and crossbows. Quite a bit of damage done to Nav. He's gonna have to retreat here. We do see more in the way of kiting though on the retreat, and a sacrificial scout to maybe slow down Tyagus. Both armies not gonna commit. NavNeet gets away. Tyagus now spending those resources. See more Gilded Lance Connects. Some Springleds to defend his own Mangonel. We do see more Gilded Men-at-Arms and more Gilded Horsemen.
Yeah, and Tyagus is sort of in this position. He has the advantage. He's definitely ahead on eco. He needs to go in for the kill now because, honestly, if by some miracle NavNeet can get this trade up and going, Abbasid has the best trade in the game. And it's very difficult to come back from a trade boom Abbasid. And little by little, that trader count is growing. He's up to 9 so far. It's not the most optimal of market. I really would like to see it, in this north corner there. But he is getting 43 a pass for each of these traders. He has it walled off. He's adding in a second TC down on this South Deer pack. Now it sort of, seems the script is flipped, right? Tyagus needs to punish this, otherwise he'll get outscaled despite, owning 24 villager kills or 24 eco kills so far in this game.
And that looks exactly what Tyagus's plan is gonna be. He's got the 2 prelates to buff his army. He's got 2 Springleds to protect his mango. NavNeet with no siege of his own. Ooh, looks like he was gonna go in for the fight. Scouted out NavNeet's army and was like, I could use a few more units before committing here. Just a few more.
NavNeet doing the right thing. He's getting that market built up in the north corner there. I'd like to see it tucked away a little bit more in the north corner so you get more distance on the trade line. But once those traders start getting that full trade route there, NavNeet's eco is going to be supercharged.
Absolutely. Pretty good trade route once it does complete at the top of the map. Did see NavNeet able to pick off another Gilded Horseman. Doing a good job to get little picks here and there. Not letting the Order of the Dragon army run away, although it continues to grow. Those 2 Springalds and 2 Mangoes, I think, are going to make a lot of difference in an upcoming engagement, especially with NavNeet not having any siege of his own.
Yeah, that's going to be the deciding factor in this game, right? NavNeet, for the most part, has Tyagus countered out, except on the siege side, and 2 good mango shots could rip apart that crossbow backline. Looks like the engage is going to happen. Mangoes are moving into position, firing on those archers. NavNeet able to stagger his formation there a little bit. Knights are going to jump on those mangoes, try to take him out, but they're only going to get 1 here, but still, damage is kind of done by that 1 mango. NavNeet's military, not long for this world unless they can get that mango down.
Yeah, cannot take the fight at this point, needs to retreat, but I think he's run out of units to retreat to as I'm saying this sentence. Pretty dominant there from Tyagus, winning that fight, and NavNeet knowing that there's just no path for him back at that point. Calling it GG. So if the first report was correct, Tyagus is winning our middle bracket, going 2-0 over NavNeet, who did a good job in Swiss, was undefeated. But I think there really is something to say for the 4-0 curse. See it a lot. Somebody goes 4-0 through Swiss and just can't win in the finals. Well played, Tyagus. Well played, NavNeet, as well. Did a good job to stick in that game. Just couldn't answer those mangonels at the end. We can take a look at Vil count here. Tyagus, yeah, throughout the game, just not letting NavNeet be secure in his food gathering. Gilded Landsknechts providing just a whole lot of value. Thinning out the Abbasid villager count.
Yeah, I learned a new appreciation for the Landsknechts like charge move. They jump up in the air and they just come down with this giant cleave that's just so powerful. Watched him murder a couple villagers like that. Definitely some great animation there. But yeah, like you said, the story of this was just Tyagus taking control of the food, not letting NavNeet have food so we can make military, so we can make villagers, and just little by little picking at that eco count until eventually he secured himself enough of a eco lead where he can just kind of go in for the kill. And on NavNeet's side, I think he might have just misread the situation, opening with Culture Wing trying to go fast castle, and then maybe got surprised a little bit by Tyagus's aggression.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, just that fear of those feudal gilded men-at-arms as Abbasid. You really want to point yourself towards Castle Age to get yourself something to deal with them. But Tyagus doing such a good job. You can see how much he delayed that Castle Age, even with the Culture Wing, Preservation of Knowledge. NavNeet pretty late up to Castle just because of that 1 gilded men-at-arm that just kept going over to the gold mine. Just harass over and over and over.
Yeah, and whenever Order of the Dragon, HRE, those civs, get to Castle Age before you, it becomes a quick race for those relics. NavNeet did a good job there. He was able to get 2, despite his disadvantage getting to Castle there. But still, 3 relics falling over to Order of the Dragon. That's a lot of gold they're generating there per minute, and just a lot of free resources that Tyagus has to just further send Landsknechts and Gilded Men-at-Arms over to his base.
Yeah, I think we could see the point on the military count where Tyagus just realized how strong his army was, threw down more production buildings, and just built that final mass that would end the game. All right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Two mangoes, springs to back it up. That'll rip apart a lot of crossbows right there. Plus gilded crossbows, gilded horsemen. He had a smorgasbord of everything.
Mm-hmm. Everything clad in gold, able to carry him to victory in our middle bracket today. Let's see what's going on with the other brackets. Check in real quick on bottom bracket. We've got Bigglestine going 1-0 right now over CapriColt. And in the top bracket, we got Hossein and OpDVlaM still going at it. I'm not sure if they're in their first game or not. I'm going to scooch over to the admin mode here. Pull up, see if they've done 2 drafts at this point. Okay, so they're going to Frisian Marshes.
Game 1 or game 2?
Game 2. Game 2.
Game 2. Okay.
Unless wait, let me scroll up. Was it? No. Okay. Civ draft. Next map is Frisian. Okay. So they started Safety Bay. They're just setting up the game right now. Looks like took a little 3-minute break before setting up game 2, which is totally understandable. They've been playing this all day.
It's a little bit of a marathon at times, right? You've got the 4 rounds of Swiss, you got semifinals, and then you got a best of 3 finals. Yeah, a 3-minute break sounds about earned.
Yep. Certainly take those for myself when when putting on this stream, because it's a long day for casters too and admins as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot of work every single week, kind of putting these on, but it's a labor of love. We all enjoy what we do. I enjoy casting here at Rising Empires. I know the admin definitely have a huge passion for the game, so it's all in good fun. What game do you think we're going to go see? Do you want to jump up to Safety Bay, or are we going to go to Bigglestine and CapriColt?
I think we're going to do Bigglestine and CapriColt, and if the OpDVlaM series doesn't go to 3, then we might jump in and just cast the last game from replay, potentially. Depending on where we're at for time, because it feels early. It feels like...
It kind of does. This sort of flew by. I guess, players today are playing a little bit more aggressive, a little bit faster, kind of getting through some of the Swiss. It was pretty quick. So
we can take a look at what they've drafted. I can't put it on the screen because they do it through text and it's all back end chat, but we can see what the draft was for Bigglestine and CapriColt. And it was so their series was Safety Bay, Dry Arabia, Lipany. So we're going to game 2 here on Dry Arabia.
Yep, and we have our former men of culture in this matchup as soon as we can get into the game here.
We should be live now, so take it away.
So, spawning in the south, we have CapriColt, not rocking the normal purple. He's going with this teal color, not of the Byzantine fame. But you do have the Byzantines, right? Civ that was added in the expansion pack. Players didn't really know how to play them, haven't figured them out. But here in Season 8, they're a little bit of a menace on the ladder here. So I always appreciate it when they get a forward berry spawn. And looking at the spawn, that's exactly what CapriColt got.
Oh yeah, my eyes light up when I'm playing against a Byzantine player and I notice that their berries are forward. I'm ready to go aggro. I'm ready to start pressuring that as soon as I can.
Yeah, once they start getting into those mercs, they're a little bit challenging at that point in time. So, forward berry spawns, very happy with them. But on the north side of the map, Bigglestine in the color yellow, which is a very beautiful color, by the way. We have the Malians, and this is another one of those civs that, at times can be a little one-dimensional, but can also be really powerful here. Back gold spawn, so Bigglestine's got to be happy with that. Set up all his houses there, so he's getting some good passive gold. But beyond that, his second gold mine, or where he's going to get his next gold, they're all kind of Narnia. This is a very dry, in terms of gold, dry Arabia spawn. Look at that.
Yeah, those golds far away from the TC. Gonna be a hike. Gonna be a little difficult to defend. I think he might have preferred spawning on the other side of the map here. But, that's how it goes. And talking about Malians, how they're kind of, similar strategies every time. I feel like with the changes in the last patch to make their TC cost gold, still haven't seen a lot of those 2 TC plays really worked out quite yet. They're just, the cow boom is so powerful when it comes to passive resources.
Yeah, and that's kind of, from like a dev perspective, that's a dangerous rope to walk, right? If you over incentivize other strategies that are better than the cow boom, obviously players will gravitate towards that, but exactly that. If you create a better strategy than the cow boom, Malians are going to be a menace on the ladder. So they have to sort of carefully tightrope it. Malian second TCs do cost gold, but they cost a total of 850 resources. So it's a little bit slower to get into, and I think for the most part, players just look at this and go, I know the cow boom. I know cow boom is very strong. I think I'm gonna play that. Last time I casted, we did see a Firmba Garrison, but we didn't see a second TC.
Yeah, when you're getting your eco bonuses so much from the passives that the pit mines and the ranches provide, you're probably not aiming to get it from villagers from a second TC.
Yeah, and looks like we have the H2 landmarks been underway for a little bit now. No surprises here. You've got Grand Winery coming out for CapriColt, forced to kind of put it forward. So a lot of his food eco is going to be a little exposed. But with the Malian on the other side, they're not known for feudal aggression, so he can probably get through this berry pack relatively in peace and, start his Olive Grove transition. On the other side, Bigglestine, again, Mansa Quarry, fairly standard out of Malians these days. Sometimes you will see the other H2 landmark, which is more commonly used for trade situations, but also used to defend their starting gold. But Mansa Quarry, just going to give him a passive 75 gold per minute. Nice, easy peasy, nothing complex about that one.
Yeah, it's very much the difference of Mods Quarry helps you win with the gold per minute, and the Toll Outpost helps you not lose by providing the defenses. That's one way to look at it. Oh.
You have an early archery range coming out for the Malians. What do you think they could be thinking here? We're getting some Dark Age pressure out of Bigglestine and the Malians? Some feudal age pressure?
Yeah, quite possibly. Anticipating those longbows coming in. Could see an investment into Javs right now. Taking a look, though, at the wood line, Bigglestine chopping very long distance with a lot of those lumberjacks. Not taking the trees right next to the lumber camp. Going way out on that wood line. We'll see how that affects his wood income in early feudal here.
Yeah, without a wheelbarrow there, they're definitely taking their time getting back to drop that food off. So, might have just been a, misclick, a mistake by accident. But all this wood tells me that they're probably going to start the cow boom. We're going to see some ranches coming down, hopefully soon, and some cattle kind of forming at them. We do have wheelbarrow coming in finally for Bigglestine.
All right, gonna make those villagers return that wood a little bit faster. It's just rough to see them so far away from the lumber camp.
Yeah, they seem to kind of be like chopping in the south pattern. I don't even know how you accidentally do that or intentionally do that, right? You'd figure they would just gravitate over to the next, once they finish with the tree, to the next closest tree. But these guys, they're just marching south. Meanwhile, CapriColt getting in some Limitane. Right now, they are still Dark Age. Hasn't gotten the upgrade to Harden just yet. He's gonna maybe try to poke at this pit mine in the back here. Maybe poke at this this wood line. But I don't know how much damage he's going to get in because Bigglestine has some jab throwers. He's got some archers there. These Limitane, especially Dark Age Limitane, not going to be able to do a whole lot against that.
Nope, they're jumping in onto the wood line. That's actually going to force Bigglestine to choose better trees to harvest. It's a little benefit there for the aggression for Bigglestine. Gets to move his units to safety. You can also see he's trying to pick off a scout, doing about half damage. That scout is going to get out of there. So the Limitane realize what they're up against, and it's ranged units. So they're like, we can't take this. We'll see what we can do when our longbow friends join the field.
Look all the way west. Look at Bigglestine. I love this. He's just like, you know what? I'm going to put a pit mine where you're not going to expect to look for it.
You're never going to check over here.
And you know what? As Malian players, sometimes you have to get creative, right? Because all your close golds, they're so far away, they're hard to defend. Your opponents can scout those nonstop. And Bigglestine just sort of being one step ahead is like, yeah, we're going to go all the way over here. I'm going to get my free golden piece. And you're going to be none to the wiser about it. And he's got a scout over there, too, just kind of poking back and forth, making sure CapriColt doesn't mosey on over there accidentally. And take that pit mine out. So that's pretty safe and a pretty smart play by Bigglestine.
Yeah, also getting more gold per minute out of that large gold mine than he would with the smaller ones near his base. Able to put a few more buildings around that gold pit. We do see CapriColt moving out, dropping some scout houses. Take a look at the stone to the north of his base. It's starting to gather his army in the center here, looking for a push. It's going to be 5 longbows and right around, it looks like 10 currently. Limitane in the mix, pushing into the berries. But Bigglestine has taken his units to try to take out a scout, leaving his berry patch completely vulnerable. He's going to have to garrison those units while his army turns around to deal with this pressure coming in from CapriColt.
Yeah, that was a good little bit of pressure from CapriColt. He did lose his scout, but you know, got some good idle time for it. Bigglestine still able to start his cow boom right now. Still able to have control over these berries. He's walling off the north side. Not really sure why. There's not a ton of resources there. A little bit of a scrim is going to happen here. They poke and go back, and you're going to have some back and forth here. But looks like CapriColt is going to commit here. You got jav throwers throwing at Limitane. Not really hitting these longbows. Donzo's gonna kind of get picked off by longbows, but there's not a lot of longbows left, and Bigglestine won that. Actually a little surprised there. I thought CapriColt was gonna take that one for sure.
Yeah, those longbows not being targeted by the jab throwers after the first 2 went down, but just the rest of the comp there. I mean, he does have a few archers in the mix helping out against the Limitane, and the Donzo is just providing a nice little, tiny little front line to make sure those archers and jabs stay safe. Good little win for Bigglestine, but CapriColt continuing to just invest into military. You see that military number grow and grow. I don't think this is the end of feudal pressure from CapriColt at all. And we do see those units looking to move in again.
Yeah, he's going to keep poking and poking, hoping to find some sort of a soft spot, a mistake. He knows Bigglestine is on those berries, and he's going to try to get some kills there. But looks like the Malians have sort of moved on to some cattle as well. Going to have a little engage here. Bigglestine's going to pull back, though. No, he's going to go for it. So you, again, have this short front line. I don't know how easily Bigglestine's going to be able to maintain his front line. Those Limitane are going to be on top of the jab throwers any second now. But Limitane don't do well against archers. So archers are definitely going to get their damage in. But being forced back. And CapriColt needs to retreat again because he's got no backline to really do any damage. And in order to get villager kills, he's got to just get way too close to that TC.
Yeah, jab thrower is doing a good job this time, actually getting in onto the longbow, shutting them down immediately. We do see CapriColt's switch into horsemen as well. Not sure it's going to be that effective with Bigglestine continuing to create Donsos. Now he's looking to burn down this wall, start attacking from a different angle. There's a lot of ranged units in this mass that can just pick off the Byzantine units from the other side of the wall. And they're going to force him back a bit. Not going to let him break in going in this direction quite yet.
Yeah, and CapriColt kind of knows the time is of the essence here. You can't let Malians cow boom in peace, so we do have the Zero Siphon, I believe that's how it's pronounced, coming down, and he's just going to burn right through these wooden walls. Palisades walls won't stand a chance versus that thing. But
Yep.
I don't think he has the mass yet to really push in and kill the Malians. And even scary, look at that cow boom. Bigglestine's almost done.
It's growing. It's growing. We did see a couple of horsemen from CapriColt try to maybe come in from the other side. Will actually force the response in a giant wall from the Malians. So they're about to basically completely wall themselves in. Kiro Sifon burning down that wall. Look at the HP drop. CapriColt, though, still has not scouted out that second pit mine.
Yeah, that's the sneaky play Bigglestine made by moving it all the way over there. We got a little bit of a clash here. Front line meeting front line. Couple horsemen not going to do very well against these Donzos. You got jab throwers starting to pick apart the front line a little bit. English longbows hanging out in the back. A couple of them shooting. A couple of them just kind of relaxing. But it does look like CapriColt's going to be able to make some inroads here. Pushing that back line of Bigglestine back into his base, but again, just so much damage, such a toll being paid by CapriColt every inch he moves in here. His military is just dwindling little by little, and now we have the Grand Fulani Corral coming down, and it won't be long before Bigglestine's eco explode, villagers get pulled, going to take out these Zero Siphons, almost get it too.
Okay, there it is. I was a little concerned for a second. But able to take out one of them. Bigglestine, though, with the push to castle, doesn't really have the military to defend right now. Needs to bring that army closer to his TC. Get that defense from those arrows online. He's just losing units up here. It's 21 to 12 when it comes to unit counts. And there's a pretty big mass of longbows right now, and not a lot of jab throwers on the field at all, just one.
Yeah, but he's down to 1 Zero Siphon, and it's very limited health. It's got 39, so CapriColt needs more siege if he's going to break into this base, and he's on a clock now. The cow boom is in, and Bigglestine is going to just start massing resources. He's pushing his military in, trying to get these villagers they're like playing peekaboo right here. But on the other side of the wall, you do have some horsemen, so there's going to be some damage. Oh, please flamethrower the villagers. No, the villagers are going to go torch it. I wish you could flamethrower the villagers like that. But the Zero Siphon goes down. Villagers just running around the merry-go-round there, going to garrison now. And, from here, I just think he's got to wait it out. Oh, there's some villagers there gathering from Cow that can't garrison. They're going to just get poked and prodded until they die. That's a lot of villagers.
And that's a lot
honestly,
of gold going over to the Byzantines as well. Like, take a look at CapriColt's gold count now. He picked off, looked like 9 vills in that, so bonus 180 gold. That's quite a bit, and these villagers still not safe. Going for this wood line while there's military presence. Not going to be able to do much there, and now they're taking out their shivs. They're fighting this hand to hand. These vills are angry. They're going to defend their homeland not very well. We're up to 20 vill kills. Just garrison.
I don't know what's going on. other than the fact that Bigglestine does not have the production to use all his resources. That's why he's trying to get onto the wood so he can get some stables down, barracks down, anything to just make units. And CapriColt just kind of continuing to pour in here. Gonna pull back, I guess. Oh man, that was a lot of damage. 24 villagers went down.
That was
That
a
hurt.
wild little skirmish there with all the Vills trying to fight. Just not super effectively. Losing quite a bit. We do see a move into Sofa from the Malians. Still a lot of Limitani on the field. CapriColt's not going away from that. We'll see how effective that is for Bigglestine. Bigglestine, the cow boom is in full effect. He's got those pit mines cranking out. You can see the resources per minute. He just needs to be able to turn that food and gold into units on the field. You take a look at the difference in the army count, 29 to 6. Bigglestine, even despite that deficit, not out of the game, but he just has 2 production buildings. And he's throwing up more in the back now, finally. Able to get a market down, able to spend some of those resources on wood. Oh, we do see a stable up here as well. Looking to get all of those Sofa upgraded before they're created and on the field.
Yeah, and Sofa are going to be devastating here. I get that there's a lot of Limitane that are coming from CapriColt, but keep in mind, Sofa do bonus damage to infantry, and once imported armor comes in, you know, they're not terrible against Feudal Age Spearmen. But CapriColt found the gold in the back. He's going to go raid it and get some
Ooh.
more villager kills here, and Bigglestine just bleeding units, bleeding eco. These guys have nowhere to run and hide. You know, that TC is going to get full up, and guys are going to be standing it outside just getting murdered.
It's one of those classic, it's the Malians, who cares about villagers? You take a look at the eco with the food per minute and gold per minute, and it's, I mean, despite having half the vills, not too far off from what CapriColt's doing himself here. CapriColt's still in feudal. I got to imagine he's pushing a castle soon, and just like that, dropping the golden horn.
Remember how earlier we were talking about that Malian second TC being less expensive? This is what I think it's for. This situation right here. Or not being less expensive, just being gold and wood. This is why they need it. Because they take so much damage trying to cow boom that you kind of need a mid-game second TC to survive.
I can see that for sure. Sofa crashing in, but it is just a mass of Limitani. Sofa not going to be able to trade effectively. Need to retreat. Bigglestine needs to rethink his army count, but it's, I mean, it's hard. He's looking for a unit that doesn't cost wood to get on the field.
And keep in mind, the Sofa is Malian's only armored units. They don't have men-at-arms. Instead, they have Mustafadi warriors, neither of which you really want to field against those longbows. So, we got some villagers being pulled into the scrum. I don't know if that was a misclick or, but they pulled out their shanks. All right, Bigglestine corrects it and pulls them back. Frontline from CapriColt is getting down. These Sofas are just whacking away at those Limitane, and once they get to this back line, they're going to just murder the back line.
Yeah, Sofa's doing an incredible job there to survive, to take out the Limitani. Some more come in for reinforcements, and a lot of these Sofa are very injured. But Bigglestine's doing a good job of thinning out the Byzantine army. Gonna prevent that Kirisifon from going up. I think CapriColt lost all his resources there. I don't think that was a delete. And now he's gonna force CapriColt to retreat. CapriColt's in a tough spot now, on the back foot for the first time here. And you can see those resources per minute coming in for the Malians. Looking pretty nice right now. Bigglestine gonna be able to keep up that Sofa production. And it looks like he's just, Sofa is the choice. 6 more in the queue, 20 on the field. And CapriColt never finding that pit mine.
Does he have poison arrows? Did he get that research yet?
There's no way he does. I could
don't
be
see it
mistaken,
in the...
Perhaps he did, and perhaps he didn't.
So-
I just missed it completely. Yeah.
Sofa and Poison Arrow archers are one of the toughest comps to counter, because those archers just eliminate everything, and Sofa are a pretty good front line. We got another scrimmage here. Again, you can just see just the Sofa numbers are so overwhelming that even with just 3 archers and a jav thrower, they don't need that backline support right now to take down Limitane.
Just running through that mass, now focused on the stable. Some of them attacking a house for a second, maybe to destroy vision, but Bigglestine just regroups with his units, and now he's looking for revenge on the Byzantine villagers here. And now for the first time...
Detroit defense gets... all those villagers, they just pull out their spears, and they're going after those Sofa right there. Like, yeah, you want to come into our base? We'll show you.
Show the Malians what villagers, how they actually should attack. Giving them some spears, not just shivs. Those Sofa, though, getting caught in the back. Not a lot of retreat. They're getting whittled down. That Akratoid defense really doing a lot of damage to the Sofa mass. Limitane also growing in number in the back there.
That quick wall by CapriColt? Are we in bottom bracket? Like, can we double check? Like, that was a clutch quick wall just to sort of force those Sofa back and get a couple more pokes there.
Yeah, very well played there. Very, very strategic. We are still in bottom bracket because I am looking at the second pit mine still that has gone undiscovered the entire game. But yes, very clutch wall to trap those Sofa and deal a lot of damage to them. But there's still 33 on the field. I mean, CapriColt might feel good because he may feel like he has an advantage with all the damage he did, but he really doesn't have a military advantage. And now we've got a questionable lumber operation.
What's that song? I'll walk 10,000 miles.
I would walk 500 more just to deliver these 15 wood to the town center.
Alright, CapriColt catches it. He drops down the lumber mill. He puts a house up so he has some good vision there. It's always fun to kind of watch them get their steps in for the day. Bigglestine gonna move in, though, and take this fight. That's a lot of Limitane there.
Yeah.
And you got some lance necks, a smorgasbord of everything again. Trying to get a good surround, a good concave here, and those poison arrow archers are really just deleting a lot.
They are. I'd love to see this cataphract onto those archers in the backfield, but those Sofa deleted, forced to retreat. CapriColt holding, forcing Bigglestine back at this point. Bigglestine doing a good job of spending his resources. Actually, both players for bottom bracket not floating that many. Even with all of this income, hats off to them. These cataphracts now, just... that is the unit Byzantines were needing against all of these Sofa.
Yeah, but now you got that back line of those poison arrow archers are just going to start picking away at those cataphracts' massive HP. And CapriColt might have overextended just a little bit here, but Bigglestine's going to pull back. They're going to just, agree to go their separate ways for now, catch their breath, re-up. Kind of looking at this, we still have all 4 of the relics on the map. CapriColt is starting to get them. He's got one in this Grand Winery. He's making another prelate here, so maybe CapriColt has his eyes on some relics, some additional olive oil. But yeah, more to your point, I mean, both players spending a lot of their resources, both players investing in military, being very aggressive here. This does not look like your typical bottom bracket game.
Yeah, well played by both players. They certainly earned their spot in the bottom bracket finals. And I don't think either player is a stranger to the bottom bracket finals at all. I think they've both been here before. CapriColt, though, looking to deal some damage, but he doesn't. I don't think he has the unit count to really take this fight, even with those beefy cataphracts, and CapriColt seems to also be aware of that. So he's on the retreat.
Alright, so we have 3 more relics picked up by CapriColt, so at least he's on top of that. 26 minutes into the game, no biggie. Definitely had a lot of action up until this point. But we have a Mangonel coming out from Bigglestine. So Bigglestine finally says, I've had enough, I'm going to get into siege. And you have the trample right through those lines, but not able to get to the Mango. First shot was a little bit of a miss. Second
this is a tricky fight here.
Second.
Bigglestine's gonna take this one. CapriColt needs to retreat at this point. CapriColt also, while this fight was going on, I noticed on the map, looking to expand out with houses, finally going to scout out that pit mine 30 minutes into the game. Gonna know where Bigglestine was getting all of his gold from for a while here. CapriColt now on the retreat. Needs to start massing up at home. Getting a siege workshop of his own. Something to counter the Mangonel. Bigglestine with a springald of his own to counter the counter.
Yeah, and as we kind of move into this siege war that's sort of brewing right here, you got to stay one step ahead of your opponent, just counter the counter, and you have 18 villagers just kind of moving out. They are going to attempt to build a mining camp where there is a house, so they're just going to get over there and just going to go idle for a second. Bigglestine pushing his advantage in on the wood line, going to try to pick a couple villagers, takes a couple pokes, but comes away with a couple villager kills. Pushing his edge though, he brought his Mango down, Stopa and veteran archer backline here. Taking a little bit of a fight. That first Mango shot just, for some reason, doesn't like the house.
Taking the house
Second
and not
Mango
able
shot.
to get really any more damage out. Those trample cataphracts able to jump onto the back line, deal the damage there. CapriColt's gonna hold. Big thing is though, you know, he did move out to that gold mine on the right side with all those vills. They've been idle for just a long time. Now putting them all on stone, anticipating potentially a keep drop maybe on that gold mine to shut down the pit mine. Do you see a springald sacrificing itself? Another trample is called, trying to take out the other springald. Good job from CapriColt, able to position his units to take out the siege. And CapriColt's holding strong here. Look at the Malians. They don't have really any units.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little dire for Bigglestine here, right? He was able to get his eco back up, and he did put down a second town center, and he starting his farm transition here. But CapriColt's just taking a couple good winning fights here, and you know, Bigglestine's been on his back foot. Trample right through those archers. Cataphracts diving on top of the Mango, and there's another expensive Mango gonna go down. I think Bigglestine needs to start moving some Donzos into his formation. And you got a scout just getting murked over here by like a mob of villagers. Like, they pulled out their pitchforks, their torches, like, down with this scout.
We've had enough of that guy spying on us. Alright, so we do see the vills moving out for that keep in the middle, on that middle sacred site. And we do see the pressure from CapriColt now onto that, what was the second pit mine. This house is getting burned down. Bigglestine gonna lose some gold income very soon. Those units still focused on the houses, not the mine itself, so it's gonna be a little bit before that mine goes down.
Those two keeps are going to be able to wave at each other. I think they're going to be shooting at each other when they both go up.
And Bigglestine can see the keep. CapriColt can't quite yet, but he will shortly as the keep completes. The arrows come out. And Sofa looking to engage into it. Maybe not the best choice.
Yeah, I think they were pulled into it just because they were attacked, so they came down. But yeah, look at that. They're able to shoot at the keep itself, but they're not able to actually kill the villagers. But CapriColt moving out, going to try to burn that keep down. Sofa's coming in to defend the keep, but now the Sofa are being withered by a fully garrisoned keep right there. And I think CapriColt is going to take it. All the Malian villagers get pulled, though. That keep is going to go up. they need to quickly garrison, otherwise a lot of them are gonna die.
Yep, those villagers are not safe as they run back to the gold mines. Some of them in range of the keep, some in range of a mangonel. They're scurrying to try to get home safe. 10 of them make it inside. I can't believe CapriColt's been able to kill 47 Malian vills over the course of this game.
Well, keep in mind, Bigglestine's now on 2 town centers, full cow boom, so losing 48 villagers is really like a minor flesh wound to Malians in this position.
Yeah, and you can certainly see that with, yeah, the food per minute is up there. But he is being forced off of quite a few locations. Not able to really harvest that gold safely. Coming onto the one side of the mine that'll keep him safe. Meanwhile, CapriColt moving some vills. We're cutting the little forest in between these two keeps. Gonna cut a little too far.
Yeah, they went to the wrong neighborhood after hours right there. That Malian keep was just picking them apart. But I think for the rest of this game, as long as these keeps are here waving at each other, we're going to have constant pings, right? Both players. We do have a trebuchet coming out from Bigglestine, though, so CapriColt's going to also answer with his own counterweight trebuchet. So here we go. CapriColt moves around to the west side, though, going to try to find, any value he can, any space to raid, but Bigglestine's on top of it, able to kind of get his sofa and his poison arrow archers over there to deflect. Meanwhile, CapriColt, though, this 2-prong attack, he's coming back up the middle, going for those villagers.
And those vills are going down. Oh, they're not even being pulled. This hurts, this hurts. They get pulled a little too late. None of them are gonna make it over. That is just a lot more vills. Could have been in that keep to thin out this encroaching army here. Trebuchet just barely gonna survive. Bigglestine just doesn't have the military mass to really do anything on either side of this. Those archers slowly getting picked off by the poisoned horsemen. Taking a lot of poison damage. CapriColt's broken through.
It's looking a little rough for Bigglestine in this position. Keep's about to go down, and CapriColt has the ego to just throw his infantry into it to just burn it down with torches, and now those villagers that are gathering deer are exposed. Lance Connect gonna dive on top of them and make quick work of them.
And Bigglestine running out of resources, and right as I say that, he calls the GG. CapriColt picking up the win there.
Honestly, that was a well-played game on both sides. Bigglestine defended very well, held his own while he was trying to cow boom, which is always, the challenge when you're trying to cow boom is, the other guy's not going to let you cow boom. So he did a great job holding there, but then just sort of ran into that problem. As soon as he got to Castle Age, he's got no production buildings. He has all these resources and he can't spend them. So it took a little finagling to eventually, get into some production buildings. Got the hold there, but CapriColt just very, very, very oppressive play. He just started in Feudal Age and just kept it going, and I like that 2-prong attack, right? He attacked on the left side there, pulled Bigglestine's army away, which allowed him to move up the middle, take that keep up the middle, and ultimately the game.
Yeah, and a great back and forth in the middle as well. Bigglestine looking real strong in the mid game with his dominating army of Sofa, and I think once CapriColt started adding those cataphracts to the mix, those Sofa really just couldn't contest anymore. And it also helped to just be a unit to tank so that the Limitani weren't being picked off almost immediately by the Sofa, giving them a different target and letting the Limitani do their work on the Sofa.
Yeah, absolutely. Those cataphracts have a ton of HP. They are the definition of a tank. Recently got a buff. I was about to say they're fairly slow, but they got moved up to the night speed at 162. And their trample ability, right? CapriColt on several occasions just kind of was like, front lines, I don't care. I'm just going to trample right past them, and I'm going to go take out those mangonels.
Yeah, great use of trample to just shut down the siege throughout the mid game there. not letting the mangoes do any work, taking care of the springalds before they can really mass up for any sort of counter siege. Very well played. It looks like upper bracket has completed as well, but I think we've got time to cast one of their games. I don't want to spoil anything, so we'll pretend it's game 3 going into it. OpDVlaM and Hossein in the upper bracket. We'll set that up in just a second. I do want to move back over to the lobby real quick. Just, this is our 2-year anniversary of LEL, as it is under Rising Empires. And so for a little celebration, I'd just like to look at some of the win totals for some of our players over the past 2 years. Who's won the most brackets over the 2 years, over the 91 LELs that we have. So I'll bring that up on the screen in just a second. We'll start by looking at our bottom bracket champion. We've got in first place Rade with 4 bottom bracket victories over the past 2 years. Also, our only Triple Crown champion. I thought Mika Doman was 1, but I wasn't able to actually see any lower bracket victories for him. So Rade is our one and only Triple Crown champion, winner in every single bracket. We also see in second place with 3 wins apiece some names from old. Akumu, who I remember playing in the first 20 or so LELs. He was around, certainly a dominant force. The lower bracket, Jabbar Jabroni is another name that takes me back. And we can also see, as we just saw, I guess I need to bump up CapriColt to the top level.
I was going to say, is that accurate anymore? He just tied Rode, which, by the way, in 2 years, Rode went from a bottom bracket player to not only a top bracket player, but a Conqueror level player nonetheless. So definitely a lot of improvement he made there.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember when Rade was basically like my rival in the first few LELs in the bottom bracket. Like we'd always face each other in the semis or the finals. And we actually had in December 2022, 10-4 Tim, when he was still with Rising Empires, casted a $50 show match, best of 5 between me and Rade, which was a bunch of fun. And I won the first 2, then got reverse sweeped. So
that feels bad.
Yeah. So we're bumping up CapriColt to be a gold medalist in the bottom bracket. We'll probably never put you in the bottom bracket again. Because you've been a dominant force.
Yeah, he's earned that middle bracket slot for sure. But rounding out the silvers, you also got Alwez97. I know I've casted a couple of his games. T-Mog as well. Was definitely a player we saw early and often. And then on the bronze side of things, Helios Eddie, another really good player that we've seen kind of come through. Alte, I'm gonna struggle. Godbazi? Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah.
Godbazi.
Those guys early to mid 2023. And then there you see Bigglestine. Did not make his way over to the silver platform today. But we're not kicking him out of bottom. I will probably put him in mid next time because he is a mid-bracket player, I think, when it comes to skill. But certainly a good player who's won twice. And yeah, we're talking about T-Mog. We did see him in mid today as well. So let's take a look at our middle bracket champions here. We've got AntiRaider, 5 wins in the mid bracket over the course of the last 2 years. It seems like every time he's put in the middle bracket at this point, he'll take the win. But I'm pretty sure he's been a top bracket player for at least a year now, up there competing.
Yeah, when I've played in top bracket, I think I've squared up against AntiRaider a few times.
Yep. a player who's definitely improved over the course of Lel. Also see another old name that I recognize, Super Oxide. Used to dominate the middle bracket basically when this tournament started, getting a lot of those wins in early. I remember Butter, and I think Apolloin was playing upper bracket today, so he has stuck around. And then a lot of people on the bronze tier. Admin King Smurf. Hey, we saw Akumu as one of the winners in lower bracket. So when he got bumped up, he got right back to winning. Zayuf, Ix, Rade again. We got Samyar, who played today in the top bracket. Type Error Dubs, Tomta, and TheNavneet, who also competed. Couldn't make it 3 today. Was defeated in the finals in mid bracket today.
But he's got 2 wins there in top bracket. I'm very curious to see how the top bracket winners have sort of played out. I think I know who we're going to see towards the top.
Was it Stomping Hoof? Was that your guess?
So on other streams, Stomping Hoof has been described as the final boss in the LEL tournament, and clearly he earned that reputation.
7 wins, more than any of the other brackets for winners. I guess, I mean, we have kicked people out of Lel before. Stomping Hoof has just remained right around that cutoff, and especially now that we've raised the upper bound for ELO, he still qualifies, and still dominates. We did see, you know what? Not going to spoil any results, so just moving on. Second place, Hossein, who is currently facing OpDVlaM right now. We're going to see their final game today in the upper bracket. He's picked up 5 wins over the past 2 years, and I butcher his name every time. Keminatal. I hope that's what it is.
Sure.
Back in the day, early in the first 20 Lels, really dominant in the upper bracket. I think he's moved on, participates in War Chief Club now. And Tayfan, who had a pretty long streak, I want to say maybe fall last year, win quite a few in a row.
Yeah, these are all players that I see sometimes on ladder. I can speak from experience. Definitely tough competitors, very good players, all of them. Stomping Hoof I definitely run into on the ladder a few times. Not not my favorite person to see on the other side of that matchup. But yeah, so a lot of experience playing some of these guys, and yeah, they're really good players. Really good players.
Yeah, well, congrats to those after 2 years. Those of you who have stuck around, some of them since the beginning, others jumping in the middle and just coming back week after week. We thank you for coming here. Thank you for participating every time that you do. Wouldn't have a tournament without players, and it rarely that is the case. We will be in a situation where we don't have enough players, so it is nice that we do have this dedicated community to show up as often as they can, compete, have some fun. If you're watching this for the first time, never seen Lel, consider signing up next week. We run these basically every Saturday. So whether or not you're in the middle of gold or whether or not you're on the low end of Conk 1, we've got a bracket for you. Keep matches interesting. I feel like it's a lot more fun in a tournament setting compared to just grinding rank on ladder, especially with that community aspect. Like, some guy beats you 1 week, you come back for the rematch next week, you beat him, and now you got like a little rivalry going on.
Yeah, the community aspect is what I absolutely just adore about Rising Empires. You know, I have a couple rivals. There's several players that play that I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna get you next time, and you know, it doesn't always work out that way, but I'm hopeful that I'll get them next time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, there's
that's
no
the
way
fun
I
part.
can consider Rade one of my rivals anymore. He is for sure outclassed me ever since we started
He's
playing.
becoming one of mine.
Yes.
You know, I've drawn him in the ladder. I've drawn him in Rising Empires. So quickly, he's turning into one of my rivals, which is fun, right? That's what I enjoy about this. Is you learn about the player, you learn how they like to play, and you attempt to counter it, or they just continue to raffle thump you like always, one or the other. I did want to take a second and just say, thank you to Sorrow Angel for the gifted subs right there, and Sir Penguin with the raid. Greatly appreciated. The AoE4 community is fantastic. Thank you guys for that.
Yeah, so appreciated. All the money that comes from Twitch, from Match Arena, from donations, all paid out back to the players. It is a low elo tournament, but we do have prizes. $10 for first, second, $5 for second place across all brackets each week. It's kind of fun to win a prize, to win a tournament and actually have your own little prize winnings, even if it is just $10. And I see Sorrow Angel in the chat talking about rivals and how he feels about Bigglestine and Chivo. 100%. I feel like that group is like the new, like, lower to mid regular group of people. You, Bigglestine, CapriColt, Chivo. It's good to see, like, some of you now moving up into middle bracket as well. I think we could throw T-Mog in to that mix.
Yeah, I remember casting all of them in bottom bracket, and just how much their play has improved over the. I've been doing this for 6-7 months. I don't know. You lose track of time sometimes. But again, all those players were bottom bracket when I started casting, and now they're in the middle bracket. And you know what? I'm excited to face them when they eventually come to the upper bracket. Got to figure out a way to graduate out of the upper bracket myself. That's the hard part.
You're a war
We'll
chief
get there.
now.
Oh, I am not there. No, I still have 100 elo to my cap before I get kicked into the war chief club.
Yeah, that is a rough transition. It's pretty smooth working your way up between the low brackets, but once you're through upper bracket, getting dumped into the war chief club, that's when the pressure really starts, and the differences between players are massive.
Yeah, we do have a very exciting game to cast, the finals in the top bracket. Do you want to send me an invite so we could kind of jump into that one?
Yes, because we have to cast it off a replay. I can't send you a group invite. We've got to both load up the games separately. But I have actually loaded it up. I'm at the 4-second mark, so you let me know when, and we will start broadcasting.
That's fine. So it was Vlam, and because Vlam has his history hidden, right?
Hossein doesn't. I got it through Hossein 81's match history.
Yes, I will have to grab Hossein. So, which game am I looking for?
Most recent, we're going to Frisian Marshes.
Okay, got it. Cool. Alright, I am good to go whenever you are.
Alright, I am paused at the 4-second mark. You let me know when you're in, and I will unpause and then switch the scene over to it. Alright, unpausing right now. And let me switch this over. And we're opening for the final game in today's upper bracket. Looking at OpDVlaM as the Mongols on Frisian Marshes. On the other side of the map, right in the south, in the teal, it's Hossein as the Abbasids. We did see earlier in this tournament the one game on Frisian Marshes that we did cast. We saw Mongols, how powerful they can be when they get their silver tree online. But how important it is to defend that trade line. Because it is a long route, very worth it. But you do leave all your traders exposed as they seek to cross the map and earn that gold.
Yeah, so Frisian Marshes, it's definitely one of the more challenging maps, and it rewards the bold players, the players who are willing to take risks and go out on the map. You have these little ponds here that have shoreline fish, and for all the viewers back home, shoreline fish are particularly important, especially early on, because they have the highest gathering rate for any food resource in the game. It starts with a 1 gather rate as its base, whereas, say, sheep, for example, have a 0.75. But you have to go out on the map for it. Additionally, you have these trading posts if you are a, I don't know, a Mongol enjoyer like OpDVlaM and myself are, where you could get a lot of trade just from trading for that. But again, it's tough to defend. So once you invest in it, you kind of have to protect it until your trade boom pays off. Diving into this a little bit though, OpDVlaM in the color purple, gonna open with a tower rush here. Likely because he scouted Hossein's spawn and sees that he can get the golds and the berries with 1 tower. So that is a very valuable tower.
Yeah,
And
we did
Hossein,
see that earlier today. The Mongols player going against Delhi was able to drop a tower in basically the same spot, right between the berries, right between the gold, able to deny both for a good while. Really delayed the Delhi from getting online.
yeah, the one advantage though that Abbasid have in this situation versus, let's say, Delhi is all their military can make a ram.
Mm-hmm.
So when I play as Mongols in this matchup, I always find tower rushing particularly difficult because you can get the tower up. Next thing you know, there's a ram on its way over, and there's nothing you can do to really stop that ram that early because you have so much invested in the tower. But here's the thing. OpDVlaM, a little bit of a better player than me. I definitely want to see kind of how he's going to play this, but he's on the clock. He's got to get that tower up in the next minute because once that military wing pops out, you know, Hossein is going to have 2 archers, and that's going to, counter his spears. And looking at this, not 100% sure what OpDVlaM is going for here with this tower. He's going to get some of the berries, but not all of the berries. Maybe he's trying to make it far enough out so he can defend it from a likely ram. I'm not sure. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I would have gone to try to deny both of these resources. Maybe he's just trying to get that tower down. Maybe he's thinking about stone instead, trying to deny that. If Hossein's maybe thinking about two 2TC build, also liked Hossein just out of the gate. First sign of those Mongolian spears, delete the mill, delete the mining camp. No bounty for you.
Yeah, high-level players absolutely do that. They don't want to, give you that additional 25 wood and 25 gold from burning the building, so they just delete it before you can ever get it. And we do have the age up coming through. It is military wing, and just right on cue, Hossein goes straight into the ram. And this is a little bit of what I was talking about here. I don't really see what this tower is going to accomplish, given that Abbasid can just
You drop that ram
drop
from the
down
jump.
the ram.
Just you blink, the ram's there. You can see OpDVlaM now just gonna give up that tower immediately. See the spears jump out, run away. Not gonna try to defend it. So you forced your opponent to build a ram for 200 wood, but not doing much else with the tower and severely delaying your feudal age timing. Another thing I wanted to point out on this map is that there are more sheep that spawn in, similar to Prairie. So earlier, when we saw that Delhi game with the tower on the berries and the gold, Delhi had enough sheep, just because this map provides a lot more, and was able to just, build up their own army without even needing to think about the berries until they had enough to take that tower down and push that pressure off of their resources.
Yeah, like I said, I see what OpDVlaM did there. He spent let's call it 150-ish resources because he had all that villager idle time to get his opponent to spend 200 resources on the ram. But now Hossein is pushing back, taking the ram, taking his military wing, and he's going to go over and apply pressure to the Uvu. And this is a pain point for Mongols. Mongols need to keep this Uvu alive. So OpDVlaM is, got some Keshiks coming, but he doesn't have anything to really effectively deal with the spears. He's got his own spears, but they're countered out by these archers. So, Hossein is going to get pressure on this Uvu, and that's going to be uncomfortable.
We do have a double Keshik, which will help, because Hossein won't be able to add more spears right now. Uvu is gonna survive, I think, just based on the damage that these units do, but it's gonna be real hurt. Gonna be in need of repairs. And you can see Khan getting caught out in the stealth forest. A couple of spear hits on him. Uvu survives. Keshik come out just in time. We're seeing an archery range and a blacksmith get added to the Uvu surrounding. Also see the silver tree start to kick in gear. Initial trader on the way.
And this is where, Hossein needs to scout really well. I think on this map, you kind of don't need to scout the trade, right? Every Mongol player is going to trade here. He's putting down his own second TC, though, so he's not going to have a lot of military to really disturb this trade early. And if OpDVlaM can get this up, start towering this trade line so he can see the raids coming in, he might just be okay in this one.
Yeah, for the time being. I mean, that second TC is buying Hossein time as well. Knowing that he will have more villagers earlier. It's gonna at least keep him in pace with the silver tree and can put off disrupting that trade for a little later.
Yeah, so we have the Khan coming over. He scouts out the second TC, so he knows, he's got a little bit of time to sort of, get his trade up and running. Hossein scouts the first trader, so both players know what the other one is doing. So let's kind of see what they're going to do about it here. OpDVlaM is going towards the back. He knows that wood line is very exposed, very far from the town center, and he's got, armored Keshiks. But here's the annoying thing that's going to happen, right? This Khan might just shoot this archery range, and just, give the warning that the Keshiks are on the way in.
Ooh, you see a destroyed building, but it did take a point of damage, I think, from that Khan. So as Hossein deletes the building, OpDVlaM gonna get the benefit from it. And Hossein going into camel archers to deal with a Keshik, enough to have a little defense here. Very expensive unit, but with all the food on the map, see the berries, the deer, Hossein's in a position where he can afford these very food-hungry camels.
Yeah, and OpDVlaM, though, he's got archers on the other side. He's starting to build up. He's got 2 archers coming out now. He's got another 2x archer production coming. But these camel archers, not only are they, really good at dealing with Keshiks, they're really good at taking down traders. They have the maneuverability, the mobility to kind of just squeak into a trade line, start killing traders, and then just run away as OpDVlaM responds. So that's going to be
another attempted raid here. Looks like the Keshik, didn't quite pick up that Vil, just not enough damage. Gonna be forced away. Keshik's taking a lot of damage on the retreat, though. Going from about full health to half health. TC in full effect here. And those camel archers gonna scout out OpDVlaM's Vils, going for the fishing. OpDVlaM slow to garrison, so Hossein will pick up 2.
So, did you see how that villager survived? Camel unease. The damage reduction from the camel archer. That's the only reason the villager survived, which was just a clutch like camel archer coming out at the right time to sort of blunt the damage that, the Keshiks did to the villager. So he's just, he's alive and well with 8 HP, and Hossein just bringing these camel archers to this trade line and just causing havoc. You have a couple traders going down there. I think he's killed 2 traders, 2 villagers at this point. And as OpDVlaM goes to respond, Hossein is just gonna turn tail, run away.
Yep, getting those snipes in as he can on the retreat, trying to pick off some spears when able. Camels will be forced away. Trade survives for now. We do see those outposts coming out, trying to provide some protection to those traders for the rest of the game here.
Yeah, but this is what makes trading oh so hard. OpDVlaM though, taking another shot at this wood line, not finding anything. Keshiks are gonna get caught out though. They're sort of stuck between that wood line. Really a rock and a hard place. One of them goes down and the other one's badly injured.
Yeah, very lucky to have that move speed bonus from the Khan to get that second one out of there. Keep them alive. Do you see those camel archers coming back home after raiding the traders, doing a bit of damage there. Gonna regroup back in the Abbasid base.
And this is, you got a body infantry slowly picking away at one of OpDVlaM's villagers that's building this tower in the north. And this always feels bad if OpDVlaM doesn't catch this. The villager's just going to die and that tower's never going to be completed. And it's going to take a few seconds before OpDVlaM realizes what happened there. And this tower is so critical, not only for the line of sight, but for the yam on these traders. And that little bitey infantry takes another victim.
Yeah, and then OpDVlaM has to deal with, the mental damage of, like, I can't believe I just lost a villager to a wolf. Which, it always sucks, just seeing a half-completed blueprint, Deadville next to it, and just being like, man, I can't believe I let that happen.
So we do have a pack of these annoying camel archers on their way over to OpDVlaM's base, and they might find these 3 villagers out. OpDVlaM senses the danger, pulls them back. Keshik's gonna try to charge in, but Keshiks aren't gonna do much here. It's gotta send these archers after him.
And camel archers sticking around for just long enough to pick off the Khan. I think he loses 1 camel archer in the process, but these Keshik really can't give any chase here. So camel archers, that mass lives to fight on.
Yeah, camel archers will kite those Keshiks to oblivion, and this is the consequence of opening Silver Tree here, is the archers don't get the benefit of Yam until at least Castle Age, when they can get the upgrade through the tower. So Hossein just kind of doing his thing with these camel archers. Now he's moving back into the trade. At the same time, he's going up with the economic wing right there. So we're probably going to get maybe. What does he get for the economic wing here, right? You play a lot of Abbasid.
Yeah, so I do like to go eco in the castle, especially if you're potentially thinking you're going to lose map control. The cheaper farms really help. So does the unique tech that improves gathering rates at farms. It really comes in at a nice time when maybe you're starting to think about farm transitioning. I don't know if he's planning on dropping a 3rd TC. He's doing a good job of taking out these traders, keeping his eco advantage over the course of this game. I don't know if that's the play, but if you're ever thinking of starting to drop some farms as the Abbasid, just that Fertile Crescent reducing the cost of farms, and then agriculture boosting the gather rate is really nice.
And we just saw a massacre in the north corner, and this is the furthest point, the hardest point to defend. 3 villagers were racing to desperately get that tower up. Unfortunately, camel archers came over, murdered them all. Tower didn't go up, and he started picking at the traders. But it's a total of 14 kills for Hossein, and Keshiks are going to try to do their best here against these camel archers. There just aren't enough, and camel archers are going to exact a heavy toll on them.
Yeah, every time those camel archers just turn around, they just delete 1 more Keshik. do quite a bit of damage in that large of a group.
Yeah, and OpDVlaM, I think he knows he's lost a lot of economy here. He's on the defensive. He needs to sort of flip the script, so he's moving out. You see the Kurultai just kind of on its way over to Hussein's base, and he's going to make a stand here. He's going to try to apply some pressure and regain map control. That one Keshik, though, unfortunately, a little ahead of the party there. Got there all by himself and got skewered for it.
Yeah, just seeing what's going on at the Abbasid base, and it's a couple of spearmen. Maybe giving up the game a little bit on what OpDVlaM plans to do here. That Kurultai assembling itself in the stealth forest right now, providing a nice little rally spot for the Mongolian army to head towards. Those camel archers have come home, and they're ready for a defense.
Yeah, and you kind of see you got Gulams coming in, you've got spearmen coming in. He still has his military wing base archers. Yeah, I guess those spearmen are military wing spearmen because they're still Dark Age. So he's going for a front line of Gulam, and looks like this is where the fight's gonna happen.
Yeah,
Kurultai gets pushed back.
Not able to assemble before the fight begins, but now able to get up, really providing that extra damage on those archers, able to keep them going toe-to-toe with the camel archers here. Archers doing a good job of thinning the camels' numbers, but neither can really afford to commit at this point. OpDVlaM, though, gonna just creep that Kurultai forward. Keep the pressure up.
Yeah, at the same time, Hussein is going to start collecting relics right now. He did lose access to his second starting gold, so he's going to need some gold trickling in from somewhere. The next couple golds for him are sort of mid-map, a little bit harder to defend. So OpDVlaM just parking his Kurultai on this gold, just, no, you can't have it. This is mine now.
Mm-hmm. By the way, this is here. And
yeah.
Guess what's behind this? Some of them are hiding. You might be able to see the con, but we've got some units.
Yeah, and we're going to punish you if you try to take this gold. Unfortunately, Hussein has some options. He's not completely cut off of gold. He can go out onto the map a little bit. OpDVlaM doing a good job, though. You can kind of see he's got a Keshik sort of on this west side, just, checking the resources to kind of see where Hussein is and see if he can pick off a couple villagers. But so far, he hasn't had to move too far out on the map for that. You have some crossbows finally being mixed in to deal with these Gulam, but Hussein is, starting his farm transition, and this is why he went eco-wing right here, a cheaper farm transition. Makes sense now. And he's got 2 mangoes, and those mangoes are going to be problematic for
I was going to say,
current.
Those field mangoes are huge. Taking a look at what the comp OpDVlaM has. They're couple of Keshik in there, but a lot of squishy units, and a couple of good shots with the Mangonel. Might even just spell GG, depending on where they land. Keshik, though, gonna harass the farmers. Camel archers pulled in to delete the Keshik. Gonna chase it into a corner, and that's it for that Keshik. Not a lot of value gains there. That is aware now of the giant farm transition.
Yeah, I don't know if you got to look at the House of Wisdom, though, so he might be thinking that it was a little bit more expensive than it actually was. But he's building up this mass, and he needs to get Springles as soon as possible, because these mangoes are going to wreak havoc on him.
Yeah, Hussein's got a Springle of his own, moving the Rams into the Kurultai. We're about to have a big engagement here. Let's see what OpDVlaM can do to hold. Those mangoes are coming up into position. And the first volley, little too far. Second one rings true, though. And without that Kurultai, they're not going to be able to heal that up. See the Camel Archers coming around, just trying to get the surround of the Kurultai. And they're able to. And the Kurultai, like a fish out of water there, just trying to break free, but it's gone. Great surround by Hussein on the Kurultai. That's really going to hurt OpDVlaM for any future engagements. And these mangoes just very deadly right now for Hossein. We do see a couple of Springalds being made on the field for OpDVlaM. I don't know if they're going to be able to be produced in time. One of them is. Second one will be just in time. We'll see how effective they are. Hossein's got a Springald of his own. Here's the big clash. Oh, Springald takes out one. OpDVlaM keeping his second too far forward. That gets chewed out. And this fight looking good for Hossein now. Still has those mangonels in the backfield, forcing OpDVlaM back to his base. Rams there to just destroy any buildings in the path.
And this is where it gets dangerous for OpDVlaM, because Hossein now controls all of OpDVlaM's production. Any units popping out are popping out into danger, and OpDVlaM could pack them up and move them back, but that takes time. Time he probably doesn't have anymore, and Hossein is just pushing in and just virtually uncontested. These camel archers are just tearing everything apart. Mango's got a nasty shot off, and I think
that's
Mango's...
it. That's a game-winning mango.
Hope.
Yeah. And it is kind of a
OpDVlaM
shame. You were talking about where the production was, and if OpDVlaM had noticed, his Keshik came out right as the mangoes passed, but they still just rallied backwards. They might have been able to take out those mangoes as the rest of Hossein's army was so far forward. But man, those mangoes connect, delete OpDVlaM's military, and Hossein taking his 6th upper bracket win. And
wow,
unfortunately,
that was
we don't have the
spectacular. That ending was just fireworks left and right. I feel bad. I'm a Mongol enjoyer. This is one of those matchups that's always just vexed me, and now I'm telling all the viewers watching that when you run into me on ladder, just pick Abbasid and you'll be all right. But it just feels like anything Mongols can do, Abbasid can do it better. And I just, in this matchup, I always feel like I'm on my back foot, from the go, because Abbasid is just so well rounded and they can do so much so well. OpDVlaM played it very, very, very well. I just,
it's tough.
It's tough.
Hossein just played it perfectly as Abbasids into Mongol. He did exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, camel archers just to raid the trade. They have enough HP. They're tanky enough to survive any of those tower upgrades that get put on them in feudal age. So they just exert this map control. And as Mongols, you need base archers to really counter them. But your base archers just move too slow to effectively counter them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
tough.
It's a tough one.
It's tough. Well, that will wrap up our tournament for today. Congrats to our winners. We saw CapriColt take the win in bottom bracket. Just saw Hossein take the win in upper bracket. And blanking on the name, I've got to look it up. We had Tyagus defeating TheNavneet in the middle. So congrats to those players. Thanks for everybody who participated today. Thanks to those who tuned in, stuck around for the whole tournament. Thanks for showing up. Had a bunch of fun. Thank you, Liquid, for joining me for the semifinals and finals.
Always a pleasure. Happy to cast. I really enjoy this, especially getting to see some games from a couple of my rivals, see how they play, see how they approach each matchup.
This is just you gathering intel. Yeah.
Listen, I got to beat them somehow, okay? So, and OpDVlaM is definitely one of those guys that's quickly becoming a rival of mine. So, but yeah, well played. We cast a lot of great games. It's always fun. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to the next couple of tournaments, right? Next Saturday. Maybe I'll be able to play in that one.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We're running this again next Saturday. If you had a fun time watching, if this is your first time, don't know what LEL's about, we run these basically every Saturday. 3 different skill brackets. So whether or not you're in gold, all the way up to lower conch is where we have the cutoff. We got a bracket for you. Gonna have some good games in a tournament setting, playing on tournament maps. Also, get to do a little bit of drafting before each game. Get to ban out one of your opponent's civs and pick from there. It's a bunch of fun playing in that style. Special big thank you to Moketronics. After 2 years of running Lel, he is stepping down. Rising Empires, the rest of the admins are stepping up in his absence. He's done a great job to make this such a successful tournament series. Basically, every single Saturday for 2 years, put in so much work. And sad to see him go, but I totally get it because it's a lot of work every single Saturday for 2 years.
Yeah, it's a big commitment. I appreciate everything he's done, kind of keeping Rising Empires going on a good path. But I think he passed the torch to a good set of admin. I know the guys, 2 of them, we just watched their finals game. Definitely heading in the right direction. Gonna keep this thing going, and it's super exciting to see just the things they have planned for the future, right? And Moketronics, wish him nothing but the best. He's been awesome, fantastic to work with. You know, sad to see him go, but I'm happy for him to move on to other things that are gonna make him happy.
Yeah, for sure. Can finally get a break. I hopefully he takes the next few Saturdays and just really enjoys time to himself. Also want to shout out Amaranth for coming on his first time casting low elo legends. He did a fantastic job. We'll be looking into bringing him back in future series. Also, if you're able to check out his YouTube channel, he's been casting a bunch of games, all the way from some of the best players in the world down through some golds. If you're a member of the Griobara Discord, he may have casted one of your games. He's also doing his own Road to Conqueror video series. Solid dude. Hope to have him on again soon. Big announcement. After this 2-year anniversary, Low Elo Legends will actually no longer be broadcasting on the main Rising Empires channel. Pretty big announcement. That doesn't mean, one, that the tournaments won't happen anymore, and it also doesn't mean that the tournaments won't get casted anymore. We're kicking those over to some of our casters who have run the stream before. They'll be hosting the official cast on their own streams going forward. Rising Empires is looking to position itself, hopefully to cover, big events on the main channel, Warchief Club, plus a bunch of other special events that we've got in the pipe. Hopefully bringing back some lands for 2025. I know we were looking pretty good on a sequel to King of the Rockies for next year. I really hope that happens because that entire weekend was one of the best times I've had in my life. If you get a chance to attend an AoE 4 LAN in person, I highly recommend it. But yeah, that being said, future Lelcasts no longer on this main channel. Check out the Discord. We'll post where you can find them in the future, and I'm sure on Saturdays you can just see on Twitch who exactly will be doing the official cast. Hopefully with these changes, looking to really build Rising Empires, Twitch presence, looking to boost that up so we can bring you some more higher tier events in the future, like King of the Rockies, King of the North, Chiefs of Warchief Club, maybe some team tournaments, maybe some bigger special events. But yeah, I think I've covered everything at this point. I don't have anything else to add that I can think of. Liquid, do you have anything you want to shout out before we kick this stream over to somebody else?
So just to summarize, we're just going to focus heavily on, bigger, exciting, top-level gameplay. That's kind of the direction Rising Empires wants to go. Super stoked for that. LAN events, going to be super exciting. I'm excited for all this. So hopefully, you know, I'll see some of you guys playing next week, and it's always a pleasure.
Yeah. Well, don't don't get nervous. Lel will continue every single week, so you'll be able to find it. You'll be able to participate. Right now, we're gonna start up the raid. I'm taking a look at who's on. We've got, we got MSN DK, who's live right now. We just saw Hossein with a pretty dominant performance as the Abbasid. MSN DK, very strong up and coming Abbasid player. We've seen him in the War Chief Club. I've seen him on actually a game that Amaranth cast did, taking a game off of Beastie on the ladder. Super solid up and coming player. We'll go check him out. But from everyone here at Rising Empires, thanks for tuning in. We will be back next week with another series of low elo legends. See you next time.
Thanks for tuning in, guys. And MSN, I'm 0-10 against him. He's a high level player, really fantastic player. So definitely excited for you guys to see kind of his perspective, and he's very aggressive. So we'll be rating him just shortly now. But thank you all for hanging out with us and watching the stream.
All right. Until next time, we'll see ya.